What's up, everyone? Welcome to Tonight in America, special edition ChillStream on a Sunday night. I want to welcome you to the show tonight. Yeah, we got ourselves an exciting one tonight. We're doing some reactions right now. No politics tonight. Tomorrow, resume Tonight in America, at our usual schedule program. I don't know what time I'm gonna go live tomorrow. I'll probably try to shoot for like 11 or something. Try to go at that time, a decent time in the afternoon. Tomorrow I'm going to talk about the ICE shooting that took place just the other day and give my analysis on what I've seen so far. I've been researching it all day, watching many different videos and getting legal experts' opinions on it, till I've come to a very clear conclusion about exactly who's in the right, who's in the wrong, and who's going to be at fault for this very much. And it's going to probably piss a lot of the general public off, because the general public just don't like laws being enforced, and they just hate law enforcement, of course, as always. But tonight is just a chill night. We're just reacting to some videos, get some content out there right now, going through some clips. So we're not doing politics tonight. I got to play, should I react to like the protests going on in Minnesota and Los Angeles, but I'll just skip that tonight. I mean, the worst of it's pretty much over with. So, of course, nothing's really going on right now at this moment, because the ICE officers and local law enforcement have pretty much quelled the problem as best as they could. And these people aren't as violent. It's funny, they're not as violent as they were when the BLM riots were going on in 2020. But right now, currently speaking, these riots are very timid compared to how they were before. Because before in 2020, these people were burning down the entire city for a fentanyl addict. I'm not even joking. They burned down an entire city for a fentanyl addict. But so far, because of this Renee Nicole Good shooting, and there were some other shootings too. There's one in Portland too as well. And then another one was in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I don't think that person died. But this one, Alex Prete. This one that recently took place the other day. I mean, these riots aren't even half as bad as George Floyd's was. It's not even as bad as his was. They were actively trying to burn the entire city of Minneapolis, pretty much the entire state, down. So, yeah. So pretty much, yeah, I'm not gonna talk about that today. I'm gonna save that for tomorrow. I contemplated should I play some music, but I'm on YouTube, and like a lot of my streams keep getting hit with the copyright, bro. A lot of my streams. So I don't know. That's why I decided not to play music on this chill stream. Once I start streaming on Kick, I'll start playing some music again for background. But tonight we're just chilling. Going right in. So I'm going to cover some clips and see what the world's talking about. Of course, we're going to run through some streamers' reactions to the recent shooting and then given their political takes, but they obviously don't know anything about the art of self-defense. They don't understand how the laws really work. They don't understand how laws pertaining to federal law enforcement works. They don't understand exactly what constitutes as like self-defense when it pertains to like a law enforcement. So this whole notion that streamers that are like on the range of like 65 to 75 IQ at best, that do brain rotting content, they're gonna be able to tell you exactly how this shooting works and how this self-defense, what constitutes a self-defense. You know, you walk up to a law enforcement, especially one when they're telling you to stop resisting arrest, to comply, and to basically just, you know, submit without actually fighting, especially knowing that you have a loaded weapon with you. It's the stupidest thing on the planet. Of course, it's going to lead to you getting shot. So, without question. I mean, it's just so dumb. So, but of course, like I said, we're going to talk about that and more today. We're going to say that for tomorrow. We're just going to focus on some content, just put some content out there today, and tomorrow I'm going to dedicate my show tomorrow talking about the Minnesota shooting, because I compiled up a lot of, like, you know, articles from right to left And then I also have some independent journalist discovery, like a signal group chat that includes not only local activists and Antifa who are paid by George Soros. We also have local state officials that are also involved in impeding federal law enforcement from doing their jobs, which constitutes under, well, which really breaks the law and accounts towards insurrection. So it goes towards that is a form of insurrection, which now authorizes the president to charge the state of Minnesota and their local government officials with an insurrection, and then he can send in the military to go quell the problem and get everything under control. But why has Trump not done that yet? I don't know. I generally do not know why he hasn't done it yet, because in my theory, it's because of the optics, because he cares so much about his optics that he has not even chose to act on it right now, when clearly you have state officials that are trying to stop local law enforcement. We're not local law enforcement. They're trying to stop federal law enforcement from doing their jobs, and they're working with activists and using state funded resources to stop federal government from doing their jobs, which is a form of an insurrection. That is an insurrection. So Trump should be charging these people right now and arresting all of these people and putting them up, but he hasn't done it yet, which is the most frustrating part. All they do is tweet. All Pam Bundy wants to do is say she wants to send a letter to the state of Minnesota instead of sending government officials there to arrest Tim Walz and Jacob Fry and put them in jail and deporting Somalians that come here and commit fraud. Ilhan Omar and her clan should be sent back to Somalia by now, but we haven't done it yet. What is going on? So, like I said, I'll save all the energy for that tomorrow. Let's just have a good chill stream tonight. Let me turn my TV off real quick. All right, that's that. All right, so we're gonna jump into everything right now. Let's react to some clips first before we get into the content till we get to some real reactions, because I have a lot of videos for us to react to. Police shootings, you know, reaction drama. You know, we have a bunch to react to today. Political drama. So we got ourselves a jam-packed chill stream show tonight. I came prepared tonight. If you can't see, it's very cold in Louisiana. We have a big cold front coming out here right now. And I have my air turned on because my PC, I've been using it right before I came on stream. So I want to make sure my PC's good and nice and chilled before I came on live. But I think everything should be good now. But let's go ahead and get into the clips. So SQC says Osmond Gold is making, she was asking for it level arguments.
There is a much higher probability that he wouldn't have been shot. There is. Like, it's undeniable. Whoa. And at the end of the day, if he had complied with the police, if he didn't have the gun with him, like, there is a much higher probability that he wouldn't have been shot.
Oh my God, what year is this? Are we gonna do the, oh my God. So we're gonna do the, this girl came home from the club. If she wasn't coming home from the club and wasn't wearing that one skirt, I mean, the likeness that this wouldn't have happened. Yo, really? What year is this? What year is this? Don't give me this shit where it's like, oh, dude, if you didn't do this, yes, this normally applies. He that. But otherwise, it's like some victim blaming shit. It's literally some girl coming home from the club shit. It's a bad take.
This seems pretty cut and dry that they fuck.
I don't think no one cares what SQC even thinks about American politics. They do this in Canada. I mean, Canada, your country's literally getting raped right now by immigrants, bro. Like, Like your French stuttering ass better get the hell out of Canada right now, bro. Like you're literally about to be you're about to be a minority in your own country if you already aren't a minority in Canada already, buddy. Like you're sitting here commenting on American politics about shoot, like bro, you probably have never even been in a situation like this to where you even have to fire a gun or been in a situation where you had to use self-defense. Because I don't know the laws in Canada 100%, but I know damn sure they're not self-defense friendly. So XQCs are pretty much in one of the safest countries, if it already hasn't changed over the years because of the demographic change, because you've let in so many third world immigrants to Canada, and Canada's just being destroyed right now. So to hear him comment on American politics is just like, bro, it's just a dumbfounded take.
Up. No, I'm not, we need to wait for the body cam, and that way we'll really know. But right now, it sure seems like they fucked up.
Man. Any CCL course walks.
It would have never happened if you didn't do that.
Have a gun and are confronted by police.
Then don't park your car in LA. Then don't wear a nice shirt outside. Then fucking don't pull out your phone when you're in an impoverished area. Like, come on, man. It's not a good take. It's not a good take. It's just like.
Bro. Osmond Goes too dumb to even understand politics. Bro, stick to video games, man. Bro, I swear. Let's see. Is Tfue the biggest view botter on Twitch? Yeah, I gotta do a video, like a chill stream talking about this view botting and stuff on Twitch. Cause like, bro, I hear a lot of Twitch streamers and kick streamers too. They've been accused of view botting by bro. I've seen over the years, like there's been so many accusations of view botting between this streamer, between that streamer, between this streamer, between that streamer. They've all accused each other of view botting. It's insane to me. And we got a former Twitch streamer we're gonna react to later, your boy Miskiff. He's let's see what I wanted to cover his drama back then, but I was like I was covering too much political stories that were happening at pretty much there was too much happening right now. So for me to cover his story at the time, now that everything pretty much kind of simmered down, but we already have stuff that's kind of heated up right now, especially with pertaining to like the Middle East, because we have a brigade pretty much heading towards the Middle East right now, and that's not a good sign, because that's like a telltale sign that something's about to happen pertaining towards Iran. So I'm definitely going to talk about that like on Wednesday. Pretty much I'm going to talk about that on Wednesday. Oh shit, is the sound on? Oh, it's just a comparison video. I see. It's just a comparison between the views. Okay, so I can't see. Let me see. So SQC's got 23,000. I believe, yeah, 23,000. And Tfue, he doesn't have his face on screen. He has like he has a character from Fortnite as his profile picture. He has 25,500. More than XQC, bro. Even I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I do not believe that.
This point that they're trying.
All right, so we got Maurice Critical here giving his political takes per usual. This dumbass who doesn't really give any right takes ever. And he was on paper for saying that young children should be allowed to castrate themselves, especially young boys should be allowed to castrate themselves and go through a change at a young age when they're not even old enough to really comprehend what they really want to do with their lives. This is the same guy right here was on camera when he debates. That debate with Sneeko destroyed his entire streaming career. He hasn't streamed since. All he does is pre-recorded videos now. But let's listen to what Maurice Critical has to say about this.
To beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it is that the only people being arrested and targeted by ICE are rapists and pedophile illegal aliens, which is just not the case. There definitely have been rapists and pedophiles that have been snatched up in all of this, and those rapists and pedophiles that have been caught and taken away, that's good. They shouldn't be out there breathing the free air. Great. But that's not all that's happening here. You could also right now march into the White House and arrest everyone in the White House, and you would get a ton of rapists and pedophiles. Why isn't that happening? If the goal is getting rapists and pedophiles...
You're so obsessed with that Jeffrey Epstein files. Most of these guys weren't even talking about that before the Trump administration came into power. Like, none of these people were saying this. None of these people were saying this during Biden's administration, during the first Trump administration, not even before. Well, the first Trump administrations when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, of course. And then during the Biden administration, they had files apparently with the names of all the people that were involved with the scandal when it pertained to, underage girls and big powerful men that were partaking in sexual acts. So, but to sit here and always bring up that is just like it's just like a scapegoat at this point, because like, bro, we still want mass deportations. We don't care if they're violent or not. You enter the country illegally, you're still technically breaking the law. That is breaking the law on the immigration code. Like, I don't understand these people at all. Like literally on the U.S. code, you're still breaking the law according to immigration law. It's not that hard to understand. These people don't read the law at all. They don't even understand it. They're just 65 IQ Twitch streamers.
Off of American soil, thrown in the slammer, taking them away from society. Why is it only just walking through the fucking streets of Minnesota trying to do it? You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House. And an administration is...
They're not illegal aliens. That's what ICE's job is, to go arrest legal aliens, Penguin. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Their entire job is to arrest. If you look at what ICE agents' jobs is from the first letter to the last, it's to arrest legal immigrants that come into the country illegally. That's their job, bro.
Actively covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with this, tons of clients. So if the goal is to get this kind of evil out of this country, why would you not start with what is provably a spot that has so many of them? Also, that belief of like a secret pedophile ring was a very popular one among Trump voters for the longest time. And now that it has been...
it's always key. It's always a funny thing about this. So when I hear them talk about this pedophile ring, they're never talking about who exactly is Jeffrey Epstein working for. They're always worrying about who the names were on the list. And of course, it's a tragic event. Let me not discredit the tragic part. But the main point of what people like myself care about is, who was he really working for? That's what we want to know. We want to know, who is he working for? The pedophile part, yes, I understand. It's a tragic event. Minor girls were taken advantage of. Yes, it is a tragic event that happened. But the most important thing was, who was Epstein working for doing this stuff? That's what people want to know. It's always about arresting the government officials that were involved, the billionaires, the quote-unquote academics that were also involved in this. Because look, if you understand the Jeffrey Epstein history, and you go to like guys like Ryan Dawson, who was one of the top Jeffrey Epstein researchers, the names have already been out there for a long time. It's just people don't do the due diligence to look up these guys. So the names been out there. They're not juicy names. None of these people are juicy names that you would know of. Yeah, there probably are some that are still actively in government right now, but they're not like big time names that you would know of. They're like rich millionaires and billionaires that are like anonymous. They don't really show their faces. They're not like public figures like Elon Musk or Peter Thiel. The most important thing what people really want to know, well, like people that like really studied the Epstein case, we want to know, who was he working for? Who was he trafficking them for? He was not trafficking them for himself, but who was he taking orders from? Who was he an asset for? That's the important part. This is what Penguin and all these other normies do not understand.
Proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be real, legitimate reality, they are now just ignoring it. They have been proven correct that there was a huge pedophile ring of these powerful politicians, but because some of their favorite politicians are potentially wrapped up in it, they just want to drop it and forget about it. Absolutely unhinged, by the way.
No disagreements from me right there.
I don't even know what the fuck is happening in the I have no.
So we got our friend Destiny right here. He's going off about Alex Pretty. So Shooting.
Clue what is even escalating this. Like, it's like a single. This is why all the time you see these bootlicking fucking losers like Sean or Connor, who's like, oh, well, just don't fight with cops. Well, what the fuck was this guy? I don't even know.
If you watch the video, he was resisting arrest. That is fighting with cops. When you're told to comply, when you're told you're being placed under arrest, you are to comply. Yes, that is a form of fighting law enforcement. And especially, you don't want to fight with law enforcement when you also have a loaded fucking gun. It doesn't matter if it's legal to carry. You can't fight with law enforcement when you have a loaded fucking gun, bro. You're going to get shot. You're just asking for it. Like, everyone wants to think like there's very like they understand the law because they read this and that, but they don't really understand. This is why tomorrow when I break it down completely and give you the legal experts that know what they're talking about and understand this case better than myself included, you're going to understand that, yes, there's more nuance to this than just, oh, well, he wasn't physically attacking the cops or whatever. When you're told to basically you're being put on arrest and you resist and then you start like actively like trying to squirm around and wrestle with law enforcement, that is a form of literally fighting the cops. That is a form. That constitutes as a form. Okay? Don't shoot the messenger. I just understand it better. This is why, like, if a law enforcement tells me I'm being placed under arrest and I have a right to stay silent until I go, till I go and talk to an attorney or whatever, I listen. Okay? You don't fight law enforcement, because that's, if you fight them, and especially if you have a loaded gun that you don't disclose with law enforcement, there's a chance you're going to get shot. Okay? It's just going to happen.
Know like where
this guy didn't even really fight.
I don't know. The guy didn't even I don't even think he was being
That's not true.
Aggressive in any way, size, shape, or form. Also, by the way, when you see all of these like subhuman snakes, okay, who are talking about, who are so mad at people filming ICE or whatever, the only reason we know everything that happened in this video, the only reason we know from 52 different angles all the different fucked up parts about this is because there are people that are out there recording. That's why they don't want these people out there. Because again, imagine we have one grainy piece of video footage, or imagine we have nothing. What were we told by
he had a gun.
Kristi Noem, by Donald Trump, by Indian Patel, that these guys fucking get up here and they just start screaming about this guy was a terrorist, started fighting with cops, wanted to mass murder everybody, was there to kill, had dozens of bullets. Like, the fuck?
My gosh. Look, you have a constitutional right to go there and film ICE. That is your right to do so. But whenever they were in the middle of arresting a woman that was already trying to get in the middle of them arresting already a violent criminal that has a history back in like I think it was forgot which South America country he came from. I believe it was Honduras, Guatemala, something like that. It was along those lines. But whatever country he was, he came from a country in South America, Central America region. So because he came from around there and then he has a history, a violent crime history, ICE was there to detain him, arrest him. Okay, there was from multiple accounts, from multiple articles I've read, there was a lady that got in ICE's way of them doing their jobs. ICE told this woman she was being placed under arrest, and then she got pepper sprayed, of course, because she was actively fighting with ICE agents back and forth. Then Alex came there, he got involved, he got pepper sprayed too as well. Instead of sitting there complying and put his hands behind his back, he chose to wrestle with ICE agents instead. You can't do that, bro. Like, if you're gonna do that, you're gonna end up, and then you squirm with them, especially when you didn't disclose you already have a loaded firearm or whatever. Regardless if you have a legal right to carry, you gotta realize you gotta let law enforcement know that, because they still can shoot you because they don't understand in their back of their head what you plan on doing with the weapon. You gotta understand the nuance about this. It's not just A, B, and C. Okay, you got to realize like what you're walking yourself into before you walk into it, because it could be a dire situation for yourself. So let's see this.
Bro, by the way, I go on Twitter yesterday. Sidebar. I go on Twitter yesterday.
Bruh. You got dumbass streamers giving their takes right now, so we're just going through it right now. We're forming the clips right now between all the 65 to 75 IQ streamers right now. Let's go.
I said the thing that I said, don't care about whatever I said. I said, like, fuck ICE or whatever. Thought it was, like, such a lukewarm take, like, nothing burger of a take. Because, like, anybody can say that because it's true. Most people feel that way. Bro, that shit banged on Twitter, like, 30K likes. listen, this is like maybe a crazy take, okay? Maybe a crazy take. You, as a viewer, I hope you guys learned this, and maybe I don't need to say this, but it's true though. You don't, as a viewer, need to idolize things that content creators say all the time. Like, me saying that should be a lukewarm take that everybody's like, yeah, no shit. You know what I mean?
Bruh. You don't even read nothing. I guarantee this bitch doesn't read nothing but just decides like her fucking like her porn books. Where corn. I'm on YouTube. Corn. She reads her corn books. Like a lot of these chicks right here, they don't actually do any real political, you know, educational stuff. They don't do anything besides brain rot. Like, this girl doesn't even understand the law. I guarantee you, most of her reading, if you ask her what does her reading list consist of, I guarantee you it's a bunch of like corn books. This girl reads probably a lot of corn books. She doesn't read anything that's like pertaining to like politics, you know, philosophy, you know, basically like deeper knowledge, you know, economics, fucking even medicine. You know, pertaining to medicine, medical, she doesn't read none of that stuff, bro. You watch her content for like probably like, I guarantee you, like a minute, 2 minutes, you already get the gist of what she does for her content. It's brain rotten. All these streamers do is nothing but brain rotting game all fucking day. Destiny is like a political commentator, but the bro is like the bad faith actor political debater, because he debates in bad faith all the time. But it just goes to show you, I mean, like, he's obsessed with Donald Trump. I mean, a lot of these people are. They're like literally obsessed with Donald Trump. And I got a video that's gonna really hone in on that point more once we get to like the content portion of the show.
Because like, I don't think it was a crazy take at all. I think it was just like a very normal take. I don't say things ever like for the props, and I don't like that, like it's like a really big deal. Like, you guys are like, oh my God, thank you for her standing up for this. Cause I'm just telling you how I feel, because I don't think anybody should question how I feel about that, you know? But like, I saw people being like, oh my God, like that's so crazy. I'm like, no, I feel like you just shouldn't have to question how I feel about that, because that's
people like this don't even live around immigrants, bro. These people like her live in a gated community. Cause I remember I think it was 2 weeks back, I believe, QT Cinderella, she also commented on this issue too as well. And she said that she gave like this take like, oh, ICE, what ICE is doing is immoral. Oh, fuck ICE or whatever. You know, just giving the usual, like, you know, the popular talking points or whatever. And Osman Go cooked the shit out of her. And it just basically said something that I'm pretty much just kind of saying the same thing. People like QT Cinderella and Cinna here, they don't even live around none of these people. They don't even live around no fucking illegal immigrants. These people live in gated communities. They're Twitch streamers, bro. They're making lots of money from like a lot of their ad revenue. These people don't live around these immigrants. All they see is shit they see on TV or on their computer, their desktop or whatever. That big ass flat screen TV in the back behind her, I guarantee you, she sees something on the news. She says, "Oh my gosh," because her woman instincts are kicking in right now. She's feeling so emotional or whatever because what she sees is like it's immoral or whatever, you know. Because this is the first time in history that interior deportations have ever been done. So because interior deportations have never been done in history before until now these people are looking at here and says like, this is not how it's supposed to be done. We were supposed to be arresting the violent criminals. We're supposed to be only arresting the pedophiles. We're supposed to be with PDFs. I mean, we're supposed to be arresting all these degenerate scums that come to the country and just want to take advantage of our resources and our system. Yeah, you do realize like even people that came here illegally, that have been here, quote unquote, law-abiding citizens, they still broke the law. They still broke the law. They came to the country illegally. They still have to get deported too. There's no exceptions to that. If they're here illegally, they have to get deported. That is just no exceptions. And most of these people would come here on camera and says, well, you can't deport people on stolen land. Okay, take your Marxist and communist ass to the back of the line and shut the fuck up already. No one cares no more already, dumbass. There's nuance to exactly what happened and how America was founded, and you idiots still go with that same talking point, even though you know you're wrong.
Not like, you know, that's not really like a sides thing. That's like a human rights thing. Done. You know, that's like different. Like, we're not even talking about.
That's not a bro. when you come to the country legally and you're here in the country legally, you don't basically have autonomy to like laws here, the same as like an American citizen or even a natural or even like a immigrant who got his green card. They have more rights to X, Y, and Z compared to like illegal immigrants who don't. Illegal immigrants have no type of like they're not owed anything. They're not owed due process. They're here illegally. They could just be deported right now. They're not owed anything. If you're in the country illegally, you're up for deportations. No exceptions at all. And yes, if they've been here for X amount of years to the point where they still haven't even got their green card yet, bro, it doesn't fucking matter at that point. You gotta go home.
Like anything, like I'm talking about like a human rights issue, and then we just leave it at that. So it's like I just feel bad that people take some things I say and they're like, oh my god, like thank you for doing this, when I'm like, I think that in general, like I think anybody could look at that yesterday and be like, yeah, like that's not okay, like and just be done with it, you know, like that.
But don't go up and try to impede on, like, bro, this is the same thing XQC. These people don't know exactly what the fuck they're talking about, so they go up there and just say what's popular or whatever, and just think that they know exactly what they're fucking talking about. They don't understand the laws at all. XQC doesn't even live in this country. He lives in Canada. Like, Buddy talks more about America than he does about Canada. Like, your country's finna be doing deals with China right now, and it's probably about to be hit with a massive amounts of tariffs right now from the U.S. because your country wants to play around, wants to wear. Basically, I'll use you know, the usual lingo. Fuck around and find out. So SQC needs to talk about Canada. This dumb bitch right here needs to just worry about her stupid content. Whatever the fuck she does. I don't, like I said, you watch her content, it's just brain rot. I don't know what this girl does. She talks about stupid shit per usual. Like, she comes in and starts talking about politics, thinks she knows what she's talking about, and then you realize she doesn't know anything what she's talking about.
That should be that shouldn't even be an idolized take. That should be a normal take. So I feel kind of bad because, like, I know it's probably easier for me to just not bring it up. Somebody's gonna be like, oh my god, but like, you know what I mean? I feel like I hope that you guys all I don't want
to keep hearing this, bro. This chick is annoying as fuck.
K feeds.
Oh shit, yo! I was just watching this earlier on someone else's stream. So this guy Lucario is a streamer. Apparently he got exposed for like he being a gooner. He got exposed for being like but here's a catch. He got exposed for being a underage gooner. Like, it's crazy right now. I'm not even joking. So, but this is Lucario right here.
Let me at least add ways to the list of champions that I like.
Actually, hold on. Well, you can see right here. This is Lucario right here.
Fuck.
So this right here says Lucario accidentally leaks his notepad with downloaded links to the very suspicious file names. Bruh. I might say that for another chill stream. We're gonna react to that in full because like I didn't download it, but I probably am gonna react to it soon. So this is another Hassan, you're deflecting from the fascist administration by bringing up Israel. Bruh. A lot of these streamers just don't understand politics, and then Destiny and Hassan are having two different types of debates right now. ICE has nothing to do with Israel. They have nothing to do with the IDF. They're here to enforce immigration law. Okay, like all these people that sit here are like so heavily focused on, like, look, don't get me wrong, I am not a Zionist. I don't care about Israel, but I do care whenever they do influence our politics to better suit their objectives. That's what I care about. Like, I care about ridding the swamp of all these politicians that take donor money from the Israeli lobby, the Jewish Zionist lobby, and to basically do what's best for Israel instead of what's best for America. So one thing I can agree with, because I am a nationalist, of course, I prioritize America and I want America first. This is the most important fight is here domestically, but also we have to prioritize exactly what's really going on overseas too as well. So I'm like on both fronts. I'm domestically and then foreign policy issues, because our foreign policy, if you look at it and study it 100%, it's mostly like a pro-Israel foreign policy. everything pertains to them. Somehow leads back to them for the most part. The recent stuff that happened in Venezuela, I could say 100% that's pertaining to and for America. That's for us. It's not for Israel. Because look, Maduro was like anti-Israel, but if you look at the country of Venezuela, it doesn't really strategically it doesn't really like have any like, it's not really a threat to like Israel at all. It's not. And it's on the other side of the world in our hemisphere. What is it really going to do? So that has nothing. So invading Venezuela and overthrowing a dictator has nothing to do with Israel at all. The all has nothing to do with Israel. That's going back to us, and then it's open up chances for like domestic investors that we have here to go there and to invest in more businesses there, so that way we can also bring profit to there, and while simultaneously bring profit back to the United States. It's going to be a short-term achievement, and then it's going to be an even better long-term success, if that makes any sense. So, but let's see what this guy to say.
He's trying to make it about IP like always. Yeah, that was my issue with this United States of Israel. Like, why are we... Like, I don't know. It's so funny that Hassan is saying the United States of Israel and then shitting on Destiny for saying, oh, you're deflecting about the fascist administration by talking about me. You're deflecting from the fascist administration by talking about Israel. Why? Fuck? Either way, I forgot to add that he is a known animal abuser as well. He fake cried when Fish died to get laid by another well-known streamer. I won't say who it was, Pokimane. But the reason his dog...
You can never tell Destiny nothing because they just go out there and just leak a lot of stuff, bro. I swear, God got no loyalty to nobody.
Dog died at such a young age is due to the abuse and neglect he suffered from his son. He has never spoken about what in particular killed his dog because it would reveal his abuse and neglect.
This guy right here is Iranian, because I see right there. Well, that's probably like I'm trending all over X, but it's like he looks Middle Eastern. This guy right here, he definitely is Middle Eastern. I just can't tell what is he. I don't know if he's like Iranian or he's like Iraqi or something like that, or Turkish. So I can't tell what this guy is right here, but
neglect. Does he have reason to?
Yeah, I don't really care about that. So Osmongo watches
analysis
a few more
fell apart so
seconds
fast. Am I crazy? Am I crazy for saying like that doesn't look like a gun to me?
All 6 pixels
Like if
of
I
it?
zoom in.
Are you serious? Ah. Aha. Oh, stretch him a little. Stretch the pixels.
I don't know. Like, how the fuck can anybody tell that's a gun for sure? How are people going off of this and being certain? How can you be certain?
There's another picture, a very clear one. Yeah, there was a gun on him. They did take the gun off of him. It's from another angle, and someone released it to X. Yes, they did. He did have a gun. It was a SIG P 320. And if you know, those types of guns, they are very fragile when it comes to like how trigger finger happy that gun is. That gun can literally go off by itself. I'm not even joking. It literally killed a military officer. He just set it on the counter. The gun went off by itself and it shot and killed him. Those guns are very faulty. So, and tomorrow we're gonna talk more about this because like it was confirmed by a former ICE agent who watched the video. I'm not gonna, it was Myron Gaines. I was watching Myron's show, but Myron confirmed, and then a lot of people, you can also hear in one video that I also watched too as well the other day, that you can hear someone says gun. You can hear someone say gun. I believe it was one of the ICE officers, and then there was a shot fired. That wasn't the first shot that they heard was not fired at the victim. No, the first shot came from the victim's gun, who the ICE officer took from the victim. So the first shot came from the gun. So at that moment, the ICE officers didn't know where the shot were coming from because they were still wrestling with the suspect or victim, whichever one you want to call it, on the ground, and they're all not going to be in sync to know what's really going on. So they heard a shot go off, and their first reaction is to open fire. That's the first reaction. So many people just don't understand is that, yes, when you're in the middle of like detaining someone and they have a loaded weapon, you don't know if they have a second loaded weapon or not. These types of things come up inside their minds, of course. But when you hear a shot go off, you don't know exactly where shot came from and what direction it came from. So your first initial thought is just to respond and neutralize the problem, which is lawful. That is a lawful action by federal law enforcement, by really any form of law enforcement. They have the authority to do so.
Off of this. Okay, keep watching. Okay.
So.
Hold on, wait, my phone's ringing.
Who the hell so many streamers?
Hello?
Are?
Oh, it's the spoon!
Beer, bro, what the fuck?
Absolutely retarded behavior from a concealed carrier. I think you're totally right. I do. I think you're completely right. I think this is absolutely fucking retarded to do. And at the end of the day, if he had complied with the police, if he didn't have the gun with him, like, there is a much higher probability that he wouldn't have been shot. There is. Like, it's undeniable.
Whoa.
And at the end of the day, if he had complied with the police, if he didn't have the gun with him, like, there is a much higher probability that he wouldn't have been shot.
Oh my god, what year is this? Are we
Bro, like, SQC acts like that's actually not, bro. Many legal advisors tell you that already, bro. People that specialize in law tell you to comply. You have to comply. Otherwise, yeah, you are going to get shot. Like, bro, SQC is the type of guy that doesn't understand the law. And he's going to tell his fans what they need, what he wants them to do instead of what they really need to do. What's going to end up leading to them getting shot. Like, bro, all these streamers are like literally just so stupid, bro. They don't understand the law.
do the oh my god, so we're gonna do the this girl came home from the club.
Yeah, that was the same original.
It's just crazy to me.
Son.
In any case, obviously this is utterly motionless nonsense. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because he's straight up saying, if Dan wants to do something useful and still be a Hassan hater, he should create a Track Hassan X account that posts his current location when he's out at protests. His location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. This is him and his cult.
It's so funny. Like, you look at like the far leftists, like they're at war with each other on their own side. Like, it's so crazy to me. Like, we got our own problems on the right, but you look at the leftists, like they're literally trying to get each other killed. Like, there's no love lost on that side no more. Like, they're so radicalized and so like disassociated from like the real world that they were literally turning each other and literally want to kill each other too as well. It reminds me of that Harry Sisson situation where he got caught being a womanizer, and most of all the left condemned him just because he lied about wanting to get laid. Like, any young man hasn't done that before. Like, they're canceling him for being straight. Imagine that. You get canceled for being straight.
This is this morning. Telling his co-host, his podcast co-host, Dan Stalkman, who has been trying to get me deplatformed and has worked alongside the ADL and things like that to actively get a bunch of pro-Palestinian people deplatformed on this platform for maintaining the now majority position, right? He's telling him, like, don't just stalk him the way that you've been.
It's kind of crazy. He hasn't been banned yet. This guy played Houthi music on Twitch live. Like, bro, he played literal like foreign terrorist organizations of music, their national anthem live on stream. That is crazy, bro. And he still didn't get banned for that, bro. Some people get banned for far less, man. Man, it's crazy.
Is the secret police. That is the SS. So, and now,
I mean, he goes on to say, like, this is the reason why accountability is important, which is, he's right about this. The only problem is he's a couple months late, right? The fact of the matter is they haven't been accountable for, at the very least, visibly, months. So
what do they have to be accountable for? Like, people are going out there and trying to stop them from doing their jobs. What do they have to be accountable for? They have a right to defend themselves, as any law enforcement does. That's their right. You don't have a right to go there and impede on their jobs because that's against the law. You can protest, you can record, but you don't have a right to physically get involved in, like, say, an arrest. So what do you mean accountable for what?
They are the Gestapo. They have been.
They're not the Gestapo. Like, you can keep saying it so many times that doesn't make them a Gestapo.
Gestapo for months.
Okay. New? Really? Asmon's mods banned Moist Critical's video on ICE for politics. How? That should be undone. Does his... Hold on. Is it Asmongold? This is it, right? When was this announcement? A year ago? Come on, bro. This guy, all he fucking does is politics. So it's just politics that make him look bad? Is banned?
Look bad. You think Moist Critical is about to debunk the case? Like, Moist Critical is just crying. That's all he's doing. He's not really debunking anything. Like, I watched the clip. That's not debunking anything. All he's doing is just talking about the pedal. All he does is just like, yes, the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, blah, blah, blah. We still need to go. Brother, we are still in the middle of deportations. We need those done too. Okay, you people that are like one-track minded or whatever are still focused on the Jeffrey Epstein files, bro. We still have deportations to commence, bro. What are you people talking about?
Pleasure to have you here, Minneapolis, in our city. I am.
Hassan Piker condemns the Democrats during his visit to Alex Pretty's memorial.
Policy American, I'm sure you're aware of MintPress, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So we're one of the leading independent media outlets in this country. Yeah. And obviously, it's quite devastating to see these kind of military-style tactics being brought to our city here.
Yeah.
And as a Palestinian who lived under Israeli occupation, all of these things that I've seen feel all too familiar.
Yes.
Do you agree?
Bro, these people are stupid, bro. Bro. These people are fucking, bro. I'm telling you, these people are so fucking ridiculous. This is why they all need to be deported, bro. Like, literally, like, some of these Americans just need to be deported with some of these illegal immigrants, bro. We don't need some of these people here, man. Like, if they want third world, they should go to the third world. That's my logic right now. Like, we should deport some of these people with them.
You agree, yes.
All right, I think
what is this
one
shit,
of the main
bro?
things I've heard from people is this would have never happened if, Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris were president right now. Top cop Kamala. So what do you have to say?
Bro, what?
About Democrats, considering that the Biden administration built the cages for children.
Honestly, a lot of Democrats like to say, "Oh, this kind of violence, police brutality would never happen if a Democrat was elected," and that's obviously not the case. Considering that police violence never really stopped under the Democratic Party. I mean, people don't remember, but Black Lives Matter initially started at Ferguson, and that was under Barack Obama. And at the time, a lot of Democrats were not very fond of Black Lives Matter as a protest movement, as a street movement, and I want to believe that sentiment, that Democrats are going to be different, but unfortunately, they're not showing that right now. It's always too little, too late. It's always, oh, maybe ICE is fine, but we don't want to fund ICE in this current version of ICE, never abolish ICE. Now, some Democrats do say that, but there's obviously not enough momentum in the National Party. They're not listening to the demands of the population, just like they spent 2 years refusing to reckon with the crime.
I could kind of somewhat agree with him about the Dems because, like, it's not much different on that side or whatever. But the difference with them is they want to flood this country with immigrants, and they're open about it. With some of these Republicans, especially considering that some of their ties to like a bunch of these big business millionaires, billionaires, they want these immigrants to come in because they want to be able to have pennies on the dollar employment. They don't want to be able to afford to pay an American a working salary. They rather an immigrant come in and do the job for far less than they have to pay for an American to come in and work that job and actually get paid an actual salary. So one thing I gotta agree with some of these socialist retards about is that, yeah, I can kind of see where we can kind of align at and understand that, yeah, a lot of these, we look right, you look left, they're all about wanting deeper, they want all about wanting these immigrants to come into the country. But at the same time, right now, a lot of the nationalists like myself on this side are pushing for immigration restrictionists. We want more, and we want immigration moratorium. We don't want more immigration at all. We don't even want these illegals to be here no more. Like, they have to go home, bro. Like, you've been in this country for years and you still haven't got your green card or whatever. You shouldn't even been let in the first place. That was on the failures of the Biden administration, who let in 10 million illegal immigrants, and probably even far more than just 10 million. It's probably not even that. It's probably 30 million probably they will let in. That's just me being that's a very hyperbolic number, but it's just like, it feels like there was more than just 10 million that were let in. Because we only deported like 300,000 at best. And now, considering January, probably deported close to 400,000 combined with last year's number. And those self-deportation numbers, they haven't been verifiably checked to verify if we do have that amount of people that actually like self-deported themselves, according to those numbers. Because I believe they said the number was around close to like 1 million self-deportations, but we haven't really verifiably checked those. So I don't believe that at all. And like, I've seen many people debunk that notion that 2 million deportees have already happened. That's not true. Only 3,000 have only happened. We need deportations right now. It's time to stop fucking around. We need to send these people back home. We need to send these people back home now. We need to stop playing around with this and just go ahead and execute the deportations right now. We need more deportations. Like, what was the purpose of the big beautiful bill? To send more funding to ICE so that way they can afford to hire more agents. They have more agents coming in. That means they have a chance to deport more people. That's the whole point of ICE. So,
of genocide in Gaza, and even to this day still have the audacity to bring that up as a gotcha when they say, oh, well, you should have voted for us, even in spite of the genocide. And as Ta-Nehisi Coates famously said, a party that doesn't care about genocide doesn't care about defending democracy either. And we're kind of seeing that right now, because the theoretical democratic process in America is currently being undermined in broad daylight. I mean,
that's okay.
The current democratic process that we've had a lot of issues with it already, right? Historically, like I say, we never had a true proletarian democracy, and I agree with that. But right now, we are very clearly moving in the direction of fascism. We're in the waters of fascism, and yet Democrats are not presenting a strong opposition that they really have to. If they want to preserve what remains of the theoretical democracy in America, they have to put a better fight. They have to put a stronger opposition up against the Republicans, and they're not doing it. So I want to believe that Democrats will be different, but they won't let me believe that Democrats are different, because I can't help but notice their inaction, and it's very frustrating.
I think a lot of people saw that picture of that toddler, Liam, who's in preschool, and they thought she'd never have Kamala, but I always bring up the fact that the Biden administration and the Obama administration built the cages for immigrant children.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that Donald Trump loved bringing up all the time. I was very much against Barack Obama's deportation policies. I mean, Tom Homan was the person that was conducting it. Even back then, Barack Obama gave him a medal. And now we know Tom Homan is a villain, but I mean, even back then he was a villain, doing the same exact stuff. Maybe not the same exact stuff, to be fair. It's always building on top of one another. The problem with the Democratic Party is that they play a role in ratcheting. They play a role in basically ratcheting and normalizing the violence of the preceding Republican administration. Republicans come in, they fuck everything up, they move further and further in the direction of fascism, and then oftentimes Democrats don't pull it back, don't scale it back. They end up normalizing.
All right, so let's move on for this one, because Assange is yapping right now. I think we're about to get into
I actually really love Russia, dude. It's fucking.
Yo, this fucking chick's fucking annoying, bro. I see her all the time through my X timeline, bro.
You guys treat the gays the right way. There's no fucking trannies.
But now in the U.S. it's good too. Like Trump, like he's against gays, huh?
let's just let the gays be gays, and we're fine. It's fine.
Dude, you guys are the last real fucking men in this world, dude. Holding it down.
I like Sean Strickland. Bass. Yeah, this right here is something I actually want to talk about right quick.
I wanted to ask.
Yo, this African tour that I Show Speed's been on right now, it's kind of just showing you exactly exposing, you know, the West. I already knew this for a long time about Africa. You know, me being partially black or whatever. Like, it just goes to show you that Africa really is just a shithole, like they've always said. I mean, it's just the truth. Some of these villages are still like living in the caveman times. Like, they haven't really innovated as much as they should have, bro. Like, China as a whole doesn't even live like this bad, and especially in some of their poorer parts. You know, any European country does not live like this in any parts. Even some poor neighborhoods in America over here right now don't live as bad as some of these parts in Africa do. You mean to tell me? And I'm speaking, of course, it's a broad statement because, like, I'm speaking when I say Africa, it's a continent, of course. But like in any of these African countries in the continent, look at how poor bro, they're still living like they're fucking, like they're back in the Stone Age, bro. Spear chucking, you know, doing these ritual dances, these voodoo crap. Like, and now Speed's been on this tour, he's been on this tour all around the continent of Africa, from north, south, central. And then he's seen exactly what Africa really looks like. Like, I've always known this, bro. Like, there's nothing better than America, bro. There's nothing. Like, these people here haven't really evolved. They have not evolved, bro. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. They still haven't evolved yet. And they're going to say, oh, certain parts of Africa has evolved. They have drivable cars or whatever. Yeah, why doesn't the whole country itself evolved? Why is there still villages that look like they're back during the Stone Age? Why? It just goes to show you that this tour, because he wanted to show Africa in a different light, he actually just proved everyone right in America about what they've always said about the country, about these countries in the African continent. Like most of these black nationalists or whatever that go out on camera and speak highly of like countries in Africa and say that Africa's a beautiful place, bro, they're going to the nice parts. They're not talking about the bad parts where a lot of these people are literally dying from diseases. They're going out there still hunting for their food with spears. They haven't really innovated from a technological standpoint. You know, a lot of the GDP is not up to par. Like, bro, a lot of these people, they're just propagandists, bro. A lot of these black nationalists, they're literally just pushing propaganda. When you actually see it on real camera and see how they really are there, you wonder why, like, it's been called a shithole, bro. Sorry. And Speed's face right there when he got into this is not the first time he's been attacked over there either. When he's coming back to America, he's just going to be pretty much like, fuck Africa. He's going to say, fuck the whole continent of Africa at that point. I'm never going fucking back. If I go back, I'm going to stay in the nicer neighborhoods. I'll go to South Africa so I can talk to the nice white South African women. So, but yeah, this just goes to show you, hey, people were right, bro.
Oh my god, this guy was on his grind though.
I don't know who the fuck that is.
Democrats are not presenting a strong opposition that they really have to if they want to preserve.
This is guy again.
What should they be doing? By his argumentation, number one, and number two, you need to prove that we wouldn't be swimming in the waters of fascism, or that we would be just the same if Kamala Harris was president, which you can't do. Like, he can't keep...
Bro. Like, this guy reminds me of the biggest... I guarantee you, this guy likes... He likes a woman to go on the back, and you know, do the back door. Fa! I don't have a soundboard, so I can't press a soundboard right now, but I'll just make the noise. Fa! Like, look at this guy. Like, this guy right here and Hassan are not much different from each other. They both look like they're both from... Obviously, their descendants are from the Middle East, from the Third World, of course. And, you know, this one right here is I feel like he's more soy boyish than Hassan. Or it's probably 50-50. They're both soyish. Because, like, you look at both of them, like... These are your average, like, Democratic voters right here. Like, and, you know, besides the white liberals and, you know, all the other ethnic groups that vote left, you know, these are your average, like, you know, liberals. These are, like, your political commentators for the left. Like, they all have a signature look, too, as well. It's so funny. You know, when you see Hassan, he looks just like this dude right here with the glasses on. Like, literally, they look like they could be brothers.
Telling this lie. He is identical to Trump. He's literally Trump. When he
just called
after
him Trump,
he makes
bro. He literally just called him Trump, bro. That's crazy. That's why I said the left is just like so stupid, bro. Like they're more of a cult over there than MAGA. Like I don't even feel like MAGA is much more of a cult than the left. The left is actually more of a cult. They willing to go as far as the push violence for their political ideology, and people will always say January 6th or whatever. Let me bring up a key point right quick about January 6th about this. How many people actually were harmed that weren't the protesters themselves during January 6th? Because Ashley Babbitt was also one, and it's a controversial thing. You know, it's a sad thing that she lost her life or whatever. And I'm sad about any people or anybody losing their life, of course. Like all life is precious or whatever, no matter what side of the political spectrum you're on. But the only instance of like a massive violent event is either Charlottesville or January 6th. And when you look at the context of all those instances, first off, January 6th, hardly anybody got hurt. If you compare that to like the BLM riots, more people died compared to the BLM riots compared to January 6th. And it was, if you look at all the footage that was available during that time, during the protest of January 6th, up until they invaded the Capitol or whatever, it seemed like they were purposely led there to be let in. Nancy Pelosi was asked by Trump if she wants to deploy the National Guard there to defend the Capitol from the January 6ers. Trump didn't go tell them to go there and just invade the Capitol or whatever. That's just completely lie. You can't find me a quote in where he says go and storm the Capitol or whatever and say emphatically tell them to just go there and just take it over. You cannot find me one. Now, when it comes to Charlottesville, when you look at the context of that, they were peacefully protesting. Antifa showed up there, and then it turned into a bigger issue afterwards, and then it turned into like a massive brawl. So when you look at all this context about all these events that pertain to like right-leaning protest activist groups, you always feel like there's more to the story than just what it meets the eye. With these ICE protests, it's very just cut and dry. These people just hate law enforcement. Like their definition of like using authoritarian, fascist, Nazi, if you look at the historical definition, it does not apply at all to like the federal government enforcing its laws. Like these people just hate the laws. They're like anarchists, you know, Marxist, communist, socialist. They just hate the laws being enforced. That's all they do. So guys like him is probably a socialist. Hassan, you know, he's a socialist. Talks about it all the time how much he loves socialism. I mean, like literally he went on a propaganda tour to China and talked about how much he loves Mao Chong. Literally, I'm not even joking when I say this. Like literally, he was dressed like General Mao. The wardrobe when he went to the Streamer Awards, he literally was dressed like General Mao. It's funny. I actually got the theme song, their actual national anthem theme song, but I can't play it on YouTube because I think I'm gonna get banned. But yeah. So I don't even want to react to this. We're probably about to get to the content portion of the show. So how Trump broke late night TV. This is our first reaction of the night right here because we got like a couple of videos to watch. Some of them are like very long. Let's see. You got this one. We got incredibly satisfying downfall of internet anarchist. The deserved end of FaZe Clan. Miskiff has nowhere left to go. And we got some police shootings, of course. We can't always go wrong with those. Got Gavin Newsom versus the world. We have did McKinsey ruin Disney? That one's going to be an interesting one. I'm trying to decide how I'm going to do this in order. I'm probably going to play this one first. I already watched the video where I watched the majority. If I didn't watch the rest of it, I'm probably about to go use the bathroom right quick, and I'll be right back. I'm probably going to let it play and then come back and get my commentary afterwards.
I mean, that son of a bitch, you know. It's really unbelievable. Remember that guy who used to host The Apprentice? I dreamed we elected him president. Yeah, no, I never imagined that we'd ever have a president like this, and I hope we don't ever have another president like this again.
Trump, just last week, he confirmed to the National Review that he is again considering a run in 2016.
Do it.
Do it. Look at me. Do it. I will personally write you a campaign check now on behalf of this country, which does not want you to be president, but which badly wants you to run.
Donald Trump posted, I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings. Would an untalented man be able to compose the following satirical witticism? Go yourself.
If this morning you finally woke up from a coma, well, you might want to go back.
Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here. I could go outside in the beautiful streets and pick up a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going.
In 2014, when you'd come home from work, flip on the TV around 11:30 p.m., you'd probably see Jimmy Fallon playing some ridiculous game where celebrities have to guess songs while wearing giant headphones or something. David Letterman would be throwing stuff off the roof of his building. Conan O'Brien would be doing that weird string dance that makes absolutely no sense, but somehow works. This was late night television at its purest, harmless, goofy, politically neutered entertainment. I mean, sure, they'd take gentle shots at politicians, Obama's ears.
She talks about my ears a lot. That's an old standard, how big they are.
Bush's malapropisms.
George Bush is now so unpopular, he must defend his job against Russell Crowe.
Clinton's appetite.
All right, yeah, everybody, okay, all right, yeah. How's everybody? Yeah.
But it was all fair game, all in good fun. The jokes landed because they weren't trying to destroy anyone. They were just trying to make you laugh before you went to sleep. Jay Leno, the king of this era, had a simple philosophy.
To me, I always like to humiliate and degrade both sides equally.
Yeah. Johnny Carson before him operated on the same principle. Make fun of everyone equally. Keep it light, keep it broad, give America something to laugh about together, regardless of whether they voted red or blue. But something happened in the summer of 2015 that would shatter this delicate ecosystem forever. A reality TV star with a bad comb over rode down a golden escalator and announced he was running for president.
I am officially running for president of the United States.
And in that moment, though none of us knew it yet, late night television began eating itself alive. Donald Trump became an obsession when he became a presidential candidate, a fixation, a white whale that would drive an entire industry of professional comedians completely, utterly, magnificently insane. Now, the premise of this video is the claim that Trump changed late night TV, but it's actually more than that. It's the story of how America's court jesters convinced themselves they were freedom fighters, how the people whose job was to help you laugh at the absurdity of politics decided instead to pick a side and wage war, how the industry built on bringing people together became a weapon for tearing them apart. And in trying to destroy Trump, these hosts ended up proving every single point he'd ever made about the media and Hollywood. They became the thing he said they were. And for some reason, they turned themselves into his greatest campaign advertisements. You probably won't believe this, but there actually was a time when Donald Trump was just a punchline, the flashy businessman with questionable taste who showed up on late night shows to promote whatever vanity project he was working on that week.
As you can see right now, in late night shows, they'll go through it a little bit and then I'm going to continue on. Late night shows used to be it used to be pretty much what podcasting is turning into right now. Like podcasting took over their jobs right now. When you look at late night shows, you used to go and just like get that feel of like them giving you some, some witty humor here and there, some nice, very rare, well coordinated guests to come through, talk about their recent movies coming up. You get some politicians to come in here and there as well to talk about what's going on, what do they have planned going on for America, especially people that are like in the middle of like running for like a presidency or whatever. Many presidents over the years have made appearances on like late night talk shows, of course. Government officials too as well, senators, governors, mayors. All the types have made appearances, like going on late night talk shows, because late night talk show used to be the most popular thing to go on. Now that's phased out right now. because now it's more of like podcasting, streaming has took over the game. When you look at what exactly has taken the place of late night talk shows, it's streaming and podcasting. So it's no longer, you don't have to like worry about going to Jimmy Kimmel to go there and to reach a bigger audience, because Jimmy Kimmel's audience is nothing but like a bunch of left-leaning liberals who just who are pro-immigration. You know, we're not trying to offend the black people or whatever. We're, you know, anti-racist, whatever. Oh gosh, we're pro-LGBTQ, gay rights for all. You know, we'll go marching in the parades with all these degenerate scums waving the rainbow colored flag around everywhere. Woo, woo, woohoo, woohoo. Like, that's the type of people that watch these types of shows, because Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel don't shy away from hiding their political beliefs at all. You know, especially over the years, because Jimmy Kimmel's been very radicalized by Trump being in office. Dude is obsessed with talking about Trump. I don't even think he can't even go a single episode without mentioning Trump's name for any like boosting ratings or a little jab, pretty much. Because like he's so obsessed with, like, ever since Trump ran on basically becoming on like basically running on like, you know, his second his first administration, of course, was a complete disaster. Now he ran again in 2020, of course, where he was trying to run again for re-election. Didn't happen. Joe Biden won in 2020. Then 2024, he ran first against Joe Biden, then against Kamala, and then his rhetoric, his entire election run in 2024 was about immigration. This time he was amping up that talking points even more and saying that if he's elected again, he would make sure ICE would follow through on deportations at massive amounts, mass deportations, basically. No more funding foreign wars. He would end all wars, no new wars. Elon Musk would be brought in to clean the swamp. He would drain the swamp of all debt and pretty much rid America of unnecessary spending. He would help the Department of the Homeland, HHS, fix all this unnecessary consumption of like harmful food and dye products that are killing Americans at a massive amount and making Americans unhealthy. That's what Trump was running on in 2024. Now, of course, you know, a lot of people, especially in late night talk shows, a lot of them are liberals, and, you know, they didn't like none of these talking points because they feel like this is un-American in their eyes. But none of these guys live in the real world, bro. Most of these people are rich. Most of these people live in gated communities. They live in Beverly, but so many people live in Beverly Hills. If it hasn't already been burned to the ground, of course, because of all those massive fires that were going on in 2024. But a lot of these people don't live in reality. So whenever they're given like a political take, and you notice that too with celebrities, they don't give a political take from, you know, the facts on the ground. They're giving a political take because of their emotions and because of how they feel and not what they really actually know. None of these people are actually like political savvies. None of these people actually know politics. They don't actually know what real policy is. They don't actually know how bills are really like passed or whatever. They think they know, but they don't. So, but you've seen like this massive like change over the years in the late night talk show that they've become so Trump obsessed that that's just all they talk about. Like, they can't stop talking about Trump more than ever. Like, they're obsessed with just running his name every time they get a chance or throwing a jab at him every time they get a chance. So, late night talk show used to be the thing to go on, especially when you know like how many people, especially during my mom's generation, my mom's generation, and so on and so forth. Especially like Jay Leno back in the day. Jay Leno used to really be popular when I was very young, when he was still doing his late night talk show before he got away and retired from it. So late night talk shows were the thing to go on, especially whenever you're like doing something that's pertaining to, like, you know, say an acting role, you know, politics, you know, anything of those sorts, like music. So, you know, they were always the shows to go on. Now that's been pretty much moved away. And also mainstream media. Mainstream media has been wiped out too. Like I said, what got Trump elected in 2024 were streamers and podcasters. That's the new media now. That's the new late night talk shows right now. So that's the type of time we live in right now. And all these guys have done now over the years, they can't like adapt. They can't change the formula. They're just still basically in like this old like caveman like formula, and they don't know how to really overcome it and pretty much like evolve. Jimmy Kimmel's still doing the same old talk show like he's always done for like the 1000th time. So, but anyways, well, let's get back into the video.
See Star Wars.
I might. Yeah.
You might. Did you watch any of the other Star Wars movies?
I watched maybe one or two. I'm so busy. I don't have a lot of time for this, to be honest.
I got you.
But great stuff.
Great stuff. Okay.
It's George Lucas. I mean, no, the whole thing. I mean, the job he's done is.
In December 2015, candidate Trump appeared on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Hard to believe now, but it actually happened, and it was standard fare. You know, softball questions, a few gentle ribs about his hair, maybe a bit about his Twitter habits, and of course, Kimmel got his ratings bump. Everyone went home happy. This was the old system working exactly as designed. Celebrities use late night to humanize themselves, hosts get content, audiences get entertained. But even then, you could sense something a little different in the air. The comedy writers had found something kinda irresistible about Trump. Not just his personality or his orange glow. I'm talking about his pure, undiluted absurdity. He really did look like a man who seemed engineered in a lab to be the perfect comedic target.
No, get those lights off! Off! Turn them off!
It's also important to know that many of these guys probably didn't even think Trump was going to win in 2016. Like, they didn't even think he was going to win. A lot of these people thought that Trump was going to lose. When he won, this was a big shock all around America, pretty much all around the world, because you look at where Trump came from. He comes from being the business world. He was a big TV star too. The Apprentice. You know, we've spoken about this many times on the show right now about his stint in Hollywood, and you know, him coming from the business world, of course, making the art of the deal, making great deals that benefited him and his partners. So Trump was never really known to be like a guy that could go someday run to become president. No one ever had to look at him and just like come to that conclusion that this guy right here is going to be future president of the United States. And then fast forward to 2015, 2016, he runs and he wins. He beats Hillary Clinton, who there was many different factors into why she lost, but I mean, like, it's because she ran a trash campaign, and then she also just, the Russiagate stuff didn't really help much matters either. So, hey, it was a success on Trump's part.
Off, they're too bright. Turn them off. Turn them off. Let's go. Ready? Turn off the lights.
And the problem for these people was that Trump understood this game better than anyone realized. He'd been playing it for decades. He knew that in America, being famous is more valuable than being respected, and being talked about is more valuable than being liked. Every joke about his hair was free publicity. Every impression was free branding. The comedians thought they were mocking him, but Trump was using them. John Oliver was the first to sense the danger. For most of 2015, he'd avoided covering Trump on his show and actually said,
As I said at the top of the show, it took me almost 30 seconds to say the name Donald Trump. Do you care about him at all?
I couldn't give less of a
But as Trump surged in the GOP primaries, Oliver, like the true progressive warrior he was, felt he had to act. In February 2016, he devoted 22 minutes to dismantling Trump. The centerpiece was a bit about Trump's family name, originally being Drumpf.
The name Trump was not always his family's name. One biographer found that a prescient ancestor had changed it from, and this is true, Drumpf. Yes.
Oliver created fake campaign merchandise, launched a website, even built a Chrome extension that would replace Trump with Drumpf across the internet.
And if you go to donaldjdrumpf.com, which we own, you can download a Drumpfinator Chrome extension, which will replace the word Trump with Drumpf wherever it appears in your browser. And you can also buy the Make Donald Drumpf Again hat.
Bro, these people were like literally like obsessed with him. Like, I don't understand like the derangement syndrome aspect about like just hating someone just because like they're of a different political ideology than you. Like, we can disagree and still pretty much be friends, but according to these people and their worldviews, it's like if you're not like with this normie ideology and this obsession with like just like never just like having like a base take about anything, never just being realistic about stuff, and just like not saying not saying stuff like, "Oh, women can't drive." No, women can drive. Don't you say that. Or there's two genders. Oh, what did you say, bro? You can't say that. It's like, bro, these people like literally like this side of like the political aisle just don't live in reality. Like they're major soy boys. And this guy right here, you know, he's a Jew, of course, but it's like, bro, these people right here, they don't live in reality, bro. Like they're cucks to their wives, and then it's like that side of the aisle is just not cool, bro. It's not cool to be progressive. Like these guys look at you, they reek of like non-masculine men. But the one thing I could always say is like today we won the culture war on the right because like these guys are calling people on the right gay now. They won't say they won't say the F slang. I mean, they won't say the F slang, but they would say they would just call us gay or whatever. But just like, bro, that means we won the culture war because now you guys have to concede on the insults now you're throwing at us on this side, that you're sitting here calling us these terms that we use on this side frequently, to where, because like you guys pretty much lost the culture war and you have to admit the right wing won.
And it went viral. Tens of thousands of parody hats sold. Oliver foolishly thought he was delivering a killing blow. Instead, he was writing the playbook for what late night would become. Not just comedy about politics, but comedy as politics. Not just making fun of Trump, but actively campaigning against him.
If you are thinking of voting for Donald Trump, the charismatic guy promising to make America great again.
Yeah, these late night talk shows became, you know, non-paid activists for like the Democrats. They became campaign members without actually being offered the jobs. Like these guys were literally like they were campaigning for their candidate on their shows and doing their best to ensure their candidate will win by going on there and trying to demonize the other side as best as they could. Like late night talk show pretty much just turned into like a propaganda machine now, if it already wasn't. You know, most of these guys were already liberals already from the jump, but it's just like they became more liberalized as time goes on. And pretty much like they went from like, I'll give you an analogy right quick. You know, in Dragon Ball Z, there's transformations, okay? You got the main character going from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3. These liberals went from being liberals to being leftists and to being progressives. Which, if you don't understand what's the difference between all of them, they seem like they're all left-leaning. They'll tell you straight up there's a difference between all three. Because one, the average liberal, you know, the standard of what you think of liberal is that doesn't lean towards socialism is like the average, like pretty much what I would call the average liberal. Then the other ones, what I would say like the leftist is like more of like the super like leaning towards progressivism, but it's like in the middle between an average liberal and moving towards like that progressive ideology. The progressive is just like a far leftist, you know, pro gay rights, Black Lives Matter, you know, pro gay rights, Black Lives Matter. What was I forgot the top of my head. Fuck. Pro immigration. You know, liberals and leftists and progressives all agree pro immigration, and then a lot of these progressive types, they all believe in socialism, Marxism, you know, communism. That's what they all believe in. Like the average liberal, if you look at the original liberal, he did not believe in none of this stuff. As time gone on right now, these college students, as time progressed, no pun intended, they all started to drift a little far left and started to be radicalized by Marxist teachings, to where they now believe in communism, Marxism, and socialism. You know, there got people that are quote unquote on the right or whatever that are communists too, the American Communist Party, but it's just like communism, we don't want in this country. It's never been successful in any country that's not America. We can't go off and copy other countries' formulas that pretty much didn't overtake the United States, because the United States has a formula that's always worked for itself. Why would we take on another ideology because these people just can't afford their basic needs or whatever? And I can understand, yeah, capitalism is keeping some people from being able to afford, you know, housing. In some areas I criticize capitalism, housing, you know, grocery, you know, stuff that's pertaining towards that, you know, affording a car, you know, basically affording anything. Let's just go from a general standpoint. Pretty much just affording like the basic everyday needs that you need to survive in this world. I agree that we can add and tune that up a little bit to better fix it. So that way Americans could be able to better afford a livable life for them and their families. But however, to basically socialize the entire economy, the GDP of America, basically to socialize like basic needs like medicine, you know, socialize like basically like, you know, healthcare, bus, you know, like what Zoran Mondani wants to do in New York, like basically make bus pretty much the state's bus travel free, and Americans don't have to pay for that at all. Someone has to pay for that. That's not impossible to sit there and like nationalize everything and just make it like free for Americans to use without having to spend a dime on it at all, because someone would have to pay for that eventually anyways. So that's the problem with a lot of these types right here, these progressive types, these far leftists, that they want to turn America into basically what the Bolsheviks did with Russia. They want to turn the country into a communist country, but Soviet Union failed. Like, in some cases, you gotta look at it and say that it's still there in Russia. You know, even though Russia is ruled underneath a different political system now, it's ruled underneath authoritarianism, not communism anymore. Still, you can kind of make the argument that some of the Soviet Union ideology is still there in the government, but it's not fully there anymore. They've pretty much drifted away from that. That's why the flag is the red, white, and blue flag now, and not the standard red, the logo for communism flag. So, but this is to just give you like a clear understanding of like what's the difference between a liberal, a leftist, and a progressive. Because they're making tell you all the time, I'm a leftist, but I'm not a progressive or a liberal. I'm a liberal, but I'm not a progressive or a leftist. I'm a progressive, I'm not a liberal or a leftist. Most of these people, even though people on the right, we would group them all together, they still disagree in a lot of other areas amongst themselves. There's a reason why Destiny and Hassan disagree, and why Destiny pretty much wants to get Hassan killed. Don't shoot the messenger on that one.
Stop and take a moment to imagine how you would feel if you just met a guy named Donald Trump. A litigious serial liar.
The one thing you need to know about the entertainment industry is that absolutely nothing drives ratings like hatred. Absolutely nothing generates more clicks, more shares, more passionate engagement than giving people permission to feel righteously angry about someone they already hate. And Trump was comedy on crack. Pure, uncut, addictive content that made audiences feel smart and superior and morally justified all at the same time. Jokes about Trump always got applause. The comedic equivalent of a drug that made everyone feel good about themselves while destroying their capacity for literally any nuance. But the moment the old system died came in September 2016.
And Trump's not even like a traditional conservative. He's not even a nationalist. Like, them calling him a fascist or whatever, he's not at all fits the criteria for even being a nationalist, bro. Like, imagine this. When he says the slogan "America First," let's hone in on that right quick. Is being America First giving amnesty to a bunch of illegals that were already here that have federally paid jobs? Is that America First? No, it's not. Is it also one to bring in more Chinese nationals into the country to study at big institutions in America, educational institutions in America? Is that America First? No, it's not. Like, people go at Trump and think that Trump is actually like a national, like he's a hardcore fascist, a Nazi or whatever. He's the second coming of Adolf. He's not even close to even being a nationalist, bro. For him to even fit the criteria for being a fascist or a Nazi or whatever, he doesn't even fit the criteria for being a nationalist that wants to really prioritize the growth of this country 100%, because he wants to bring in more nationals into the country, whereas a lot of people on this side of the political aisle, we don't want no more immigrants. We want immigration moratorium. We want the border completely and utterly closed, and we want to prioritize our own people that are already here. We don't need no more immigrants into the country. We need to give them jobs to Americans that deserve and need them. We don't need to give prioritizations to jobs. I don't care about how much we're going to suffer in the short-term run, because in the long-term run, it's going to benefit us better by giving those jobs to Americans. We don't need to keep giving those jobs away to nationals that come here into the country and just basically want to take advantage of the country and just pretty much have a great place to where they can easily take advantage of the system like the Somali community has done. The Somali community coming to America, and look what they're doing. They're committing billions of dollars of fraud because the system is set up for that. We don't need to fix the system. We just need to deport these people. It's not the system's fault. Who are the biggest consumers of all the things? Who are the biggest consumers of like housing? Like when it comes to like housing, like when it comes to welfare, basically, when it comes to like the housing, the medical, the stamps, you know, the SNAP benefits. Who are the biggest consumers? When you break it down and go into like nationality wise, when you go into like ethnic statistics and then you break it down by that, you realize that it's mostly immigrants that have come into the country that are the biggest recipients of welfare. The biggest recipients of welfare. When you break it down from a ratio, and then you break it down from an immigrant to American ratio, from an immigrant to American, you realize like they're some of the biggest recipients of welfare, not Americans. Of course. And the more that they come in, the more and more they're going to be recipients to welfare, because the left is going to, if the left comes back and gets in power, they're going to make sure these immigrants get all the welfare benefits that they need. When you see all these guys make a big fuss about trying to ensure Obamacare continues on or whatever, that is just, bruh. Obamacare is still not making welfare any less, still not making Medicaid any less cheaper or affordable for Americans at all. We're still not getting, a lot of Americans still don't even have access to medical insurance, even to this point. But for somehow, immigrants who have been in this country for like an X amount of years that still don't even have legal status, they're able to easily get access to fucking, they're easily able to access welfare very simple and very easily. Why is it that Americans that have been here for a long time can't even get access to these benefits that could really help them out in the long run, but an immigrant who's just got here not even that long ago, he's able to easily get it for easy? And most of this is just done just to gain votes. These people shouldn't even be allowed to be here, let alone even vote in elections. They're done. That's done on purpose. So, but yeah, 100%. Like Trump being a Nazi or a fascist or whatever, he doesn't even meet the criteria for being a nationalist, bro.
When Jimmy Fallon made a fatal mistake, he treated Trump like a normal human being.
Do you want to tell me a little bit about yourself? Well, I'm an extraordinarily handsome person. I have a beautiful head of hair. I noticed that, yeah.
Trump appeared on The Tonight Show during the general election campaign. You have to understand that Fallon was actually the least political among all the late night show hosts. Weird, I know. But he gave Trump the kind of goofy interview that had made him famous. You know, they talked about Trump's sleep habits, his Twitter obsessions, his diet. And then, in what seemed like harmless physical comedy, Fallon asked if he could mess up Trump's hair.
Can I mess your hair up?
Trump agreed. Fallon reached over and playfully tousled that famous comb over while the audience laughed. It should have been nothing. A silly moment in a silly interview on a show built entirely around silly moments, but the reaction was swift and it was merciless. Variety declared that Fallon had lost, quote, the last shred of his credibility. People accused him of, quote, normalizing a proto-fascist candidate. His own industry turned on him like a pack of wolves. They sent the message that there would be no neutrality in the Trump era. You were either part of the resistance or you were part of the problem. Obviously, Fallon tried to defend himself. He claimed he was just doing comedy, but it was too late. The mob had spoken. His ratings actually began to tank, while Stephen Colbert, who had transformed his show into a nightly Trump hate fest, shot to #1. By 2018, he was expressing regret, saying he'd...
You know what's so funny? He's owned by Paramount. And Paramount now is owned by Larry Ellison's son, David Ellison, who's very friendly with the Trump administration. You know, hardcore Zionist and, you know, Jew. So it's funny now, Stephen Colbert's show got canceled too. And of course, many people on the left are blaming, you know, the right for canceling his show, whatever. Truth be told, who's watching late night TV anymore? Like, I'll be real, who's watching late night TV anymore in 2025? Like, these guys just don't get ratings anymore. Like, I'm not watching late night TV. I'm up doing my show right now. Like, these guys don't generate ratings anymore.
Do it differently because of the backlash and emotional toll it had on him. And a very important lesson was learned across the industry. Hate sells and neutrality dies. If you wanted to survive in late night, you better pick the right side, or in this case, the left side, and you better pick it loudly.
Thank you, Sarah. I had to come back. Sometimes when you're president, you have to make sacrifices, so I skipped that night.
There's a reason they call it jumping the shark and not jumping the politician. But apparently nobody told late night TV hosts that the second one is way more embarrassing. By early 2017, something unprecedented had happened in the history of American entertainment. Late night comedy hosts had appointed themselves as leaders of the political opposition. This is important because these weren't comedians who occasionally commented on politics or entertainers who happened to have opinions. These were full-time professional nightly critics of the sitting president of the United States. Stephen Colbert led the charge, and his transformation was actually nothing short of remarkable. When he'd taken over The Late Show in 2015, he'd struggled in the ratings and actually trailed Jimmy Fallon by massive margins. Audiences seemed unsure what to make of Colbert without his Comedy Central character. Turns out he was funnier as a fake conservative than as a real liberal.
As we've heard this morning, America's farms are presently far too dependent on immigrant labor to pick our fruits and vegetables. Now, the obvious answer is for all of us to stop eating fruits and vegetables.
But Trump changed everything. Colbert retooled his entire show around a simple premise. Every night for roughly 12 minutes, he would systematically dismantle whatever Trump had done that day. But would he do it through balanced analysis or thoughtful critique? Of course not. He'd do it through pure, concentrated mockery solely designed to make Trump look as stupid and dangerous as possible. And unfortunately, it worked. By February...
Yeah, it's not like done in like a political analyst. Like Stephen Colbert is just not, he's not a political commentator at all. Like he's a late night talk show that just goes out there and is supposed to like entertain people. He's an entertainer. He's not like a political analyst. He's not a political dissector. No, he's just a guy that goes out there, just does a talk show for entertainment purposes. So could you really expect him to really dissect what Trump's saying on like a broader, a more enhanced spectrum? No. He's just gonna go out there, just yap and just like try to make fun of him, make him butt of a joke. That's just all Stephen Colbert's gonna do.
2017, Colbert had beaten Fallon in total viewers for the first time. By the end of the 2016 to 2017 television season, he was the undisputed king of late night.
Funny that these guys are talking a lot about ICE, but they were pro-vax. They were pro staying inside, you know, social distance, you know, get the shot or whatever. These types of late night talk show hosts were pro-vax, were pro listen to the government at that point. They were pro staying inside, get your shots, you know, social distance, wear your mask. They will listen to the federal government at that point. But right now, when it comes to these deportations or whatever, oh no, we do not listen to the Gestapo. We don't listen to the Gestapo. Bro, you can't take this late night talk show host serious.
Analysts attributed his success to, quote, greater interest in politicized comedy under the Trump administration. Translation, people wanted to be told that their hatred was justified, and Colbert was happy to oblige. And in May 2017, he crossed the line. See, earlier that day, Trump had appeared on CBS's Face the Nation and dismissed host John Dickerson as fake news in the middle of an interview.
You know, it's very funny when the fake media goes out, you know, which we call the mainstream media, which sometimes I must say is you, but when the media personally owns your show, I love your show. I call it Face the Nation.
Essentially calling Colbert's own colleague a liar on his own network. And so naturally, Colbert did what any mature professional would do. He completely lost his mind on live television. Defending Dickerson, Colbert unleashed a barrage of schoolyard insults that would have embarrassed the middle schooler.
John Dickerson is a fair-minded journalist and one of the most competent people who will ever walk into your office, and you treat him like that? I love your presidency. I call it disgrace the nation. You're the bloatest.
Bro, look like he's about to start crying right now. You know what he's going on these tantrum insults as Trump. Like, look, I don't know if you can see it. Look at his face right here in this moment.
Your office, and you treat him like that? I love your presidency.
Look at him. Look. Like, this looks like a guy that looks like he's about to start crying right now, bro. Like, just because one of his colleagues from CBS just got told he's fake news, and then it's like he goes out there just like he's throwing a tantrum. Bro, one thing I give them credit, like, there's definitely some form of tribalism over there at CBS, but now that it's owned by the Ellisons, yeah, a lot of these guys are being weeded out or whatever. And I haven't even watched anything on Paramount. I don't watch much TV, honestly speaking. I'm always on the computer. I'm always on my computer. I rarely watch TV. I watch streams. I watch streamers and stuff. I watch political content, mostly. So I barely ever watch TV. I haven't seen much TV at all in I don't know how long now. But this guy is just being emotional right now. It is some form of tribalism over there at CBS.
I call it disgrace the nation. You're the bloatest.
You look like he's literally about to cry right now, bro. I just don't, bro. It's not that serious.
with a button. You're a regular Gorge Washington. You're the president, but you're turning into a real pricktator.
Clever wordplay that surely took the writing staff hours to craft, but the pièce de resistance was his declaration that Trump's mouth was only good for one thing.
In fact, the only thing your mouth is good for is being Vladimir Putin's holster.
But CBS didn't fire him. They didn't even reprimand him. His ratings even went up. Again, this sent a message. There was no penalty for going too far against Trump, only rewards, and it created a feedback loop that would define the next 4 years of late night television. Each host tried to outdo the others in their contempt for Trump. Each monologue had to be angrier than the last. Each joke had to cut deeper. Their progressive audience demanded escalation, and the hosts were happy to provide
Imagine this. You're getting paid, and you're getting paid to go on the air just to shit talk a guy and just basically just like bash him as much as possible. Like, that is your entire, like, you're basically getting paid to just like hate somebody. Like, you're getting paid to push like hateful rhetoric towards somebody that can ultimately lead to that person, as you saw with Trump in his election run in 2024, almost losing his life. And none of these guys backed off on their rhetoric either. They're still going hard as hell on him right now. And Jimmy Kimmel made a bad joke about Trump, you know, is his constitutional right or whatever. But he made that bad joke about Charlie Kirk, and then also he didn't even let up even after Trump was almost had his life taken or whatever either. Like, these guys are literally just, they don't care about nothing besides just the dollar signs, and to go out there and just demonize one man that they hate. In reality, he's like a traditional liberal. He's more like them, even though these guys have drifted further to the left and more, and then like they're more like the progressive. They're between the progressive and the leftist. I know some of these guys probably don't believe in socialism 100%, but it's just like they're kind of like in that territory right there. And like you can just see how they are, like how they act and stuff. Like Trump really did do a number on them mentally, because like these guys like literally probably have to take medication every time before and after they go on air. Like these guys have like, bro, he's broken them mentally, because like they're deranged about him. I bet every day they look themselves in the mirror, they can't stop thinking about Trump. Probably when they're plowing their girlfriend, they're thinking about him. Pause.
Seth Meyers transformed his show into something called a closer look. Long segments that were more like opposition research than comedy.
That's crazy.
As President Trump brags about his handling of the hurricane in Puerto Rico, it's becoming clearer than ever that there are no adults around Trump to control his worst impulses. For more on this, it's time for a closer look.
Night after night, Myers would spend 10 to 15 minutes fact-checking Trump's statements, analyzing his policies, and explaining why everything the president did was not just wrong, but dangerous. Myers had essentially turned late night into a 12:30 a.m. version of the Rachel Maddow show, with all the graphics, clips, and the kind of detailed policy analysis you'd expect from a comedian.
He literally has two charts full of information right next to him. All he had to do was look left or right, but instead he decided to ramble off the top of his head like a fifth grader who just saw a mall fountain.
But see, Jimmy Kimmel took a different approach. When his newborn son needed heart surgery in May 2017, Kimmel delivered a moving monologue about the experience, but he didn't stop there. He pivoted seamlessly into a passionate plea to preserve Obamacare and argued that no parent should have to choose between their child's life and their financial security. People called the monologue, quote, heartfelt and powerful. It also went viral, generated millions of views and a ton of media coverage. And this is when Kimmel and most progressives had discovered something very interesting. People would accept almost any political message if it was wrapped in genuine emotion. So he kept going. 4 months later, Republican senators introduced the Graham-Cassidy healthcare bill. Kimmel saw this as a personal betrayal. When Cassidy's actual bill failed to meet Kimmel's newly minted legislative standards, our tearful late-night host accused a sitting U.S. senator of lying to his face.
Jimmy Kimmel is taking on the architect of the new Republican healthcare bill.
And this guy, Bill Cassidy, just lied right to my face.
Last spring, Kimmel shared the emotional story of his infant son's heart condition.
And launched a week-long jihad against the legislation, complete with policy breakdowns that would make C-SPAN jealous. When the Graham-Cassidy bill eventually died, political reporters, with apparently nothing better to write about, credited Jimmy Kimmel as a key factor in its defeat. A late-night host had successfully killed a piece of federal legislation.
Graham-Cassidy healthcare bill, a bill I've been speaking out against all week. We got news today. It shall not pass.
But I don't think any moment better captured the complete transformation of late night than Samantha Bee's explosion on May 30th, 2018. Discussing Trump's immigration.
There's nothing more dangerous than a liberal white woman, bro. I swear. If you want to talk about the epitome of self-hatred, the liberal white woman is literally that. The epitome of like what self-hatred entails. Like a lot of these men, they're pussified because of their wives, bro. They're cucks already. They're not really like none of these guys live in reality. All live in gated communities. Don't live around immigrants that are being deported every day. These guys don't live in reality. Like these late night talk show hosts, these guys are they're pale in comparison to what the liberal white woman is, because like they're more of the leaders in the progressive movement, because the progressive movement is led by women. It's not led by men. It's one of the reasons why, like on this side of the aisle, we pushed the slogan, repeal the 19th, means repeal the 19th Amendment. Get women out of politics, get women out of jobs, get women out of businesses, get women out of anything that's not like in a support role, so that way they can go back to doing what they naturally are best at. Childcare, taking care of the children, making the food when the man comes home, ensuring the children are nice, up and ready for school the next day. You know, making sure the house is clean. Taking the women, repealing the 19th will end up helping women a lot better, because ever since we allowed them to give them the same rights as men, all the thing has led to them is just being more depressed, more angry, more less fulfilled, and really we've pretty much destroyed society by allowing them to also vote, because they voted in a lot of these policies that led to a lot of these immigrants to come into the country. So when you look at it, the 19th Amendment is the main thing that has to go as the years go on. So we're going to keep shouting it out to the world until there's like a president that comes along that abolishes the 19th Amendment.
Policies. During a segment, she showed us a photo that Ivanka Trump had posted of herself with her young child.
Ivanka Trump, who works at the White House, chose to post the second most oblivious tweet we've seen this week.
B's response to that photo was just vile. She used the C word on cable television.
You know, Ivanka, that's a beautiful photo of you and your child, but let me just say, one mother to another, do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
Directed at the president's daughter for the crime of posting a photo with her child while her father implemented policies that Samantha B disagreed with. Even liberals who despised Trump were not very comfortable with the attack. But B's response to those attacks was even more interesting. She apologized for the language, but not for the sentiment. You know, she was sorry for saying the C word, but not for calling the president's daughter feckless. She was sorry for the word choice, but not for the hatred behind it.
It is a word I have used on the show many times, hoping to reclaim it. This time, I used it as an insult. I crossed the line. I regret it, and I do apologize for that. I hate that this distracted from more important.
And these are the type of women that throw themselves in like a violent situation with men, like especially men on this side of the aisle. Like they're the types that throw themselves in the middle of like a violent confrontation with a man, and then expect the liberal man to go and defend them right afterwards, which can lead to a dangerous situation, because you never know what happens in those types of situations. So these liberal women are so boastful about what they do, because they're a woman. They know what they are. Because if a man rises up and smacks the crap out of her, he's going to face more scrutiny than she would if she strikes him. That is a fact. They don't live life in reality, because like they don't face the same type of threats as we do. We face violent confrontations each time something can happen that escalates into a violent confrontation. When it comes to a woman, especially when it comes to a woman and a man, depending on if like the guy's kind of a little bit like off his rocker a little bit, he's probably gonna rock the shit out of her. But if it's like for the most part a guy that's like reserved and it's not like a woman heater, you know, she's gonna push his buttons or whatever. But if she gets to the point where it leads to like a violent confrontation with the guy, at some point it's gonna escalate, and then there's gonna have to be some savior simp that's gonna have to come in and save the liberal white woman, or any liberal woman. Doesn't matter what color or ethnicity she is. They're gonna have to step in and save the woman, which in turn could lead to that liberal jackass to get his ass beat by either a conservative or even a guy that doesn't even lean right. It could be a progressive. It could be like literally another progressive guy. It could be like it could be a centrist guy. It could be just a normal guy that don't even care about politics. These types of women always gets guys put in a jam, and it's always ends up badly for them. You gotta stay clear of these women. Women like this are good for one thing and one thing only, and it's not marriage.
Issues. I should have known that a potty-mouthed insult would be inherently more interesting to them than juvenile immigration policy.
Her show was canceled 4 years later, but the whole ordeal made a lot of us realize what had really happened to late night television. These hosts had become personally invested in destroying Trump and everyone around him. It really wasn't about policy differences or political disagreements anymore. It was about moral warfare, good versus evil, us versus them. They convinced themselves they were saving democracy. In reality, they were destroying the last shared cultural space where Americans could laugh together.
You called the best person for the job. Trust me, I know things are, as the locals say, despacito.
By 2018, late night television had settled into a comfortable rhythm of nightly Trump hatred. The ratings were good, the social media engagement was through the roof, and the hosts were convinced they were performing a vital public service. They were the resistance, they were truth tellers, they were comedy's answer to fascism. There was just one problem: they were also incredibly boring. When every monologue is about how Trump is terrible, every punchline becomes pretty predictable. When every show has the same political angle, audiences start to notice that they're not really getting comedy anymore. They're getting partisan therapy sessions with occasional laugh lines. The format had become as repetitive as a propaganda broadcast, just with better production values. But the hosts couldn't stop. They were addicted to the drug of righteous anger, and their progressive audiences were addicted to having their political prejudices validated. It was actually a perfect storm of mutual enabling that kept everyone high while slowly poisoning the entire medium of late-night comedy. The first crack in the facade came from an unexpected source. On a June 2018 episode of his show, Maher was discussing Trump's strong economy when he said something weird.
Because I think one way you get rid of Trump is a crashing economy, so please bring on the recession. Sorry if that hurts people, but it's either root for a recession or you lose your democracy.
And there it was, laid bare, a millionaire comedian sitting in his HBO studio, openly hoping that the economy crashes, and he obviously didn't care if this would create hardship on millions of working Americans, all because he didn't like their president. And his audience, other millionaires and
Bill Maher has kind of evolved a little bit, but he's still very much super progressive. He's not very smart when it comes to politics at all. Like, he hosts, like, it shows pretty much just taking on like full on politics savvy, because he brings on, you know, politicians, you know, activists, you know, commentators like that. It's pretty much, his show's pretty much drifted into that realm of just like fully be just catering to like politics. But Bill Maher is like an idiot. Like, he's like around like 75, I think 80 IQ at best. Like, the guy's like, he doesn't know shit of what he talks about.
Elites applauded. Maher has since tried to reform himself and has had some common sense takes in the past year, but this was important to point out because you can't even say it's comedy. This wasn't even politics. This was pure, undiluted class warfare dressed up as entertainment. The mask had slipped completely. These hosts finally abandoned the facade of speaking for ordinary Americans and showed us they were speaking down to them. They weren't trying to unite the country like they claimed for decades. They were trying to punish half of it for voting wrong. They become exactly what Trump said they were, elitist entertainers who despise the same people who made their career.
If you're a right wing, or if you're a Republican, or if you're like a Trump supporter, if you're any one of these categories on the right, like, bro, these people hate you, bro. Like, these people don't care if you get shot or whatever, because like, they would throw a jab on your name when you're dead. Jimmy Kimmel, when he came to Charlie Kirk, for example, didn't care at all. He made a joke. Came right back after he was after his show was put on like a short little hiatus for a minute. He came back, pretending like it didn't even happen at all. Didn't even really apologized about it. He doubled down more. And they want us to give a shit about when these left-wing pieces of shit go out there and try to impede on ICE and try to stop ICE from doing their jobs, which it constitutes, yeah, if you're trying to stop federal law enforcement from doing their jobs and you're impeding on like their what they've been ordered by the federal government, by the president himself, they have a right to either detain you or neutralize you in any way they see fit if they feel like their life is in danger. And these people want to sit here and virtual signal this side and tell us how, oh, it's bad what they're doing this, it's bad what they're doing that. Buddy, you people on this side didn't even demonize at all when a bunch of left-wing scumbags were going out there on TikToks and talking shit about Charlie Kirk when he got gunned down. They didn't give a fuck at all. They doubled down and just pretty much ignored it. But now they want to cry when people are making pictures or whatever. And I don't agree with it at all about Renee Nicole Good. But these are the same scumbags that sit there and allow all of them to make fun of Charlie Kirk. Like, it doesn't really matter like what side. Like, it matters like you're on the right wing, if you're a conservative or whatever. If you're on this side of the aisle, these people fucking hate you, bro. They hate you. They want you dead.
Careers possible, and slowly the audience began to notice. Jimmy Kimmel was the first to admit the cost. In a November 2022 interview, he said that he'd lost half of his fan base due to his relentless political content.
I have lost half of my fan, maybe more than I mean, when 10 years ago, among like Republicans, I was the most popular talk show host.
ABC executives had expressed concern about alienating conservative viewers, but Kimmel simply didn't care. He couldn't. It was a pretty remarkable thing to admit. Kimmel was explicitly choosing ideology over entertainment. He'd rather preach to the choir than tell jokes that everyone could enjoy. He'd rather be right than be funny. And of course, the consequences were obviously predictable. By 2022, the most watched late night show in America wasn't Stephen Colbert or Jimmy Kimmel or any of the traditional network hosts. It was Greg Gutfeld on Fox News, a conservative comedian who'd stepped into the massive void these hosts had created by abandoning half their potential audience. The late night establishment had become so uniformly left-wing, so hostile to conservative viewers that they'd literally driven their own audience to a cable news network for comedy. They created their own competition by forgetting the first rule of entertainment: give the people what they want, not what you think they need. But the real reckoning was still to come. because while these hosts had been playing Resistance Fighter, the corporate executives who actually owned their shows had been watching the numbers, and the numbers were starting to tell a very different story than the Twitter metrics and viral clips suggested. Trump had been out of office in 2023, but he was still living rent-free in these comedians' heads. Almost every monologue was still about him. Every punchline was still at his expense. They'd become so obsessed with their white whale that they couldn't talk about anything else, and even liberal audiences were getting tired of it. In July 2025, CBS made a weird announcement. The Late Show with Stephen Colbert would be canceled in 2026, ending its run after 33 years. Now, the news came just days after Colbert had delivered an on-air tirade against his own network for settling a Trump lawsuit.
This kind of complicated financial settlement with a sitting government official has a technical name in legal circles. It's big fat bribe.
And within the week, CBS pulled the plug. Officially, they cited, quote, a challenging financial landscape and the intent to retire the format. But some people argued that Colbert's unrelenting Trump obsession had finally made him more trouble than he was worth. But it didn't matter. Around the same time, ABC briefly suspended Jimmy Kimmel after that weird monologue about Charlie Kirk. Suddenly, these fearless truth tellers discovered they weren't as untouchable as they'd believed. All that righteous anger, all those brave stands against Trump, it all evaporated the moment their corporate masters decided they were becoming liability rather than assets. These hosts had spent years positioning themselves as brave resistors, speaking truth to power. But when actual power, corporate power, financial power, the power that actually mattered in their industry, pushed back, they folded immediately. They'd been play acting as revolutionaries while being subsidized by the system they claimed to be fighting. And Trump, the man they'd spent a decade trying to destroy, was back in the White House stronger than ever. All their jokes, all their outrage, all their resistance theater had accomplished exactly nothing except proving his points about media bias and elite contempt for ordinary people. They tried to break Trump and broke themselves instead. And in their rush to become political activists, these hosts forgot that laughter is supposed to bring people together, not tear them apart. It's supposed to comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable, not comfort the comfortable, while disturbing everyone else. Late night television was built on a simple compact. We'll make fun of everyone in power so that everyone can laugh together. Politicians come and go, but the jokes remain universal. The moment these hosts decided that one politician was too dangerous to joke about fairly, too evil to treat as merely human, they broke that compact. They stopped being comedians and became propagandists. Trump didn't actually break late night TV. These hosts broke it themselves the moment they decided that their political opinions were more important than their professional obligations. They forgot that in a democracy, your job isn't to tell people how to think. It's to help them laugh at the absurdity of it all. The joke in the end was on them. And unlike their monologues, that one was actually funny.
Yeah, that was, yeah. Late night TV shows pretty much dead. It's dead in the waters. It's being replaced. Podcasting is the way to go. So we're going to go to this one right here. Incredibly satisfying downfall of internet anarchists.
Let alone asking for their permission.
Yes, oh my god, it's internet anarchists!
Occasional you laugh, you lose videos are one thing, but entire channels built around recycling someone else's content.
Hold on. It's got music in the background. Could I watch this? I think it's against terms of service. If I watch a video.
That's a whole nother level of shamelessness.
Online content creator, internet anarchist, has been exposed as a plagiarist.
I feel proud of myself, and for me, that feeling's great. Content theft is a massive problem on YouTube, and it only seems to be getting worse.
Yeah, I noticed that too as well. Like, yeah, there's a lot of plagiarism on this on YouTube. A lot of. If you don't know what plagiarism is, it's just like I'll sum it up with one term. It's just stealing someone else's content. Stealing someone else's idea, doing someone else's thumbnail. The only reason why it doesn't really apply in politics or whatever is because if it's a big story or whatever, everyone's offering their own opinion on said story or whatever. But when it comes to this content creation, especially one of these reaction channels, this happens quite frequently a lot with a lot of these reaction channels tend to steal each other's ideas, thumbnails, and sometimes their talking points. So I've seen this happen a lot.
Bro, he's using the same images, dude. He's using the exact same images.
So my opinion on staying out of drama is no one enjoys being in drama.
The deserved downfall of internet anarchist is far from over.
There's recently been a huge hate burn towards me.
This guy's he's a big reaction YouTube channel too as well. This guy has a big channel. I think he's having over 1 million followers. So to see this video get made about him is yeah, this came out 5 days ago. Because bro, I'm telling you, the bigger a reaction channel becomes, there's going to be a lot of hit pieces about you. There's going to be people that are going to try to, take you down or whatever. I remember Turkey Tom too as well. Because there's hit pieces about against Turkey Tom. And he's one of the big reaction channels. He's made a video almost about a lot of YouTubers. Some that I didn't know about. Some that I'm not familiar with the lore, some that I am familiar with. He's pro. I think he's more of he's in the Penguin-esque XQC type of realm, Yeah, because that guy's he made a recent hit piece about Cavicler. If you don't know what Cavicler is, he's a kick streamer. I like Cavicler, of course. Clav, looks maxer. He prioritizes and looks over anything else, than money, status, and clout. Because looks are everything, and I agree. I can agree with that. But Turkey Tom, to go back to that point, Turkey Tom is like one of the big reaction channels on YouTube besides Moist Critical himself. And he's getting exposed right now too for his ex. I think he dated a transformer. A transformer was one of his exes.
Reddit, fueled by people who just don't enjoy my content.
Because after getting exposed by Mr. Snowflake, creators are coming forward with significant proof of content he has stolen.
And less than a year after launch, players uploaded over 1 million levels and amassed over 240 million plays through this site.
Within just a year of the game's launch, players had already uploaded over 1 million unique levels, collectively playing them more than 240 million times.
They copied content that attracted millions of views on his channel, and some of them are also the ones that are uploaded recently, like The Deserved Downfall of Prime, that was uploaded after getting exposed for plagiarism, but stolen from the Philosophy of Marketing channel, who uploaded it 3 months back.
They built a $1.2 billion empire, and now it's collapsing in front of everyone.
$1.2 billion in its first 2 years, having an entire black market category.
Sure, Internet Anarchist has deleted 3 million views worth of videos in the last few days, yet we discovered videos that are still on his channel and may have helped him earn thousands of dollars. The money that he now owes to the hardworking original creators he's not responding to, while he enjoys his bath in the mountain claiming I don't believe in yesterday, and don't get swayed by his apology to Mr. Snowflake. Because 4 years back, he issued the same apology to the followers of his gaming channel called Wemo TF2, the channel that he also built by stealing other people's content.
The stolen content, I believe, refers to the meme compilations I made over a year ago, which I'd already deleted and apologized for, and I agree, that was a stupid mistake, I should never have done it. Also, I'm not a cheater. Anyone who watches my content will know that I'm actually very against cheating.
Yeah, man, I just that's why you got to come up with your original ideas, bro. Like, you can't go off just stealing other people's ideas and other people's content. I noticed that's a big problem in the streaming community. A lot of these guys, they're very they're very principled about their content, and that's rightfully so. If they work hard and good on getting out of a video that talks about X, Y, and Z, they of course don't want their content being stolen and being used to benefit someone else. And if that's the case, then they should at least get a cut of the money that the other person is making off of being monetized off of that person's hard work. It's basically pretty much like a ghostwriter situation. When it comes to hip hop, I don't know if you people know about this, but when it comes to hip hop, and this is kind of me showing my little hip hop lore that I know, some rappers have, of course, ghostwriters. So when it comes to them having a ghostwriter, they're the ones that make the song. The rapper will go out there and perform the song, of course, but they didn't write the song themselves. Like Drake, for example, it's been alleged for a long time and pretty much confirmed too as well that Drake doesn't really write none of his raps. He has a ghostwriter that does everything for him. He has somebody that writes his songs for him. For a long time, Drake would probably say before he was exposed that he would take the credit for him doing his songs. And of course, he probably already had that deal already orchestrated with the ghostwriters that it wasn't a big deal. So if they go out there, he performs a song, it's not really that big of a deal. So yeah, so when it comes to that, it's the same thing when it comes to this plagiarism stuff. You're still on someone else's content that they worked hard and good on. You're using their information and you're pretty much just using it to benefit you. And if you're getting more views and more money off of their hard work, you should at least cut them in on the deal. It's the same thing with rappers and the ghostwriters. They cut them in on the profit because they write the rap songs for them. They may go out on camera or whatever and say they did this and that before it's revealed that they have somebody writing their songs for them, but they still, the reason why ghostwriters probably not going to make a big deal about it is because they're getting a cut of the bread. These guys, they're mad about it, about plagiarisms, because they're not getting a cut of the bread. That's just pretty much it.
Remember this voice? Yes, that's the same internet anarchist you know today. Turns out he has a long-term habit of stealing from small creators, something that was also confirmed from this Reddit post who knew about his gaming channel 5 years ago. Yeah, pretty sure a lot of the TF2 community that knows him hates him. He's known for being scummy, egotistical, arrogant, and clickbaity, as well as stealing ideas like TF2 facts from Seriamon and etc. But the dude is literally 14, so, In fact, our most popular video that attracted 4.2 million on NAS Daily was also copied by this man.
On the 16th of July of 2021, NAS uploaded a video titled World's Oldest Tattoo
artist.
In July of 2021, Nuz uploaded a video titled World's Oldest Tattoo Artist.
Well, we're going to reveal more about him than you have ever imagined. Like, what does he snip every 5 minutes that helps in his videos?
What? Brother, man, some of these YouTubers are just fucking weird, bro. Brother, I'm telling you, like, bro. People don't understand, like, the streaming world is just like Hollywood. It's not much different. Like, some of these guys, like, what they do on and off camera is completely fucking weird.
How long has he been copying creators' original content?
Is mainly scaling now, because you've validated an idea. Now you got to figure out, okay, what's the best way I can capitalize on this idea and also not dig yourself into a hole.
And how is he using this knowledge of copying original content to charge $99 per month from others?
So these are the things that you need to do in the first 24 to 48 hours before uploading your video.
But one of them is a high-ticket community for like creators who are in a similar position to what I was a couple of years ago.
Too many lies, look at my eyes and know the truth. Knocking it down every time I step in the booth. We ain't got a lot, they know we don't vibe, we live in this group. Young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spook.
I'm making YouTube videos that millions of people watch, like 10 million people watch it every single month.
Initially, we had no intention to expose Internet Anarchist. The channel has 1.84 million subscribers, and we totally respected what he's achieved. However, when Mr. Snowflake exposed him,
after my video went up, the Internet Anarchist commented on my video.
Something clicked in our mind. You see, we have the habit of checking how our video rank in the YouTube search bar, and we always noticed Internet Anarchist videos on the same topic, yet never tried to compare it with ours, even if it attracted close to double the views we achieved and used the same exact image of our thumbnail. But after checking Mr. Snowflake's video, we decided to compare both videos line by line. And boy, it blew our mind. It was like a deja vu moment where we were forced to think that maybe we have heard the exact same line in someone else's video.
On the 16th of July...
This is why it's always important to sit there and work hard at your craft. You know, this is why it's always important to really, like, prioritize your craft and, like, work at it every day so that way you can create something, an original idea that's your own. You know? It's never good to really just copy off of someone else, you know? It's a good thing to take inspiration from someone you look up to, of course, but it's like if you're going to sit there and like you're going to literally just steal someone else's content and reshape it and use it to your own benefit, then it's just like it's just a dirtbag move. It's not something that's like it's going to have you respected, but I get it. It's for the money. It's for the monetization. You know, it's for the almighty dollar. But if you're sitting there and purposely doing something that's going to lead to some scummish behavior and then lead to being ostracized from other like YouTubers, to where you get a hit piece put out on you, then it just makes people not want to collab and work with you, you know? And I don't really know much about this Internet Anarchist guy. I don't really know the full lore about this guy, but like just judging based off this video so far, I mean, like he doesn't appear to have like original ideas going through his head. It just seems like to me he just wants to copy and paste someone else's work. You know, it's like when you're in school, instead of actually studying the night prior or whatever for like a big test, no, you just want to cheat off the smartest kids in the classroom's work and then just take credit and say that, oh, look how hard I worked, whatever. In reality, you didn't work at all. You just took the answers from someone else and basically just use it to your own advantage. That's exactly what's going on right now in this instance right now.
2021, Naz uploaded a video titled World's Oldest Tattoo Artist, featuring a 103...
July of 2021, Nuz uploaded a video titled World's Oldest Tattoo Artist.
Surprisingly, after we dug deeper and analyzed each line on the script, we found not one, but multiple lines that he copied from our video. Like this one, where he mentioned the name of the woman the same way we did.
The video featured a 103-year-old tattoo artist from the Philippines named Po Wang Od.
Featuring a 103-year-old woman from the Philippines named Wang Od, who specializes in creating tattoos.
Sure, the name of a controversial figure can be the same in multiple videos, but the next part of plagiarism will make you question each of his videos.
In description, Naz daily announced that Wang Od was now officially teaching on Naz Academy, a platform aimed at providing educational content from experts.
Until we peeked into the video's description, I went to the Philippines to bring you this story. And what's even better is that we convinced Wang Od to become a teacher.
Notice the timing of that guy in the black t-shirt and the subtitles of that moment? Now, compare the same with the Internet Anarchist video. Well, thanks to the editor who did not bother to move a few seconds forward before diving into the description. As we move forward, we found the same comment highlighted in the same manner we did.
Warning, Wang Od Academy is a scam. My grandmother did not sign any contract with Naz Daily.
Or how about copying the exact same line and clip from our video?
These allegations. Yasin shared a video showing the 104-year-old signing a document with her thumbprint, which appeared to be evidence that she gave permission to establish the Wang Od.
In response, Nuz uploaded a video showing Wang Od putting her thumbprint.
The internet plagiarist again used some editing effect to avoid getting caught.
Academy. He said, "We approached Wang Od because just like you, we love her. We love her traditions and are inspired by her."
On the contract. This was also accompanied by a now deleted statement from Nas, reading, "We approached Wang Od because, just like you, we love her traditions, and it inspired."
But this time, he could not escape our analysis.
On November 12, 2021, Nas uploaded a video titled "The Most Generous Billionaire" on his channel, featuring Sam.
November 12, 2021, Nas uploaded a now deleted YouTube video titled "The Most Generous Bitcoin Billionaire." The video painted the founder of the FTX crypto exchange.
That is now we want literally the clearest sign of like plagiarism done right there in front of your eyes. Like, bro, can you not make it more obvious that you're stealing from the other creators, bro? He doesn't even try to hide it too. It's kind of obvious that he knows what's going on, but he's still choosing to just put up the content because like it's all like, I get it, it's monetization, it's a monetary gain, you know. But it's like, bro, can you not make it obvious that you're using this to your advantage just to get monetized off of this?
To understand his mindset and tried to find a way to contact him. Surprisingly, he acts like a ghost on the internet and nowhere mentioned his actual name. Fortunately, while researching through YouTube, we found this interview that was uploaded 3 months back. So in this interview, Will clearly claimed that he audits weekly all his videos to ensure that they're coming out with best and unique ideas. Most importantly, his team has been working with him for a very long time. This makes it clear that Internet Anarchist did not copy videos unintentionally. It was a well-laid plan that was executed in discussion with his team. This also contradicts the statement when he apologized to Mr. Snowflake and claimed that only James Corden video was copied.
This issue was isolated from a single upload, the James Corden video. Just the James Corden video. Are you sure about that? You sure about that? Are you sure about that? Huh.
Now, after noticing 7.5 million views on Internet Anarchist video of Nas Daily, we also thought twice before diving deeper, that why would a bigger channel like him copy exact points of our video? And not simple points, but significant parts that add enormous value in the video. Fortunately, it was the date of upload that helped us verify that bigger creators like Internet Anarchist can also target growing creators. Creators who spend days in researching and writing a perfect script just so it could get stolen by bigger channels. Unfortunately, we're not the only ones to face this disturbing issue. After watching Mr. Snowflake's video on Internet Anarchist, the first thing we noticed is the comment section, a place where viewers are not only given a chance to express what they actually feel, but also gives us a chance to reveal hidden truths. Luckily, we found one comment that helped expose him more. He ripped off my Little Big Planet video too, and I reached out when it happened, but he never responded. Now, this comment was posted by not some random viewer, but by a successful creator called Robocast, a channel—
Yeah, guys, he's got like over 500K viewers. I mean, subscribers. That's pretty impressive. Yeah. He's ripping off he's ripping off big channels too as well. So shit, he's going across like smaller, growing, and then also pretty much established. So it's kind of like a broad problem at this point.
That has 508,000 subscribers and is known for uploading the rise and fall of famous games, like what happened to The Sims, why Spore died, or why Little Big Planet died. Now, this guy does put a lot of hard work in his videos, which is why his videos do attract a good amount of views, like 760,000 views on The Sims video, and 771,000 views on why Little Big Planet died. However, Robocast failed to realize that his days of hard work were being secretly stolen by Internet Anarchist. Whether it's about copying the exact same facts—
And less than a year after launch, players uploaded over 1 million levels and amassed over 240 million plays through this site.
Within just a year of the game's launch, players had already uploaded over 1 million unique levels, collectively playing them more than 240 million times.
Or stealing days of research work.
But Media Molecule also worked with Sony to create a website for the game. It allowed players to log in with their PlayStation account to easily browse for levels on their computer and queue them up to be played in the game later.
Was its accompanying website, lbp.me. After logging in with their PlayStation Network account, players could share their own creations or dive into an ever-growing library of levels made by others. Put simply, there was an essentially endless supply of fresh content.
Internet Anarchist even copied the exact same image from Robocast's video and cropped it in his video to show that it was original. Notice the exact same name of users, Batman, the Big Race, Pikachu costume. Yet, the plagiarism continued.
Little Big Planet 2 launched on January 18th, 2011, and it was met with universal acclaim from critics and players alike.
The game finally came out in January of 2011, and to no one's surprise, it quickly became the favorite of both the critics and longtime players.
Demonstrating strong initial sales. In North America, it was the 4th best-selling game in January of 2011, selling over 353,000 units in its first couple of weeks on the market.
This also resulted in it becoming a massive financial success, selling over 350,000 copies in its first couple of weeks, and becoming the 4th most sold game in January 2011.
Wow, this is crazy,
so
bro.
What's the use of having a team for 2 years or uploading a video every week when they're just helping him out and copying others' content?
Most people on my team, we've all been working together now for like 2 years because we're all just have this mission.
Is that dude walking on a treadmill?
I don't respect and understand them because I was doing the same thing before this.
Bro, imagine doing
Internet Anarchist involved in the same process? Is he not doing it intentionally?
For me, my #1 priority is how do I turn this amazing position that I've gotten myself into at this age into something that's a lifelong advantage, not just like something I look back on.
You just like Jack Doherty.
Because after watching Mr. Snowflake video, Robcast analyzed the same way we analyzed our Nas Daily video. And when Robocast raised this issue to Internet Anarchist, he simply never responded. Surprisingly, Internet Anarchist managed to get more views than the original creator, and plays golf while making creators suffer.
Random like that. I just like doing things that are more like fun, maybe like, you know, could go play golf, could go to a shooting range, literally anything. Like
Bros
I had a conversation with
Bro's reaping the benefits of his plagiarism. Bro, it's like a con artist going out there, you know, making money off of other people's money, but just by stealing their work and their resources and just using it for its own benefit, and then he just goes out and enjoys the benefits of his work, which is just basically just stealing everyone else's work. Fucking nose is bothering me right now. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What is he smelling? It must be like one of those what you call those? I used to smell those. I know when I was in boxing, I used to fuck. What do you? I forgot what you call that shit. I think he's going to probably tell me in the video. Like, I used to smell that. Just in case you get knocked out or you get rattled or whatever, it looked like you're about to pass out from like being rocked so hard in the face. You would smell like these forgot what you call those, but you smell it and it kind of like give you rejuvenate you.
In a lot of schools, where my question to you is, years ago, you have a fact to what if I say this? What could I have done in fact really well? And if I was
When we watched this interview, the thing that surprised us more than his plagiarism habit was this. Like every 5 minutes of the interview, he could not just stop himself from smelling this stuff. And just like you, we were also curious to find out what exactly.
Bro, it's like he's vaping, but he's instead of vaping through his mouth, he's vaping through his nose. Bro, what the fuck?
It was, so we watched the entire 1 hour, 58-minute long interview and discovered the secret behind it.
No, I don't know. This is sort of like, this is like very mentholy. and people use it like, I mean, the Muay Thai fighters, before they go in the ring, they're like sniffing the hell out of this before they go in. It sort of wakes your brain up a little bit.
Now, see, it's the same thing. I knew it. It smelled menthol during fights.
We googled why Muay Thai fighters smell menthol during fights. The results said the strong scent acts as an olfactory anchor, signaling the fighter to enter their fight mode and enhancing focus and performance. This means that he smelled this stuff to stay focused or alert, and yet couldn't find a way from stealing others' content.
At the end of the day, reviewing my work, and I feel proud of myself. And for me, that feeling's great.
Interesting.
Now, this behavior deeply questions his mindset. Like, why is he committing plagiarism when he is completely alert about its consequences? Turns out this habit goes way back to his gaming channel that was built on the same plagiarism strategy, about which he nowhere mentioned in his 2-hour interview, hoping to hide this channel from his millions of viewers.
Sir, I was banned on TFT's Reddit page. In fact, more than just TFT's Reddit page, the entire webpage of Reddit itself.
If you go to his Wemo channel, you'll notice all his videos are based on a single game called TF2. Team Fortress 2, a 2007 multiplayer shooter game that is now available on Steam. Sure, it was his favorite game because of which he spent 3,000 hours playing TF2.
Plus, why are we making a video on a game that hasn't been updated for like 3 years? I probably could have grown an even bigger channel playing a popular game such as Minecraft or Fortnite, but instead I chose the game I love and I've dropped over 3,000 hours into called Team Fortress 2.
But at the same time...
Yeah, I need to start gaming, bro. I swear I can also grow bigger if I start doing other things too as well. I am going to start... Write in the comment section if you want me to start vlogging too. Because I'm thinking about doing vlogs in the future. Probably, I am thinking about like doing other stuff besides just, you know, the political commentary and then the chill streams. Like, I want to start doing other stuff as well. And gaming is also one of them too. I am considering doing that too as well. But let me know in the comment section how you feel about that.
He received huge hate for making these videos. And the reason behind this hate was, well, you might have guessed it.
Subsequently, another YouTuber uploaded a video titled Whammo Moment, which shows a bunch of evidence that Whammo has been heavily drawing inspiration from other TFT YouTubers without giving credit.
So, just like today, a few years ago, Internet Anarchist under the name of Whammo was also exposed by this YouTuber.
Subsequently, another YouTuber uploaded a video titled Whammo Moment, which
with hundreds and hundreds of posts just blatantly insulting me just because they don't enjoy my content.
Of course, viewers will insult him because he was caught copying ideas that were uploaded 7 years ago by Ash Florin. And also this one from Crimson that was uploaded 6 years ago. Surprisingly, he was rude when viewers countered him with proof.
The post. Now, bruh, that is seriously scummy. To have the nerve to leak all my early access content is just bloody disgusting. Now, not only
even to the sponsorship calls, he used to directly say, "Hello, go fuck yourself. Kind regards, Whammo." Sure, he apologized for these mistakes.
The stolen content, I believe, refers to the meme compilations I made over a year ago, which I'd already deleted and apologized for. And I agree, that was a stupid mistake. I should never have done it.
But the Reddit and Steam community were not ready to forgive him, and the reasons were quite convincing. Yeah, pretty sure a lot of the TF2 community that knows him hates him. He's known for being scummy, egotistical, arrogant, and clickbaity, as well as stealing ideas like TF2 facts from Siriamon and etc. But the dude is literally like 14, so you know. Who is Whammo? He's a YouTuber, and he gives a bad name to us pyromanes. The second there's a rumor cover of a new TF2 update, he makes a video with the exact same thumbnail every time. A TF2 character with a happy or shocked expression with the text, "Something big is coming to TF2," with absolutely no proof. And why? Because he wants views. And then the rumored update either doesn't happen or adds a new cosmetic crate. But the clickbait isn't the worst of it. He wouldn't stop spamming polls every 2 seconds about "make a letter" or to tell us he made a stupid video. Also, he used a dead guy's video for views and his account has a back ban. So when the hate against him reached an enormous level, he decided to disappear, thinking that he could start a new life and no one would be able to catch him again. However, what he failed to realize is that the past will come back to haunt him again.
So disappointing to see that, because he was a big YouTuber. He's about to hit, or at least was about to hit 2 million subscribers on YouTube, and now it's all coming down on his head with nobody giving a shit about him anymore because he's untrustworthy.
My question to you is, what should I look for in terms of like a good employee?
In this apology tweet to Mr. Snowflake, Internet Anarchist clearly stated that he will focus on creating original content. As a result, our upload schedule may change. However, I believe it's better to slow down and produce consistently original, high-quality work than to prioritize volume. Something that he also assured a few months back in this interview.
So you just gotta keep trying, and you gotta see videos when they don't perform well as lessons on like, all right, what can I take away from it?
Are you sure about that? You sure about that? Are you sure about that? Huh?
But it turns out Mr. Snowflake was absolutely right, because when we researched Internet Anarchist's channel, we found a recent video that he copied. It was about the collapse of Prime Drink, and it was copied from the Philosophy of Marketing channel that was uploaded 3 months back, a channel that has 53,000 subscribers, a perfect one to be targeted by bigger channels like Internet Anarchist. Sure, the thumbnail are different, but when you compare both videos, you'll feel a deja vu, like this one where he talked about the hype word in the beginning and used 3 bottles.
Prime, the most hyped sports drink ever, was always destined to fail.
What happens when a brand is built on hype and virality and nothing else?
This one, where he talked about $1.2 billion.
Logan Paul and KSI built a $1.2 billion empire, and now it's collapsing in front of everyone.
Which went from making $1.2 billion in its first 2 years.
And the afterhook part where Internet Anarchist followed the same strategy.
TikTok is dominating youth culture, and 2 YouTubers who built their careers on manufactured drama are about to launch what appears to be the perfect product.
2 YouTubers who had spent years as fierce rivals. Leading up to early 2022, they'd already faced off twice in the boxing ring, and their rivalry was what kickstarted to the influencer boxing scene.
Sure, if the content is not enough to make the script longer, the writer of Internet Anarchist can also discuss the same issue covered by the competitor. But uploading the same thing, including the same images without making any changes, creates serious questions. Something that no one imagined that a bigger channel like Internet Anarchist would do such a big mistake. And once everything was exposed, viewers were quick to destroy Internet Anarchist's reputation. Like the below comments that were witnessed in Internet Anarchist's latest video on Prime. Link to original, please. We all want the downfall of Internet Anarchist's video. I'm assuming it'll be a bit yet, though, because you're waiting for Ryan Pictures to post the video first. Even on his Merry Christmas post, he faced an enormous backlash, taunting him with the videos that he copied from Ryan Pictures' channel. Well, viewers seem to be angry at his plagiarism behavior. You can see the comments below how they're making fun of him in every comment. Dude's cooked as fuck. Bro's out here like the Grinch stealing everybody's content.
You guys aware of the platform School?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I do know that platform.
Yes, I have a couple communities on there that I don't really share everywhere or whatever, but one of them is a high-ticket community for like creators who...
After watching what you've seen till now, how do you feel about this guy? Do you think it's okay to steal content from others and then teach a community by charging $99 per month?
And it's split into 3 sections, starting with pre-upload. So these are the things that you need to do in the first 24 to 48 hours before uploading your video. So the first thing is actually a title workshop.
Something that he calls a low-ticket community.
So that's that community, and then we just launched, like, actually in the process of launching another sort of lower-ticket community, which is...
At the same time, he's charging $7 per month from his Patreon account, where he shows behind-the-scenes content. Surprisingly, with 82 members, it does raise serious questions. Now, he vows to turn this disturbing opportunity into a lifelong advantage.
For me, my #1 priority is how do I turn this amazing...
Dude, it's like a scammer open up a university for how to scam people. Bro, it's the same concept.
Position that I've done myself into at this age into something that's a lifelong advantage, not just like something I look back on.
And find people that are super passionate about it.
Finding people who are super passionate about something, really skilled at it, and then figuring out how that fits into the flow, and then just working together for a long time.
Sure, he has published job posts where he's asked for someone who's obsessed with great storytelling. I'm looking for someone who's obsessed with great storytelling. But viewers were quick enough to express their anger.
And that was sort of just my donation, in a way, of my time and my energy to just the YouTube community.
And would you prefer watching his upcoming videos?
You can see exactly where I'm making it. I'm making YouTube videos that millions of people watch, like 10 million people watch every single day.
Yo, so many lies, look at my eyes, they know I'm the truth. Knocking around every time I step in the booth. We ain't got a lie, they know we the vibe, we live in this group. Young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a smooth.
Bro.
So many lies, so many lies. Hey, so many lies.
Like I said, man.
My work, and I feel proud of myself, and for me, that feeling's great.
It's a lot of fake people in this industry, bro. These guys just don't seem like they're passionate enough to go out there and create real art of their own. They're just ready to copy and paste and do it themselves. Anyways, let's get into the downfall, the deserved end of FaZe Clan. So I'm not too 100% familiar with the lore about these guys. This is FaZe Clan. You know, I'm not 100% well kept up, well knowledgeable about them. I know these guys just recently broke up or whatever. And you know, it's a lot of mixed feelings. People they're happy about it. People are kind of sad or whatever. Hey, I'm here to learn. I'm just here to learn like some of the rest of you right now. I know some of these guys' names or whatever. I see some clips of them that circulate on X for the most part and Reddit. You know, some of these guys are like big streamers or whatever. You know, I like I said, my field's more politics, so I don't really drift into this section or whatever. Osmond Go's kind of like the closest I can get to like a normie streamer. You know, along with Tecton. All the rest, you know, is just political commentators. You know, Sneeko's kind of like in the middle. I watch Sneeko too. He's kind of in the middle between this. He's like a cross between into this world of the normie political commentators and then into it. Well, not. He's kind of like. Let me rephrase that. He's kind of like between the political commentators and into the normie streamers world. So he's kind of like both. You know. So I'm not too familiar on the lore. I don't really know FaZe Clan like that, but it is a big deal. So that's why I decided to react to it today.
Parts. Not only has their reputation been completely destroyed by people like FaZe Banks, but all the most popular and oldest members have officially.
Shout out to FaZe Banks. I mean, like people saying he's destroyed FaZe Clan. I mean, like, bro, they destroyed their own selves because, like, what I do know is it's just nothing but a bunch of egos from these dudes. A lot of these dudes are like have egos the size of the entire Earth. And that's just it comes with the territory because like it's the same thing in politics. We have a lot of guys on this side of the aisle and on the other side that have a bunch of egos. And I'm not surprised in the streaming world that happens too. Like some of these guys are pretty much like they ego each other.
Left the team, leaving the group with literally nobody. It's hard to believe that the 2-year streaming org of the year would fall apart as quickly as it did, with even Adapt, a 14-year member, officially leaving the team, which was surprising for not only new fans but also old ones. And this proves that there had to have been something seriously wrong with how FaZe was being ran to lead to the entire roster leaving. And it all stems back to Blackboy Max, the person who initially left New FaZe a few months ago. In this situation, most people thought that it was just an ego thing, as right as he left, he would move into his own house and begin creating content with the new group he formed. However, that assumption couldn't have been more wrong. Max would go live to explain his side of the story, and to expose the many reasons why he left the team.
Well, I'm not even going to specifically name names because if he was there, he was there. It's not the most big deal. But we had a sponsor for that day, and niggas didn't end up doing the sponsor. Game night. Yes, if he was there, he was there. Niggas didn't end up doing the sponsor. There were difficulties with the sponsor. Yeah. After that happened, according to the assistants and staff of the creators, they said that FaZe has pulled everybody for the rest of the month and sent niggas home early. Right? This is the first time where in my head, I went, how much control do we have here? And how much control do niggas have over us?
There had been rumors spreading around that FaZe was trying to sign these creators to an 80-20 deal, which you'd think is something that they should have signed when they initially joined the team, not after a year and a half of being in it, and especially after many of these creators have literally reached the highest point of their entire careers. And yes, they do get to live in luxury houses practically rent-free, get more brand deals and sponsorships, their collab streams paid for, and much more. However, they're making so much money, it's not even worth them staying on the team if now they're gonna have to give up a large percentage of their revenue. And they're at the point where 20% of their revenue isn't just like $10,000 anymore, which is still a lot of money, but it's like $100,000 to $200,000 for most of them, all assuming that this rumor of them taking money from the members is actually true. Max would even state that they all signed documents whenever they joined FaZe, saying that there are certain things that they can't talk about. And I wouldn't be surprised if this entire theory is in the realm of possibilities.
Hey, you see that little townhouse? They trying to make that nigga pay 20 bands a month. What the fuck? Or give a percentage of myself. What the fuck? Well, Max is such a good nigga, he just, bro, I just wanna. And now niggas like Max look crazy with like ego out niggas. No, that shit not cool though. Like niggas taking shit on the chin, making him look like this nigga the ego monster. Niggas don't know the truth, bro. Niggas don't know the truth. Free man, he's allowed to say whatever he wants as he feels. But as y'all know, I signed a FaZe in 2024, so at the end of the day, I signed papers. There's certain things I can and can't say.
Now, this is one of the only things in this situation that I don't understand. Max is living in a giant mansion in LA, likely worth over $100,000 per month after things like utilities, water, electricity, Wi-Fi, all that. We have to keep in mind they're living in a content house as well, so shit's getting damaged all the fucking time. But going back to the main point, he has an entire guest house basically to himself. And also, with FaZe helping fund so much of his other content, mainly last content like the first FaZe subathon, I really don't think that it's that big of a deal for him to pay at least a little portion of the rent. And also, we all know he's definitely making enough to afford it. However, he ultimately decided to leave FaZe and go on his own solo journey, as we all know.
It's what made me realize it's time for me to man up. If I want to be what I one day want to be or plan on being, I gotta bet on myself, no matter what happens to me or what niggas might try to do. So out of these moments, I was really questioning, and I think I made a decision, especially after this, where I'm like, bro, what am I gonna do here? I can't be here no more. And I honestly didn't think I was gonna leave as soon as I did, but it was on some shit like, bro, I gotta make this decision sooner or later, man.
After Max left FaZe, everyone was saying,
I'm not ready to I don't really watch Playboy Max. Like I've seen clips of him or whatever. I mean, I think the content's just low IQ and just it's not really worth my time to check out. I mean, like the guys who want to be rapper or whatever. I mean, his music's kind of trash. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't listen to that shit even if you had a gun pointed at my head. That's just me keeping it real. Like, and then I heard an interesting story came out too. His backstory came out, and you know, it just seems like to me a lot of these Twitch streamers, they have like an interesting skeletons in their closet, you know, and it involves them doing some, you know, especially Playboy Max. I mean, I guess he was playing for the other side, you know, the rainbow color flag side. So he said it's not him no more, but it's just like, buddy, once you always go down that route, you never really should ever leave that route.
He was going to fall off. And I'm going to admit, even I would make some predictions on my videos related to that. However, the transition seemed to work better than anyone thought it would. Sure, right as he left FaZe, his viewers would dip significantly. However, they would jump right back up as time went on.
And also, Playboy Max was on record, and this was exposed recently. I'll give you guys what I do know. He did want to come back to FaZe Clan. He did openly say he wanted to. He talked to them behind the scenes and wanted to get let back in. Of course, that was denied or whatever. But here to see him go out here and to act all big and bad, like, brother, you were just begging to get back in. What are you talking about, brother?
And people's opinions on Max falling off completely switched up. Well, except for FaZe Banks. After everyone left the team, Banks would be quick to throw himself in the conversation, making a tweet stating, "I have nothing to do with what's going on in FaZe Clan right now. I left 4 months ago and have moved on with my life. Unfortunate to see. Wishing everyone involved the best. If there's anything I can do to help, I'm here. No one loves FaZe more than me." And then he would make a video regarding the situation, talking about Max leaving and saying some pretty disgusting things about him.
I just watched some clips from this Black Boy Max stream where he's playing a laugh track over my tweet, and it's like, Max, I know we've had like our individual differences, and I know I haven't really seen eye to eye with a lot of the talent because truthfully and honestly, I find you guys all to be incredibly ungrateful. I find you guys all to have insane egos, and I think it's disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach that your guys' relationships with each other and with every other streamer and your community included is so incredibly fake. You guys are the best actors on planet Earth, and you've made a complete career out of all of it. Max, these are your boys, but these are the same guys that said they fucking hated your guts after you left, and you know, you're in the program, you have an ego this side, you think you're Travis Scott and this and that, and also like Max, multiple conversations about how Ron's content's cringe, and you guys didn't fuck with the dad. None of you guys fucked with Lacey or Jason in the beginning. You guys didn't want these guys to live anywhere near you. You barely wanted to share a brand with them. But FaZe was gonna find a Miami house for you, Rage, Silky, and Faison, so fuck it. We'll take what we can get. And it all worked, and we forced this relationship. And I was called a fucking...
It just seems like to me it's just all egos, bro. Like everyone had egos problems right now, living in the house together. And they were never really like a coherent unit together, because they were just pretty much after each other's necks, because they were all gaining like individual audiences. Even though they were technically supposed to be together as a group, they still technically speaking were building their own fan bases simultaneously while also being in FaZe Clan. So I mean, like there is some ego on everyone's part. In Banks, I mean, I know for sure he's been in the game for far longer because he's older than all of them. He doesn't stream much anymore. He used to stream a lot back when he was a little bit younger, but now Banks is kind of like he's the older guy. You know, he's drifted off a little bit, off kind of close to being off the internet. Like he's reached like a status to where he doesn't really have to be on camera no more. He'll make appearances like here or there. Like I saw him appear on like Aiden Ross' stream. So Banks is not like, he doesn't really have to be, he can be there, still be the head of FaZe without actually having to appear on camera as much as they do. They do all the other stuff. He does all the big heavy stuff on behind closed doors, while simultaneously appearing here or there on camera with them on any one of their streams.
Retard then, and I was told then I was ruining FaZe, and now 2 years later it wound up being the best thing that ever happened. So you understand why I'm sitting here and I'm frustrated.
Initially, he was the person basically glazing all the new members of FaZe whenever they first joined, all the way up until he ultimately left the team. Also stating that he himself went into debt after buying back FaZe and helping get it back on its feet.
I have never made not one singular dollar outside of my salary via FaZe. Not selling it, not buying it, raising money. I just put myself further and further in debt. Yeah, I think FaZe to acquire and all the costs for these guys' careers over the last 2 years, I think ballpark $40 million. And I think probably collectively these guys have had to have probably made like 20 million in the last 2 years collectively, I would guess. And not $1 of that 20 million has ever gone back to FaZe, never mind me. I would hope anyone watching could sit here and understand why I would be frustrated while a fucking entire hate mob is coming after me on fucking Christmas, my first Christmas without my mom, when all I've ever fucking wanted to do is help FaZe be successful. That's all I've ever wanted to do. That's the only intent. Where's the money? I'm this fucking guy who's trying to take everything from everybody. Where is it? Then why the fuck am I millions of dollars in debt? Where is it? It's in Black Boy Max's bank account. It's in fucking Silky's bank account. It's in Jason, Ronaldo, Lacey's bank account.
Bro,
I wish this never happened. I wish that I never did any of this.
It's really sad to think, but at this point, it seemed like there was really no right or wrong side of the situation. The FaZe management were wrong, the owners were wrong, and the ex-members were also wrong. But it seemed like with these members leaving, the most probable reason was to protect their money, their careers, their brands, everything like that. Even though they obviously can't talk much about it, that was the most probable reason. But in any situation, whenever there's money involved, it's extremely hard to get out of it, especially when you've been a part of this group for over a year, building your careers with all of these people around you to a degree which you never even thought was possible.
Who watches this shit, bro? Bro, I'm telling you, like, these young dudes, bro, this is what they watch today? Bruh. It's no wonder they can barely hardly pay attention for like 15 seconds or so, because they're watching crap like this.
FaZe Rain would even make a story about the situation, taking Banks' side and hinting at the fact that even he knew the stuff that was going on with FaZe. One day you will realize everything on the internet is fake. The people fake, friendships fake, intentions fake, the stories fake, loyalty non-existent. I had a silver hope that there were some good ones out there when I realized that even the good ones were only good when they benefit. I knew I didn't belong in this industry and environment. On top of this, one of the stock owners of FaZe Clan and the co-founder of DraftKings, Matt Kalish, would state that the current structure of FaZe is unsustainable. He gave influencers who operated from a multi-million-dollar mansion the option to go independent or sign deals to Hardscope, which if you guys don't know is a massive content agency that will likely also take a large percentage of their revenue. And that was likely the deal that they were trying to get the FaZe members to sign under. Kalish would also state that my best guess is that they're all good kids and have a lot of people under their ear and are confused. He has put $10 million into the group over the past 18 months. And if we're being honest, if they aren't taking any percentage of the revenue these creators signed under them are making, there's no way they're making any sort of profit whatsoever. So with FaZe essentially vanishing into thin air after they lost every creator they had, this would make many people wonder if the FaZe streaming group was planning on creating a new group under a different name. No contracts or anything, just a group of friends making a fuck ton of money and great content.
Obviously, I'm not in the loop, but if they're all saying they're leaving FaZe Clan, it gotta be creating a new org. Right? That's my brain is going immediately to that. Because why else would you use leaving FaZe Clan for, it gotta be a new org.
Something obviously happened, obviously. Their thought was we're gonna continue to be a group, but we're just gonna start.
Who the fuck is Luke? I know who Agent is, but I was like, who the fuck is this Luke guy? Oh, it says right there, Lacey's brother. Okay. I didn't see that at the bottom.
Our own thing. Together. Without FaZe.
Even though it seemed like everything was over after this.
Lacey has a brother that streams too? What the fuck?
That couldn't be farther from the truth. Banks would post another video the very next day regarding the situation, exposing text messages that Max sent him over the past year, and showing how Max wasn't only looking up to Banks as a mentor, but also constantly telling him the regret he had for leaving FaZe, which is extremely sad to hear considering what Max said about him in this video. And Banks would make it clear in his own video that this was taking a major toll on his mental health. Max would once again go on social media to make a post regarding the situation. I respected Banks, and after I left FaZe, Banks would call me and tell me I needed him and my career was falling off. He took advantage of the fact that I was depressed and in the hospital. At one point, I let all the calls get to me and
Bro, these guys sound like nothing but bitches, bro. I swear. These young dudes today are like mentally fucked up in the head. They're not like as stoic as they used to be. Like, bro, that's what happens when you grow up in the internet. You don't really have like you don't really struggle. You don't really go through it in the real world. Like most of these guys have always lived their lives through the internet, and they don't really live in reality. So that's kind of like the problem. Like a lot of these guys, they're dealing with a lot of these struggles when they go on camera or whatever, because like they don't live in reality. You know, most of these guys, like literally, they live their lives on the internet. So
asked to rejoin FaZe, but I kept going, and in November I was introduced to a manager who helped me realize that a lot of the things he told me were lies. And since leaving, I've worked on bigger guests and brands and have a 2026 plan that is bigger than anything I've ever accomplished so far. However, it wouldn't only be Max trying to speak out against what Banks was saying about them. A few hours after this, all the ex-FaZe members would go live to talk about the situation, to express that what Banks was saying about them were complete lies, and that they were also planning on continuing to be a content group as predicted, just not under the FaZe name.
A week ago, we all stopped streaming during the last day of our marathon that we were doing. We didn't really, like, I know a lot of people thought, oh, we're trying to make this a joke or whatever. That's never been the thing. There's a lot of stuff that's happening. Obviously, it was in our best intention to leave FaZe Clan. So all the speculations that like, oh, this is like an announcement, or this is something that we planned, this was not planned, and this was just some things that we came to terms. And
I mean, everything that Ron said is true. The main thing I wanted to let y'all know is, because seeing everyone leave online like one by one, obviously it looks crazy, and you guys don't know a lot of what is happening behind the scenes. But what I can say, what I will add to that, is that nothing is going to change from the viewers' perspective, from the chat's perspective, with our dynamic. Like, we are all still rocking with each other. We're all staying together. Me, Ron, Lacey, Jason, Silky, Kason, Rage. Like, we're all still doing our thing collectively and working on our own thing moving forward, and we're still going to be a part of each other's content. It's not like everyone's going in over here and doing their solo thing, over here and doing their solo thing. We're all still doing what exactly we were doing before, not underneath those 4 letters anymore, which it hurts. It hurts me, I think, a little bit more than everyone else, but I feel like it had to be done. It was too much of back and forth and too much stress over the months, a lot of things you guys don't know about, and I do think that this will be for the better. And
bro, they got one guy on the TV. What the fuck? I believe this guy on the TV is named Silky. Oh, at least so. Bro, what the fuck, bro?
that's really what it is. Yeah.
One of the biggest things that we
Man, these guys, bro, what are these fucking young dudes wearing today, bro? Bro. Man. Talking about having a dress code, all right.
wanted to make sure, adding on to adapt, it's kind of the same thing, but it's like nothing's changing. Like I know a lot of people made a lot of speculations. Okay, they're going to split, they're all going to go on our solo, whatever it might be. Are they going to make another group? We don't have any plans on anything right now besides just staying together and just making content.
Overall, let me know what you guys think about this situation. It really is sticky, and truly, there's no right or wrong side to it. If anything, they're both wrong for certain reasons, and they're both right for certain reasons. But let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Like I said, I'm taking the FaZe Boys side, also because Banks blocked my bitch ass on Twitter. Anyways, though, make sure to like and subscribe for more videos. Just
oh shit, I wasn't supposed to do that. That was actually pretty funny. Okay, that was pretty funny. That was actually pretty funny.
Thank you guys so much for watching. It's been your boy Janky, and I'm out.
Like, he had to really throw that jab in at the end. It was like, Bates bitch ass had to block. Like, bro, who the fuck are you? FaZe is more famous than you, bro. Like, dude, you only have like 166K subscribers. If FaZe Banks were to start a YouTube channel right now, I guarantee he would get more subscribers than you, bro. Come on, man. I don't mean to ego you right now as if I'm FaZe Banks myself, but like, bro, sit the fuck down. Let's get into some police shootings right now. Then we're gonna get into we're gonna get some police shootings right now. Then we're gonna switch back over to some other reaction stuff.
Checkpoints. Show me your hands! Show me your hands! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Show me your hands! Show me your hands! Get on the ground! Walk towards me! Okay? Now! Sir, I'm right here. Hold up the lady. Don't harm the lady. Keep your hands in the air now! This is my phone. Don't harm the lady. Walk towards me! There's nothing in my pocket. Just listen to instructions! Now! Okay. Keep your hands in the air. Come and get me. Come towards me. Do it now! Can you please come get me? No! Towards me. Do it now! The lady's in here crying. Keep your hands up! My hands off, sir. Hands not moving. I'm not moving. Do not move. I'm not. I got less lethal. Come. Ma'am, back here. Back here. You're not listening!
Bro, this is what we're talking about when, like, you don't listen to commands. Like, bro, walk towards the officers. They're telling you clearly as day, giving you clear instructions. Besides your hands being up, walk towards them. It's easy instructions to follow, bro. You're making a difficult situation seem harder, which in turn can go from being a bad situation to a very worse situation for you. They have the authority to shoot you. You don't have an authority to do anything really besides just comply when you're being told you're being placed under arrest. You can't fight them physically right there. You can either go to jail and fight it in jail or wait till you go have your day in court. You can't do anything right now in the heat of the moment, bro.
Walk to me! My hands up! Keep your hands up! My hands up!
Damn!
Shots fired, start EMS! Shots fired, start EMS!
Okay, let's see this. Bro, that was so fast, bro. That was crazy. Let's see that again.
Now! Okay. If you just come and get me in. Come and get me.
Say come and get him.
Do it now.
Brother.
Can you please come get me?
You're not in negotiation with the officers. You walk towards them. When they give you a command, you walk towards them. You're not in it. You can't negotiate that, bro. Like, you're just asking for it to be shot then, man. Come on.
Towards me. Do it now. The lady is in here crying. Keep your hands up. My hands up, sir. Do not move. I'm not. Do not move. Do not move. I'm not. Come out of the car. I just don't want the lady to get hurt. She had nothing to do with this. There's a gun right here. Back up from the gun. Back up from the gun. Back up. It's not loaded. Back up from the gun. No. It's not loaded, sir.
Okay, this is a good angle.
Okay,
this is a good angle right here. So we got a closer look at the guy.
Back. Can I call my mom, please?
Okay, so they got their tasers, they have their guns pointed. Like, bro, they're not in a situation like this. They're not fucking around, bro. It's a fuck around and find out situation, bro. If you don't comply, you're gonna find out. Like, you fuck around, you're gonna find out. Literally.
From the fucking gun! Stop the fuck! Stand back! My hands up! I'm gonna take him.
So I wonder what got him shot, though.
You reach for this gun, you will die! I'm gonna tase him. Step back!
Bro, keep your hands, bro. He should have just kept his hands up, bro. It's just that simple.
I'll tase him. Stop! My hands!
Bro. It's a clean shot. From what it looks like to me, that was a clean shot. Like, bro, they told him, they gave him clear commands as day. Keep your hands up or you're gonna get shot. He didn't comply and he got shot, bro. Come on. Yeah, they fucked him up. They fucked him up.
You alright? Hey, watch it. Show me your hands! Show me your fucking hands! Don't fire. Here, back out. We got it. Go around, back out. Show us your hands. Back out. Show us your hands. Back out. Don't talk to me. Towards me. There's nothing in my pocket. Oh, towards me. Now. Okay. You just come and get me in. Come and get me. Come towards me.
Nigga said come and get, bro. What is this, negotiation?
Towards me. Do it now. The lady is in here crying. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Do not move. I'm not move. Come on, I'm not. Come out the car. I just don't want the lady to get hurt. She has nothing to do with it.
So this is like another angle. This time we're like, instead of being close, we're behind it first. This is kind of a bad angle, so you really can't see exactly what's going to happen. But the angle before this one was far better, and you could see what got him shot. Instead of keeping his hands up, he chose to reach down, which led to him getting shot. I mean, it was a clean shot all day. They gave him clear commands all day, and he chose to just disobey, which led to him getting shot.
The fuck up! Back up! It's not loaded! Back off from the gun! Yeah! It's not loaded, sir! Step back! Okay, sir! Step back! Sir, can I call my mom, please? Stop from the fucking gun! Stop the fuck back! My hands up! I'm gonna tase him. I'm gonna tase him. You reach for this gun, you will die! I'm gonna tase him.
They gave him commands right there, as you can see. You reach for this gun, you will die. They told him clear as day.
Here, step back! My hands up! I'll tase him. My hands!
That was when he reached down, bro. That was over with. At that point, he was getting shot.
Shots fired! Who's shot down? You alright? Hands! Show me your fucking hands!
Yeah, I don't think he's moving. There is no hands, so I think he's gone.
Watch him. Show me your hands! Show me your fucking hands!
Yeah, he didn't make it. It's a sad situation, of course. You know, sad thing about loss of life, but it's just like, bro, when you're given a command by law enforcement, you are to follow that command no matter what. If you think that you know the law better than them, that's a quick way to get you shot. Just keeping it real. Like, people have got to stop thinking that they are above the law. Like, you people, like, if this was a real police state, trust me, it would be far worse than what you're getting right now in a democratic democracy. So this one's another one. Miami. Shoot, we got a Miami one now. So this one's you already know it's going to be good when it's in Miami. It says a suspect is armed with an AK-47 in the title, bro. That's crazy. And if people don't know this, to give you like a quick fact check, Miami is like what used to be the. It is still probably. I think it still is the biggest drug hub location, especially from like coming from like drugs that are coming from like South America, you know, Central America, from that region. They to reach American shores, most times it will go towards Miami. So, you know, there's a documentary that I would recommend you guys watch. It's called Cocaine Cowboys. It's on Netflix. It's one of the best documentaries out there. But like, it goes over exactly like, yeah, that's how bad the drug trade was in Miami at one point. I think now it's slowed down as years have gone on, and now law enforcement's got better at capturing these people. But we still have a massive drug problem right now with the fentanyl crisis. You know, instead of putting that on Venezuela, we should have really prioritized also, while simultaneously go to Venezuela and overthrow a vicious dictator. We should have still targeted the cartels.
Oh shit! Sir, you're not fired. Oh, sir, you shot me. I got one here. You shot me, sir. In the backyard.
He sounds like a young kid.
Don't fucking do You shot me, sir.
I mean, bro, if you're running with a gun, the fuck you think is gonna happen?
Where you shot? Oh, my arm. Oh, don't fucking move. Don't fucking move. Hey. Sir, you shot me. When I got through you, sir, can you call the ambulance? Sir, I got one custody. Start me fire. Second to the road. Second to the side. I just need ambulance. Second to the side. Hey, go.
Oh shit. That's apparently what he had in his hand. Yeah. That's definitely a clean shot. He had the gun in his hands. Bro, that's crazy, bro. Obviously, I think he obviously survived. Let me see. Okay, yeah, he survived. How old was he? He was 18, bro. He's 18 years old, bro. What the fuck you doing playing with guns, bro? Bro, you're 18 years old, bro. You got your whole life ahead of you.
Y'all know what?
Oh shit.
He has a gun with him. Hey, get everybody out. Drop it! Drop it! What you guys me for? Why you patting me out? Being detained. Why you detaining me? Why you detaining me? Anyone in the vehicle, make yourself known to my county sheriff's office.
On April 3rd, 2025, the theft of a U.S. Postal Service van signals the beginning of a chaotic crime spree, one that will escalate across state lines, involve a high-speed boat chase, and culminate in a...
Bro, this one's gonna be a good one. Okay, looks like we have to buckle up for this one.
Deadly shootout with police.
I don't know.
The following is based on official police records, and some of the footage has never been seen before. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. At 1:42 p.m., the Mojave County Sheriff's Office in Arizona is contacted about the theft of a U.S. Postal Service van after a man jumped out of a truck and into the van while the postal worker was delivering packages. Though both the van and truck had vanished, there's a scanner inside the van that can be tracked, and a manager at the post office gives a deputy real-time updates about the location of the vehicle.
They're approaching all the casinos now.
When the tracker stops in the parking lot of the Harris Casino in Laughlin, Nevada, the sheriff's office requests that the Las Vegas Metro Police Department respond to the location. Though there's no sign of the postal van, there's a truck with a bed filled with packages. Casino security has already checked the surveillance footage and confirms that one of the suspects is wearing a gray tank top and the other a white t-shirt.
That's their scanner they set out for us.
1417 pickup rolls in, 2 males jump out, walk inside, and watch you guys start driving by. He's still tracking.
The 2 men are seen leaving on a water taxi. However, 50 minutes later, the suspect wearing a gray tank top returns alone. Security footage shows him watching the security and police near the truck before he returns to the dock. Realizing the man was last spotted only 8 minutes earlier, one of the Las Vegas Metro Police officers heads out to the water taxis where he's about to set off a shocking series of events.
I got one on the back by the beach area. On the wall. On the wall.
Oh shit.
He pulled a 413.
He went right through that.
Okay, he pulled a 413 out.
Right there.
That was so fast. Hold on, let me see something. I didn't see it. Let me see.
On the back by the beach area. On the wall. On the wall.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, as you can see right here, I put up on full screen for you. You can see right here, he's pulling up a gun right now. Yeah, that's the gun. Yeah, he pulled that gun out. That was quick. That was a fast.
He pulled a 413.
He went right through that.
Yeah, he pulled a 413 out.
Right there.
Get out.
See, in a situation like this, officers are always going to draw their tasers first and foremost. That's it, because if they haven't properly, like, they don't know if the threat's gonna, if the perpetrator, the suspect, whatever, is already armed himself or whatever. You know, it's always the first. They always tell you in the police academy, you know, get your taser out first before you draw your gun. So you don't know 100% if the perpetrator has a loaded weapon himself or not. In this instance, the officer saw the gun. The guy didn't let off the shot for some reason. Now he has the authority, if he already didn't before, to use lethal force.
He ran back in the Harris. He has a gun with him. There you go.
It's running that way already.
Anyone 260, I lost him. Where you guys saw him running at? Yeah, he was running towards the lodge, the riverside lodge. Yeah, you see him on the rock? Yeah, he's on the other side.
The officers head toward the area where witnesses last saw the suspect. However, this will prove to be a mistake.
That's him. That's water taxi.
Water taxi. He's heading south down the casino now past his.
He's actually driving the taxi, the water taxi. It looks like he's running himself on the taxi.
Just minutes after the officers left the dock, the suspect boarded an empty water taxi and is now heading down the Colorado River towards Bullhead City, Arizona.
Hey, get everybody out!
Keep doing that. Yeah. All right, let's go.
With the Las Vegas Metro Police in pursuit in a commandeered water taxi, they notify the Bullhead City Police Department that an armed suspect is heading to their city.
Bro, this is turning into like a Grand Theft Auto high-speed chase right now. They started on land, on foot. Now they're on boats. Bro, what the fuck is going on, man? Bro, what the hell is going on in Vegas right now, man? Dude, you expect some shit like this to happen in Miami. Vegas, of all places, I would never expect this to happen in.
The water taxi. He's going south past Community Park right now. Be foot bailed. Looks like he's jumping off the water taxi. I'll get your location when I can.
He's running. He's off of his water taxi.
The Las Vegas Metro Police officers disembark near where the suspect abandoned his stolen water taxi.
Yeah, we're gonna stay behind cover over here, keeping eyes on the flower. We don't have eyes on him right now, right? We're waiting for Bullhead City to arrive and we can get up for him to go on.
A Bullhead police officer soon enters the parking lot of an apartment complex near where the man was last spotted. While the first officer doesn't see anything suspicious and drives farther into the parking lot, a second officer, 24-year-old Matt Sloan, enters soon after. A devastating showdown begins as the suspect emerges from his hiding spot with a gun.
Oh shit. Bro, it's about to go down.
Pointed at the police vehicle.
Oh shit. Did he
As
get
Officer
him?
Sloan runs for cover, Officer Cornelison arrives. Officer Sloan takes refuge behind a wall, and both he and Officer Cornelison engage the suspect.
Yeah, he's done for.
Drop it! Drop it! Drop it! Stop moving! Do not reach for it! Do not reach for it! Move it, move it!
Why do you shoot with a shield or ASAP? Hit it with the shield.
Yeah, they neutralized the threat now, so now they can safely go in and make the arrest if he's still, breathing.
Okay, roll it. Oh, come on, slow. Hey, get some gloves on, man. Get some gloves on. We have shots fired. Suspect is down. Everyone else looks like they're okay.
During the confrontation, one of the apartment's residents found themselves trapped at the mailboxes as bullets rained down around him.
Come here.
Bro's on the ground firing like this is like an action movie for him right now. I don't know if he's on some drugs or if he's just like, obviously he's probably on some type of substance, because like to be able to do all this stuff, bro, you have to be like high at your mind to be getting in a gunfight like that with the officers.
Here. Come here. Are you okay? Move. Come back behind my car. Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, I just scraped.
Did you fall?
No, I just scraped myself a little bit.
Do you need medical attention?
No, I'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Are you hurt? No. Shot in.
Oh, he definitely shot you. I'll watch him do it. Okay, got it.
Hey, start medics, Rich. You gotta be. I need medics. The number is 1575. 1575.
He's dead.
You got a med pack?
He's dead.
Get a med pack anyways.
Yep, well.
Med pack now.
Hey, listen, don't cuff him. Don't cuff him. Just search him. Just search him.
No, yeah, he didn't make it. The way they let him up, he was not gonna make it. You shoot at officers, yeah, you got a sure way chance of being gunned down completely, like being put out of your misery. Like, there's no question they were gonna execute him.
He's got the weapons.
And rightfully so. You shoot at officers, you deserve to get gunned down.
That's him right here.
Though one suspect is down, the other is still on the run, making this case far from over.
Are you hurt?
Okay, so there was two. Okay, shit.
Come with me.
Check him for injury.
I don't know if it's important yet. Did you fire? I did. How many did you fire? Which direction did you fire? Yeah, this way. He was this way? Yeah, and then also this way as well. Okay. All right. Come with me, my friend.
Officer Sloan is soon approached by his brother, another Bullhead City police officer.
They shot me multiple times. Did you get shot or no? I don't know. Take your clothes off. He's down. All right. Stay here. I'm not anymore. Touch it. I need a lawyer. Oh, wait, what's on your arm? Why are you bleeding? Is this from the suspect? Okay.
Yeah. Let's just leave everything where it's at. He's, well, do what you need to do. He's dead.
After searching the suspect, the officers are able to identify him as 48-year-old Eric Watkins. According to police reports, Eric was previously a suspect in multiple past auto burglaries and had warrants for his arrest, including a full extradition warrant from Riverside County Sheriff's Office for a sex offense that was issued on December 13th.
Why don't they ever go pick these fucking people up, bro? How are they still walking around? Like, people like this shouldn't even been allowed walking out freedom. They should not be allowed to be walking around with so much freedom. They should be in the pen right now. This guy should have been locked up and should have never been allowed back out, bro. These judges be allowing these criminals to keep walking about, and they wonder why this situation like this happens all the time. Thank God nobody wasn't hurt, but like, bro, it's not guaranteed all the time, bro. Like, if you see the guy that's being repeatedly offended, that goes back and reoffends and keeps getting arrested, that's maybe a sign that maybe he probably needs to be locked up for good. Like, this guy was allowed freedom, and then he went out, and then look what he did. He shoots at officers, and then, you know, he lost his life anyways. Like, this guy clearly wasn't right in the head, and he wasn't right to fit in a civilized society.
2024. As well, court documents from Brigham City District Court, Utah, and Mojave County indicate that Eric had been previously charged with producing or transferring any false identification document, possession of another's identity documents, criminal trespass, unlawful flight from a pursuing law enforcement vehicle, and possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, though the final two charges had been dismissed.
They're grabbing your water right now. Are you good? Yeah. What happened? I'm not going to answer your question. I want to know when I'm able to terminate my camera. You're good now. There's no evidentiary purpose. That's the only reason you have a camera on your turn. I'm not going to. That's the only reason you need it. Sit down, dude. This is going to be good, but like, dude, when I heard it was you, I flew.
Medics arrive and begin tending to Eric. The Metro Police officers have also joined the Bullhead officers, reminding everyone that this case is far from over.
He's saying they have two suspects that are involved. One's still at large.
The other suspect identified in the casino surveillance footage is described as approximately 5'2" to 5'8" in height, with a medium build and light brown short hair. He was last seen wearing a white baggy t-shirt, light-colored baggy pants, and dark shoes. It doesn't take long for officers to notice someone similar to that description is currently standing right across the street from the apartment complex.
On the white, on the other side of the highway, white shirt, blue jeans. The white guy. Okay, not him. All right. Yeah, well, think it's him. I don't know. Okay. What? He's getting some pretty good distance. He's almost down by the. Not that guy. Just fine. Okay, partner. Keep your hands where you see him. Keep him up. What's going on? Did you happen to witness what happened right over there? No, my boss asked me to come down here and find out what's going on. Well, keep your hands up. Why? Keep him up. What are you guys doing? I'm patting you down. Stop. Why are you patting me down? You're being detained. Why are you detaining me? Why are you detaining me?
Do these people never stop and think that not to fight law enforcement?
Put your hands behind your back. Why? Put them behind your back.
Put your hands behind your back, or you man. Put your hands. What did I do? What did I do? Relax. What did I do? Put your hands behind your. Oh man, come on! I didn't do anything, man. Hurry, my legs are please. Please, man. Well, if you want to let damn it. God damn it. All right, stand up, please. Hurry.
The man is adamant that he isn't involved and is only standing across the street because his employer asked him to see what was going on after hearing gunshots.
When I was coming out, the reason I asked you, keep your hands where I see him, keep them up. I wanted to check you for weapons because you matched a description of someone we just had not only steal a water taxi, but steal a post office truck and then get in a shooting with other officers, okay?
All right.
So you matching that description, that's why I wanted to make sure you're up. And then pulling away from me, I get you're confused. But that's not going to help on that right there, okay?
While one officer explains the situation, another heads down the street to speak to the man's employer.
He's saying he works here.
Yeah, I work here. I heard the cops. Okay. I told him to stand right there and see what's going on. If anything's coming this way.
Okay.
He's been here all day.
He's been out here all day.
Looks for me every day.
Okay.
With this confirmation, the officers realize they have the wrong guy.
Oh, my thing is gone.
No, that was God. There was four.
Yeah, even though it was the wrong guy or whatever, why the fuck are you still trying to fight the officers, bro? Like, bro, if they're telling you to comply or whatever, just answer basic questions, man. I mean, like, bro, you're making the situation worse on yourself. Like, you do realize when law enforcement tell you you're being placed under arrest, you have no constitutional right to really fight them back on that. They have more authority than you do. Any more or any less, it's just gonna lead to you just getting shot or tased. You would rather be tased than be shot because, like, there's a chance you're not gonna survive.
That game.
They released the man, but one suspect remains at large. Back in Mojave County, deputies have made a crucial discovery. According to police reports, the postal van was found approximately 50 yards into the desert.
No.
I got driver's side. Anyone in the vehicle, make yourself known to Mojave County Sheriff's Office. Clear in the back. Clear in back packages.
Still running.
You could probably drive it out of here. If they never stole the tracker, they would have probably gone away with it.
Confirming that it's empty, the deputies call the postal employee to pick up her abandoned van.
Can you kind of explain again what happened?
I was behind my van, and I see a truck pull up. The guy came out, okay, jumped into my van, and I said, hey, and I looked at him, and he took off. Got in my car and took off that quick.
With one suspect still unaccounted for, the deputies ask her an important question.
Did you see who else was in the vehicle?
No, I didn't see that guy driving.
Oh, okay.
I only saw the guy come out.
Okay, so you don't know if it was a man or woman?
No, I'm sure it was a man. It was a man.
What makes you think it's a man?
I just know. I just feel it.
In Bullhead City, Eric is confirmed to have died at the scene. Later that evening, an officer contacts his sister to inform.
That's a weird thing to say. I feel it. It was a man. What?
Inform her of the day's shocking events.
Bro, women, bro.
Your brother, Eric?
Yes.
So, they already told you that he has passed away, correct?
That's what they said.
Okay. So there was an incident today. He was involved in an investigation over in Laughlin, Nevada, in reference to like a theft case or something.
She's been crying.
He fled from them on a water taxi boat. They got in a pursuit with him on the water. He ended up into Bullhead City. And then when he was contacted by Bullhead City in an apartment complex parking lot, there was an exchange of gunfire between your brother and the officers.
So he died in a police shootout?
Yes, ma'am.
Over a theft?
So from what I saw from the video surveillance, an officer pulled up into the parking lot, and then it looks like your brother pulled a gun out and started shooting at the cop car. And then exchange of gunfire continued to happen.
Doesn't sound like my brother.
The Mojave Medical Examiner's Office determined that Eric had 7 bullet wounds. The injury in the middle of Eric's chest was consistent with a 9mm bullet, and there were 5 other bullet holes that were consistent with rifle rounds. There was another bullet hole through his left ear, but it wasn't determined if it was from a rifle or handgun. It appeared that Eric's left lung, aorta, and heart had been struck during the incident. According to police documents, the security video footage from Harrah's showing the second suspect was sent to a forensic laboratory for possible facial recognition. It was determined that due to the video quality, no identity was able to be made. The second suspect is still outstanding. If you'd like to see select new videos early and help us keep uncovering case files that rarely come to light, you'll find extra footage and unseen details on our Patreon. Channel memberships here on YouTube also includes early access to select new videos.
It's a shame they didn't catch the guy. That actually is disappointing. They didn't catch the guy. But let's get into this one right here. Gavin Newsom versus the world.
Other candidates learn from his success. The reason that Gavin Newsom is drawing so much support, even from people who don't really like him all that much, is because he is so far the only major Democratic presidential contender to understand that the battle lines of the 2028 presidential primary are not going to be the same as what we've seen for the past 10 years. Let me explain. Let's rewind. 10 years ago, we had the 2016 Democratic primary. The candidates were Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, and for a while, some other irrelevant people. Hillary Clinton was heir apparent. Really, she was supposed to be the nominee back in
Bruh. That was the worst kind of option to put Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump. Bernie Sanders would have been a better fit, but the problem was the liberals just don't like Bernie because he's too far to the left. He's a socialist. Like they don't, they're not ready for that type of political ideology just yet. The party's still very much run by the moderates, and the far left radicals, they want to take over, obviously, and turn it into more of a socialist party that goes more farther to the left and, like, you know, believes in socialism, you know. So it was between Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders to go against Donald Trump, and of course Hillary Clinton got the nomination to go run and become the president. So
2008, but got beat out by
a skinny kid with a funny name who believes that America has a place for him too.
So banished from presidential ambition for 8 years, Clinton was rested and ready, and she was going to be president. Enter Bernie Sanders. Clinton was the establishment pick, the clear choice, the safe option, but she was also not very exciting to many progressive voters who wished that the Obama administration was able to accomplish more than it did, or felt that the Obama administration had not delivered on the change that Obama had promised. Bernie Sanders was forthright in his support of democratic socialism and energized progressives and young people in a way that's probably best explained, since I've seen the age demographics for this channel, and a lot of you probably weren't very political in 2016, by saying that it was kind of like a nationwide Zohran Mamdani moment, except of course for the fact that Bernie Sanders lost.
This kid kind of does. He kind of gave me the soy boy feel, bro. Like he looks like the Harry Sisson, the Dean Withers type, bro. Look at him, man. He has that soy boy lookish, bro. The guy that looks like he's a fan of Gavin Newsom, bro. Don't get me wrong, Gavin Newsom mocks the fuck out of JD Vance, you know, to quote Cavicler. But, you know, I'm not voting right now as it stands until I see otherwise. Until we get what we were promised.
The 2016 primary. Clinton won, but it was an incredibly bitter primary. There were accusations of cheating by many in the Bernie camp, and there was a feeling that he was getting screwed by the system, especially since Clinton was much more successful.
Yeah, it's kind of obvious that's the case. He did get cheated. They didn't want Bernie to run as the nominee
than Sanders with the superdelegates at the Democratic Convention. The superdelegates were people that got to vote on who the Democratic nominee was because they were party insiders. This is in contrast to normal delegates that are awarded to whatever candidate wins a state's primary or caucus. Since 2016, the role of the superdelegates has been drastically reduced in the nominating process because of how controversial they were in 2016. Of course, Clinton went on to lose in 2016, but the bad blood within the party remained. Many Clinton supporters accused Bernie or busters of throwing the election to Trump by staying home or even voting for Trump because they hated Clinton so much. And of course, many Bernie supporters felt that their candidate's more aggressive agenda could have defeated Trump and that the party had prevented this from happening. So we have Trump term 1, and then in 2020, we see a similar dynamic develop in the Democratic primary, this time with Biden and Bernie. One of the big bad blood creating moments for this primary was when a lot of the centrist candidates like Buttigieg and Klobuchar dropped out and endorsed Biden, which made it easier for Biden to win states since the centrist vote wasn't split in as many ways. It's hard to overstate just how impactful the 2016 primary has been on Democratic politics for the last 10 years. Today, whenever people talk about progressives and centrists in the Democratic Party, they are in many ways talking about the spiritual successors of the Bernie and Clinton factions within the party. So many internal Democratic Party dramas in the last 10 years have really been fights between the coalitions that we began to see emerge in 2016 and were solidified in 2020. This is one of those things that you start to see everywhere once you're aware of it. Just endless relitigation of the 2016 primary. I think this is a lot of what happened with the drama around Ezra Klein's book Abundance in 2025, just as an example. So anyway, here we are today. It's 2026, 10 years since the 2016 primaries, and basically all the important pieces of the apparatus of the Democratic Party, the politicians, the activists, the PACs, the donors, understand themselves to be more or less aligned with one of these coalitions within the Democratic Party. The problem is that for a lot of the Democratic Party base, the actual voters, those coalitions, those internal party fights, the endless relitigation of the 2016 and 2020 primaries, it couldn't possibly be more irrelevant. Longtime viewers might remember my Democratic Party political compass video from last year. Let's take a look at a bit of that, because frankly, I think I was right on the money describing where the base of the Democratic Party is at right now. I organized the Democratic Party on 2 axes, the progressive and conservative axis and the fight the Trump administration versus cooperate with the Trump administration axis. I think it's pretty clear at this point that the center of gravity within the Democratic Party base is on the fight side of this compass. Here's what I had to say about the Democratic Party base back then. I'm using the No Kings protest logo just as a stand-in for where I think a lot of the Democratic Party base is right now. The No Kings protest itself was not an incredibly ideological affair. What unites a lot of the Democratic Party base right now isn't necessarily ideology. It's a general feeling that the Democratic Party is not doing enough, is not fighting hard enough. This is why I think you see a ton of people get really excited basically anytime anyone does something very visibly against the Trump administration, regardless of the ideology that's actually motivating it. This group of people is just really, really mad right now and will support any politician that's willing to be mad with them. Right after this, I encourage...
Yeah, look, regardless of the soyness I'm getting from this guy, he is right about that. That is exactly what's the downfall of the Democrats right now, is that they just want to hop on to any candidate that's just mad, that's just raging anger at the Trump administration and all of their followers. Like, they just want to they just want to just get mad, just reek of anger. Instead of actually offering real change and real policy, they just want to go off of like their emotions. So that's one thing that's what hurting the party right now, to where they're not offering any like solutions for their side. That's why like no one's not keen on like voting Democrat right now, because there's not really any real solution. It's just like they just want to see Trump impeached. That's all they really care about. You know, they're not really like offering like policy. They're not offering like how to fix X, Y, and Z. Zoran Mondani's what he offered for New York was a lot of things that he can't really 100% fulfill. Like, he's a mayor. A mayor's power can only go so far. Most of what he offered to do, a mayor doesn't have the constitutional power to do. You know, basically to offer like free bus rides, whatever. You know, ensure the safety of like the buses, that could probably be doable or whatever. You know, most of everything else, most of all of his other policies, they're far and harder to really like ensure. So, and like he's only limited by his status as like a mayor. Like, the only thing that got him elected was because he went on like he pretty much just like he went out there and like interacted with the people. He pretty much did what Trump did in 2024. He went on podcasts, of course. He went out there and also pretty much like greeted, you know, talked with, you know, and also like pretty much like be not like how a politician really cares themselves, and pretty much went out there and just be like just pretty much like embrace like that of like a New Yorker, like to go out there and like carry himself like he's one of them, you know, give him that sense of like, I can trust this guy. You know, he comes out here, he talks to us, he asks us what our problems are and asks us how can he fix it, and then really sits there and listens and promises to deliver. You know, that's kind of like a working system that could probably help the Democratic Party in 2028, you know, in case they want to use that playbook to better help their side. So it's a smart strategy. I mean, it worked for Trump, and then Zoran pretty much took that same playbook and applied it to their side. You know, that's what got him elected. Now, as far as how does he plan on like, you know, implementing some of his policies, the majority of them are not going to get through. You know, it's just not going to work. So I see most of it just being a gigantic failure for the most part.
Urged everyone to keep an eye on Gavin.
And then just to sit there and just go off that same notion about taxing the rich, like many economics already showed, many schools of thoughts, you know, think tanks in the economics already have disproved that that's going to really fix the economy. Taxing the rich is not going to do much of anything. You know, it's more of like an emotional based response, and just people just hate the rich. It's not gonna really fix the economy if you tax the rich. You could tax them like say like 10 or 20% more than what the middle class is being taxed, for example. That's still not gonna do anything to the economy. It won't even make a dent. So that's just wishful thought.
Gavin Newsom, who even months ago I thought was...
It sounds good on paper. Don't get me wrong. These socialists, it sounds good on paper for them to go out there and say that and to draw on the masses. But if you look at it and like really analyze it, it's not going to do anything. The problem with like guys like Sam Cedar, you know, that are socialist, you know, self-proclaimed, these guys don't really debate people that really actually know how to really counteract their points. They go out there and debate a bunch of like libertarians, like people that are like not like high skilled debaters that go out there and really read about real economics and understand like that doesn't really do anything to fix the problem. You know, they debate a bunch of libertarians that go off of libertarian, you know, economic system, which is like it's a general economic system. How everyone else got their knowledge about economics. Because like you look at like libertarian schools of thoughts when it pertains to like economics, that's the general system of like how we all view economics. So, but like I said, the socialists, how they view it is just like it's a non-realistic, and honestly speaking, it just doesn't work.
Really resonating with this type of Democratic Party voter whose most important issue is just opposition to the Trump administration in a very broad sense, and doesn't really care whether the opposition is coming from someone that's more centrist like Cory Booker or someone like Bernie Sanders. Gavin Newsom has undeniably become the face of aggressive opposition to the Trump administration within the Democratic Party, which has made him popular, even though, as I put it back then, he is, I think, liberal anger at the last decade personified. And this is how I explain why he continues to attract loyal internet foot soldiers and endless speculation about a 2028 run, despite, to my eyes anyway, being very party machine type guy in an age of populism, and also being pretty flexible with his actual beliefs lately. So to those of us that really care about policy and want politicians that are ideologically consistent, the Newsom momentum might seem incomprehensible. But that's why I think my fight versus don't fight axis is useful. It enables us to understand why the old coalitions within the Democratic Party just aren't as salient for the average Democrat today as they might be for politicians and extremely political people. There's a new set of issues, or at least a new issue, that's at play when it comes to defining the Democratic coalition. And Newsom is appealing to voters not because he's a progressive, not because he's a centrist. He's appealing to a lot of Democratic voters because a lot of Democratic voters' most important issue is just visible, aggressive opposition to the Trump administration. They don't really care where it comes from ideologically. And he is constantly making an effort to thrust himself into the spotlight as the Democratic Party's most visible attack dog. Let's take a look at a couple examples. Starting out most recently, Newsom went to Davos, Switzerland to basically heckle the Trump administration at the World Economic Forum. He handed out Trump's signature series knee pads.
You're running around distributing knee pads to CEOs, and I think it does.
Handing them out.
And
I do have a few if you'd like.
And honestly, it sounds.
By the way, I'm not kidding. They're the new Trump signature series knee pads. Yeah, and they are available online. I told you the last one sold out. And I just want to. It's a serious moment. It actually, but we laughed. Anyway, these are available and in bulk too.
And his press office was tweeting clips with captions like "Red states are failed states." Now, did this in itself actually accomplish anything? Absolutely not. But it got people talking about Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, bro. I love how they always go and attack that notion about red states are like far worse than like democratically run states. When you look at it, you look at a red state as a whole. Okay, so when they look at like red states has the most, say, violent crimes compared to like blue states. When you go look at it on the map, when you go from state to state, that like the color of the state, and then you go into the states exactly itself and analyze it by state or county by county, you know, city by town, you do realize if like you go by the if you go by the county by county, you realize like say like for example, you go towards like Chicago's like more of like I believe it votes red, but when you go by the city of the city like Chicago, Illinois. If you go by like the state of Illinois, the state of Illinois, for example, and you go by Chicago's a very left-leaning city, but if you look at all the surrounding other areas, they all lean red. So if you were to break it down on a more of a microscopic level, instead of just looking at it like a map and be like, oh, well, like this red state has more violent crime or whatever. Yeah, if you go to the state and you realize like the city where all the violent crime happens at, they tend to lean left. So that doesn't really disprove anything. That actually just kind of proves that even in a red state where you have like a big city that leans left, violent crime happens far more often there. So that doesn't disprove anything, actually. That actually proves it more if you go and look at it from, like I said, if you break it down from that point, that would still mean that left-leaning states or cities are still very more violent than right. I mean, it's just the facts. I mean, like, if we're going to really break it down and debunk that claim that red states are very, very more violent than blue, I mean, like, you look at if you go inside that state and you realize, like, what city is it where is the city where majority of the crime is coming from, and where do they lean politically? It's mostly left. So that doesn't disprove anything. I mean, that actually destroys the argument.
And opposition to the Trump administration, both at home in people's feeds and on their TVs, and in the rooms at Davos, where some very rich and important people are currently wishing that the president of the United States wasn't currently threatening a NATO ally and putting tariffs on everything. Another example, Gavin Newsom pushed a redistricting ballot measure through in California, which was intended to counter the Republican mid-decade gerrymander in Texas. There was a lot of debate about how this would play at the time. Would it make Democrats look hypocritical for complaining about gerrymandering as they were doing gerrymandering? Gavin Newsom took the fight fire with fire approach, and he was successful. Provided it isn't stopped by the courts, the California redistricting effort will make it possible for Democrats to flip 5 Republican-held seats in the House of Representatives.
People in tactical gears sent out to intimidate a community that is already on edge. But you see, as we speak, people are still in line. People waiting up 3 hours to cast.
The biggest fight right now for the Democratic Party is going to be internally, because like, I don't even like we still have a ways to go before we decide who's going to be like the candidate for both sides. But it's like people want, you know, AOC's been talked about doing it. Bernie's obviously not going to run again because like he's old as hell right now. He's getting close to the end of his political career. But like, you know, between Gavin Newsom and AOC, they're going to pretty much be the two big candidates to probably run for the presidential candidate in 2028. So either one of those two are going to get the nominee, but I don't think they're ready to really lean into like a far left ideology. Not at all. Not yet, at least. So I think it's going to pretty much be Gavin Newsom, but you know, because he is trying to like offer like actual real political solutions compared to all the everyone else in the party who just want to go out there and just make TikToks, just want to complain, just want to bitch and moan. You know, it'd be funny if they have Jasmine Crockett go out there and run for like presidency. You know, if they have Jasmine Crockett run, oh, they're definitely going to lose. That's without question. They're definitely set themselves up to take an L.
Their vote to send a message to Donald Trump.
But then again, I'm not voting yet until I know for sure exactly, are we going to get what we promised, or we're just going to be jerked around per usual?
No crowns, no thrones, no kings.
This was a substantive action, one that made Newsom look like he was serious about using whatever powers he had to fight the Trump administration. And it was also a break from the kind of Democratic Party that in the past we might expect to shy away from that kind of aggressive action. There's more examples of Newsom acting as a kind of interim unofficial opposition leader, even before Trump's second term started. Remember the Newsom-DeSantis debate?
Ron has literally the worst mental health system in America, forgive me, outside of Mississippi and Texas.
He is always looking for a viral moment about him being opposed to the Republican Party, which brings me to social media, the other big way that Newsom has attracted attention as a leading Democratic attack dog.
Recently, the press office called Stephen Miller a cuck on Twitter. How do you differentiate yourself?
That's actually pretty funny. They call Stephen Miller a cuck, bro? That's crazy.
Well, it's a response to Stephen Chung in the White House and his use of that word. I don't think they understand any other kind of language, so I have no apologies for standing tall and firm and pushing back. I will assert myself as I feel fit.
Just wanted to say, if you're enjoying this video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can appreciate your help of the kind of rhetoric the Trump administration has been employing against Democrats for the past 10 years. Of course, when Press Newsom claims that the press account is all about holding up a mirror to how insane the president's actions are, that's true. The fact that people freak out when Newsom goes crazy on Twitter and don't really care when Trump does reveals a double standard. But I think anyone that's really paying attention to the reaction that Newsom's gotten from those posts on that account know that people aren't just enjoying it because it's ironically mimicking the Trump administration or whatever. People just like it. People like it because it's the first time a Democratic politician has really gotten in the mud. And a lot of people enjoy that stuff. It feels good to watch someone that's on your side just go nuts. This is not a sentiment that shows up in...
It's got like 34K views, bro. I don't think that I don't think he's not gaining much traction as the socialists of the Democratic Party are getting. Definitely not. I mean, I see AOC's numbers on X, bro. But I mean, Gavin Newsom is like, I wouldn't consider him like as far left or progressive. I mean, I would say he's more kind of like, he's still kind of like a moderate in some ways. He probably has some policies, but I don't think he leans into like, yeah, he's definitely like leans into like a open borders leftist, because like he definitely wants to fill up America with more third worlders. That's one of his policies. I mean, like he doesn't, because that's why he refuses to work with ICE. And he refuses to let when ICE comes to California to partake in their deportation process. He refuses to have law enforcement work with them because, you know, Gavin Newsom loves his Mexicans. They're Spaniards in California. They're filling up California like crazy. California might as well just be Mexico 2.0 at this point. So many Mexican flags, but none but little American flags.
In elite media much. But the truth is, a lot of Democrats are so tired of being told that they have to constantly understand or restrain their vitriol for an administration that openly hates them. This is the demographic that is really excited by the Newsom social media presence. Now, I will say something that challenges the narrative that I'm building here is the Gavin Newsom podcast. In these podcasts, he does not always come off as a ruthless attack dog. He's certainly willing to go back and forth a bit. But just as an example, Newsom got a lot of flack online recently for giving Ben Shapiro what many people thought was a bit of a softball interview. I think what's happening here is Newsom is trying to establish some credibility as someone that understands the enemy. I'm pretty sure these interviews with right-wingers are designed to give him the credibility to talk about how, since he understands MAGA, he understands how to defeat MAGA better than any other.
That is crazy. He actually brought Ben Shapiro on there. I like a lot. That's crazy. But then again, when you gotta have one establishment with another established guy. I mean, regardless of how I feel about Ben Shapiro or whatever, but I mean, it makes sense why you brought Ben Shapiro on there. I mean, like, he's the safe guy, the platform. That's always
their candidate. You occasionally already hear him talk like this. The interviews also helpfully give him the opportunity to create some clippable moments and backtrack.
I think this guy's jerking off. I think he's circle jerking Gavin Newsom a little too much right now, because like to sit here and to say that he has to ferment or to beat the Trump administration is just like, I just think he's a hardcore Gavin Newsom dick sucker. Pause. I don't think Gavin has the knowledge to really beat anybody in an election right now. The only way he could win is just like if the next 3 years or so is a complete disaster from the Trump administration part, then obviously speaking, America's just going to vote for him anyways. And especially if the base is not going to show up and vote for whoever's next, like JD Vance or whatever, yeah, Gavin Newsom's going to win for sure. So, and then we're going to have more immigration. Then we're going to have more third world that's been brought in. And then we're going to have more pride parades. And then guys like me are going to probably be killed. So...
on some policy positions that he now thinks make him look a little too progressive. This is a problem for people who care about policy and consistency, but I think Newsom is making a bet that most Democrats value him for his opposition and attack dog status more than for his ideological consistency. Time will tell if he's right about this bet, but the polls seem to show that he's been right about this so far. Another thing about Gavin Newsom that's worth spending at least a little bit of time on is his image, the image of Gavin Newsom. He looks like he would play the president in a movie. I don't know how to quantify this, but even the weirdo right talks about this. Here's that kid Clavicular talking to Michael Knowles.
Like this next election cycle.
Did he call, he called Clavicular weird, bro. He mocks you, bro. Bro, he mocks you. That's crazy you call him. What the fuck? Bro, he mocks you, man. Come on. Like, people sleep on Clavicular, bros. W Clavicular.
Who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs.
JD Vance is subhuman?
Yeah. Personally, I think the right-wing boosting of Newsom is being taken way, way, way too seriously by some people. So, you know, take this for what it's worth. But I thought I should at least mention that his...
Dude, it's satire. Like, are these dudes so stupid they don't understand jokes? It's pure satire. It's just bro, there's satire. Like, these dudes are so stupid on the left that they don't understand jokes, bro. Like, no one's trying to advance Gavin Newsom or give, like, but aesthetically speaking, like Paul's or whatever, like, you look at JD Vance, you look at Gavin Newsom, one looks like a Hollywood star, the other one looks like a flat blob that looks like he got done eating in a hot dog contest. Like, bro, it's satire jokes, man. That's all it is. Why is he taking this shit so serious? Like, these guys, they really think people on this side are really trying to advocate for Gavin Newsom to win presidency. We're just making jokes, bro.
Patrick Bateman energy is clearly having some impact on how people perceive him. But anyway, one of the struggles of the post-2024 election Democratic Party has been finding an issue that unites the party. There's always talk about building a big tent, but part of this is figuring out what the tent pole is going to be, if that makes sense. Gavin Newsom does not fit neatly into the post-2016 progressive/centrist dichotomy. He seems to change his actual policy positioning to fit the moment. Sometimes he's a progressive champion, sometimes he's the sensible centrist, depends on the weather. The proposition of Gavin Newsom is that primary voters do not actually care the most about this, and what they actually care.
That's what I just said earlier. It's like I don't think he's not a far left progressive. Like, he's not a socialist or nothing. I think he's just like a moderate. He's still like a liberal, in my opinion, like one of those moderate liberals. So like I look at Gavin Newsom, it's like he's very well tamed to like a Bernie Sanders on the AOC. It's definitely not those types. You know, Hakeem Jeffries is not even like farther to the left either. But I doubt anyone's voting for like Obama 2.0.
Most about is being aggressively opposed to the Trump administration in whatever capacity is possible. In the post-2016 understanding of the Democratic Party, there's a left lane and a centrist lane that candidates have to try their best to fill in order to have a shot at winning the primary. I think in this understanding of the Democratic Party, all the left-right shape-shifting could pose a serious problem for Newsom. But what I think his success so far reveals is that there's going to be at least one more lane up for grabs in 2028 that right now none of the other serious 2028 Democratic presidential contenders is pursuing. The most visible opponent of the Trump administration lane. You might not see it yet, but I'm telling you, don't be surprised when on the 2028 debate stage, candidates are asked questions like, would you tear down the Trump White House ballroom? These are the kinds of things that might...
What? Is that even a serious question?
Seem irrelevant to professional political people, but to a lot of the Democratic Party base, they won't seem irrelevant.
He's got a point, though. I will give him that on that, because like they're gonna worry about, you know, retarded shit like that, because like this is just kind of what this is what they're obsessed with. Like, is that derangement syndrome? They're gonna pretty much, the media is gonna take advantage of that derangement syndrome and try to like hone in on that to basically pull in the even like the most, you know, non-political person to come draw them in. Is like, yeah, he did say he would take the money, the taxpayer dollars, to build a ballroom instead of giving me my welfare, instead of giving me my SNAP benefits, instead of giving me my Medicaid. He threatened to take away my Medicaid and use that money, even though it's not true, to build a ballroom. So there is a possibility that they're going to take advantage of that derangement syndrome and use it to their own advantage, because like you know, they're going to be voting based off their emotions, not based off of policy. You know, they're going to be voting based off of like the emotional capacity of some of these fucking people, because some of these people are not like political savvy. These people, like, they read, you know, news article here, news article there. They watch MSNBC, you know, they watch CNN, you know, even Fox News on the right or whatever. They don't really go out there and like research politics or like read books, read philosophy. These people who are just like, they're just sheep. That's all they are.
Symbolic of how far a candidate is willing to go to root out the corruption and abuses of the Trump era. So where does this leave us for the next 3 years? Well, it's a long time to 2028 and a lot can happen. It could be the Democrats get tired of Newsom's shtick. Personally, I think while it's possible that Democrats just get tired of him, I think that the role that he's currently playing within the Democratic Party will always have some fans. Even if it's not him, you can imagine another Democrat acting very similarly. Frankly, I think this is exactly what's going to be one of Newsom's big long-term challenges, because while he might be the first Democrat to really successfully tap into the new priorities of the Democratic coalition, he absolutely will not be the last. And it might turn out that some Democrats just prefer someone who's able to be as aggressive as Gavin, but is much more consistent when it comes to policy. I think it's also true that by 2028, a successful Democratic presidential candidate isn't simply going to be able to run as opposed to the Trump administration. They're going to need a real positive vision for what the party and country should be like, defined on their own terms. It's possible that Newsom just isn't able to be anything other than a Trump-era politician. It's possible that someone who seems totally disconnected from the last 10 years will be preferred by voters. Maybe their vision will feel fresh and forward-looking in a way that someone who spends 4 years as a partisan mudslinger just cannot match. It's too early to tell. Many of the events that will come to define the 2028 election have not happened yet, frankly. But it's not too early to say that the shape of the Democratic coalition is not the same as it was 10 years ago. Right now,
about to reach 4 hours right now. Holy shit.
Democrats want someone who is willing to do what Newsom is doing. And until someone else fills that role or voters get tired of it, expect Newsom.
He does got that Patrick Bateman look to him. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, bro. That's what some of the people on this side, you know, I love American Psycho. Don't get me wrong, I love the movie.
To continue polling well. Thank you so much for watching. Are there any other potential 2028 contenders that I should make a video about? Let me know in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can see more stuff like this. I also want to take a moment to thank all my channel members. You make this possible. Your support is so appreciated. If you want to become a channel member and support me directly, hit the join button below the video or on my channel page. Thank you so much. I will see you next time.
All right, so that's that. Should I get in this one next? I'm probably about to wrap it up right now. We're probably gonna save the Did McKenzie ruin Disney for another one. We're gonna get into the Misfit one right quick because we're kind of winding it down a little bit. All right, so we're gonna get to this Misfit one. Misfit has nowhere left to go. Speaking of Turkey Time, this is a video from Turkey Time right here. So we're gonna wind it down right here. We're gonna wrap it up soon because I'm getting kind of hungry. Then I'll come back tomorrow for regularly scheduled program. Tonight in America. Gonna probably shoot for 11. If not, I'll probably go later on tonight. We will see.
Platform's most popular streamers, and arguably a pioneer of the just chatting genre, he had the world at his fingertips. A few years and a series of allegations later, he's destroyed any goodwill he once captured, and everyone is simply ready to accept his...
Yeah, I didn't know about this guy Misfit, you know, until this incident happened where he was accused of like abusing his ex. I think her name is Imaru. Yeah, I believe that's her name. I don't really know. I don't watch none of these ChillStream women, bro. Quite frankly, if I want to watch them, I feel like I want to just go and jump off a roof at that point because, like, bro, these insufferable bitches are like, their voices just make me want to just off myself. But yeah, apparently he got accused of like mistreating her, abusing her, you know, all the things that these women come out here and accuse you of, like the Me Too era stuff. I'm glad that shit's pretty much like died down, but you could see like it's still very much in effect right now. Like, we still very much live in dangerous times where any of these women can come out here and accuse you of doing very heinous stuff that can ruin your life. I'm not even joking. We still live in those dangerous times, bro. That's why it's best to be careful. In if you're going to have women around, if you're going to play like, you know, spinning the plates or whatever, that's a red pill term. If you're going to spin the plates, you better make sure you have like insurance policies ready just in case.
As yet another deservedly canceled streamer, but it wasn't always this way. In 2015, Matthew Rinuato was just some Italian kid from New Jersey. He was attending school for finance, hoping to eventually work for Vanguard, one of the largest investment companies in the world. He claims that at 16 years old, he joined a Skype group called The Wolf of Weed Street.
Bro, that's crazy. I didn't know he's trying to work for Vanguard. Bro, maybe I probably do need to dig into this guy's history.
led by a man who may be Jason Spatafora, an investor known for his dealings with cannabis companies. But I'm not sure if this is the same guy that Matt is talking about, as there are actually a few wolves of Weed Street. Now, Matt claims that by following the advice of this Skype group, he managed to turn $2,500 into $150,000 at the age of 16. However, due to poor investments, that number would shrink to $15,000. But this did give him a passion for finance, which he would pursue a degree in. After finishing college, he had his Vanguard job lined up and was ready to enter the finance pro workforce. But during a trip to Wildwood, New Jersey, he suffered from a sudden health issue. His left arm went completely numb during the day. His friend, an EMT, stated that he was probably fine, and Ms. just took his word for it. His mother gave him ibuprofen, thinking he just had some mild cold. While he initially thought it was a non-issue, later that night he woke up coughing up blood, his heart feeling like it was about to explode, and screaming at the top of his lungs. His dad floored it to the emergency room, where the doctor immediately accused him of being on cocaine. But Ms. wasn't. After a week and a half in the hospital, tests determined that he had viral myocarditis, which is essentially when the heart becomes inflamed due to an infection. While it wasn't known exactly what illness had caused the issue initially, it had been building up for years in the background of Miz's life. It was made worse by him taking the ADHD medication Adderall for 5 years prior, ultimately causing his heart to beat faster than normal and exacerbating this pre-existing health issue. While it's clear that this needed to be addressed far earlier, the doctors also told Miz that if his mother hadn't given him ibuprofen that night, he could have died. Now unable to take Adderall to focus, and having taken so much time off when he was meant to be starting work at Vanguard, Matt's dreams of being a finance bro began to fade. After working an odd job in California for 3 months, Vanguard was once again willing to hire him, but then his parents decided to move from Jersey to Florida, and Matt went with them, not wanting to be away from his immediate family. So with his Vanguard dreams once again put to bed, he considered pursuing another dream he had from the very beginning: online content creation. To understand what made Miz successful, you have to understand that he began as primarily a viewer of the scene and a community member. Mizkif had joined the Discord server of YouTuber Glink, someone who was embedded in the culture of Twitch and had made various videos commenting on the current events of the streaming world. Mizkif had become a regular in Glink's Discord and was told by the community there that he was funny and had a lot of knowledge on the ins and outs of Twitch subculture. They suggested that he make videos of his own. In 2018, the Twitch community was really beginning to come into its own, with names like Mitch Jones, Greek God X, Tyler1, and Dr. Disrespects dominating the platform. Miz knew that if he began streaming, he was coming into a world where no one knew his name or had any reason to watch him. At the time, his viewer count could be as low as 10 people watching on a good day. It would take months, maybe even years, before he made $1 off of his efforts, so he decided to take a shortcut. He began producing short documentaries about the lives of some of the biggest names on Twitch. The first one was about Tyler1, well known for screaming while playing League of Legends. Tyler was huge on Twitch, regularly streaming to tens of thousands of people and having one of the most dedicated audiences on the entire platform. Mizkif's documentary about Tyler made it clear that he was a fan of him, and while he did crack some jokes...
Mizkif documentaries? This guy got I'm guessing it's kind of like a, I guess... Well, I know who this guy is. I think, what's his name? Gypsy? No, it's not him. Looks like him.
Dedicated audiences.
So I was doing something on the phone. I was changing the title of the stream.
On the entire platform. Mizkif's documentary about Tyler made it clear that he was a fan of him. And while he did crack some jokes at his expense, it was all in good.
So I'm guessing like this documentary channel is him giving his commentary on this, some of his favorite streamers and basically explaining their entire backstory or something, I'm guessing. I don't really know.
Fun. Initially, this video got literally no views. No one cared.
Bro, I know the feeling, bro. I know the feeling. When I first started on YouTube, I trust me, I know the feeling. Trust me, it's not fun getting no views.
But Glink apparently gave Mizkif the idea to start spamming Tyler and other streamers in his circle to see if they would watch it on stream. He lucked out with Tyler's brother, E-Rob, who watched the video and sent his audience to drop a like and give it some more views, boosting it in the algorithm. From here, Miz managed to make a small name for himself. But more importantly, he had found an exploit to get attention. He repeated this formula with Greek God X, Dr. Disrespect, Mitch Jones, Ninja, and Asmongold, many of whom reacted to the documentaries on their own streams, which Mizkif would then clip and post on his own channel, with these clips outpacing the views of the original documentaries tenfold.
Greek didn't begin to get fat until as early as in high school, where he would skip gym class to eat Dunkaroos and play Minecraft in the library.
Most of the streamers took them pretty well, having an easy time playing off the jokes and appreciating that Miz was clearly a fan of them.
Bruh, it's weird seeing Asmongold like that now, because compared to what I watch Asmongold now, like Asmongold, like, bruh, he's always been this way though, I'm not gonna lie. But thank God he cleaned his room though. Shout out to Asmongold. He started to drift more into my category of political commentator now. It is kind of weird seeing Asmongold start to be more political. The one thing I kind of disagree with him on is like obviously the Iran stuff, but it's like he's not really like knowledgeable about foreign policy. If he was, I mean, like he wouldn't be given the takes that he's given, but it is what it is. I still like Asmongold.
Most.
And was known in school for his extremely bad ADHD and terrible SpongeBob impressions. When Tyler wasn't forgetting songs.
Are you kidding me, dude? I'd watch that if this guy wasn't an idiot. First of all, I wasn't born in Lake Villa.
Kappa 123's in the chat. I was born in the Detroit hospital.
Bro.
It's easy to see why people liked Mizkif's videos. He was definitely knowledgeable enough about these streamers to crack jokes that only their audience would understand. And some of these guys like Ninja, while they may not have taken it the best, did have absolutely massive audiences. Tyler Blevins reacted to the Mizkif video on him to over 140,000 live viewers. Within just 3 months of its release, the Tyler 1 documentary had hit 1 million views. And this is in a time before documentary content was the norm on YouTube, especially when it came to YouTubers, and really when it came to streamers. There were only a select few who had found any success doing it, but the man whose attention mattered the most for his connections was Ice Poseidon. Nowadays, it's likely that if you know the name Ice Poseidon, you have some sort of negative connotation associated with the brand, even if you don't know why. He's definitely made that bet for himself due to various controversies. But at the time, Ice was one of the most—
What the fuck, bro? I wasn't expecting that, bro. That just popped in my face, bro. What the fuck? Dude.
popular and beloved creators on all of Twitch. And to give credit where credit is due, Ice is extremely important to the history of streaming. While he began as a common RuneScape guy, the thing that really catapulted him into stardom was his IRL streams. Something so novel at that time that Twitch had to create an—
Yeah, I did realize that IRL streaming has become more popular over the years. I am going to get into that at some point, you know, probably whenever I start, once I reach like 500 subscribers, I might do an IRL stream. I am going to start doing vlogs in the future, of course.
Entirely new category on their site to accommodate its popularity. As a pioneer of online content, he was an extremely valuable connection for anyone.
That was some good shit. I mean, he was wrong like half the details, but it was funny.
Seeing the potential in young Mizkif, Ice Poseidon got his manager, Scuffed Steve Jobs, to get in contact with young Miz and offer to fly him out to California to make a documentary on his streaming career. Matt had officially graduated from a regular viewer to someone invested in the meta aspects of Twitch culture, and now he was an actual part of it. While the documentary never came to fruition, it did give way to another opportunity to be a cameraman for Ice Poseidon streams. Also, I see that Ice Poseidon is a man of—
So Mizkif started off as being, well, you got to get your start somewhere. You got to get your start somewhere. I mean, not everyone's going to get started like just coming off and just being like, you know, popular streamers. You got to start somewhere. So even being a cameraman for like a well-known content creator, it's pretty much it's fair. It's a fair start. You know what I'm saying? It's your come up. You know. There's a lot of people have their starts in some ways. You know, not everyone's going to come out and just get 1 million views. They got to grind their asses off to be able to get to where they want to get to. So, yeah, I didn't know he started off being a cameraman, though. Interesting.
Culture, so be sure to use code TOM for 10% off at gamersubs.gg. And I just want to play World of Warcraft and watch E-Rob VODs. The house smells like Greek, referring to Greek God X, ate a bunch of Chipotle and all over the floor. These streams were extremely chaotic, and so was Ice's community. They would feature cameos from names like Sam Pepper, Anything for Views, Andy Milanakis, Asian Andy, and many others. Ice was at the peak of his career as a mainstream creator, and Miz managed to carve out a reputation for himself as Ice's quick-witted cameraman. Ice even offered for Miz to stay in Los Angeles full-time and be a part of his traveling entourage, an offer that was definitely difficult to refuse, but that's exactly what Miz did. Instead of becoming a staple of Ice's streams, in July of 2018, he decided to move back to his parents' house in Florida and stream on his own, using the small following he had accumulated from the documentaries and Ice's community. At the time, this amounted to a few hundred viewers, but it was enough to start getting noticed by much bigger players in the Twitch ecosystem.
Holy Trainwreck TV is my stream. Trainwreck TV. That's twitter.com/Trainwreck TV. Yo, Trainwreck, can I go on your podcast? Yes, Mom.
Train invited Miz to an episode of the Scuffed podcast where he would contend with names like Austin Show, at the time known as Raj Patel, Asmongold, Pokelols, S-Fand, and of course, Train.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
His constant trolling, and above all else—
Bro, it's so weird like seeing some of these guys right now. I don't know, is Trainwreck still streaming? I think he's on Kick. I think he's also like, he has some stake in Kick or whatever too as well. Like he's like I think he's like one of the owners too as well. Besides Eddie. I am gonna start, like I said before, to announce this, I am gonna start streaming on Kick too as well. So people don't have to worry. I'm gonna branch off too as well. That's why I'm not playing music on my ChillStream tonight, because like my shit keeps getting hit for copyright strikes. I don't know why. So I'm not gonna stream any music tonight on my chill streams, but I am gonna start streaming on Kick too as well. But it's like, I know I could have sworn I heard Trainwreck has been gambling a lot, because I know they offer a lot of gambling deals. Me personally speaking, I'm not taking no gambling deal. I don't care how much money you can offer me. I'm not taking no gambling deal. That's just a lost cause right there.
Likeable personality made him someone that viewers wanted to root for.
Jesus Christ, the pecs coming out. Do you work out, Mizkif? You know,
I mean, it's gotta be. I think it's nofap. I think it's a little bit of that. I eat a lot of peanut butter.
He had a compelling story as someone who began as merely a viewer, who then managed to carve himself out a small piece of the pie. But I think it's also important to note another aspect of his skill set that really set him apart from the rest: networking. On YouTube, collaborations are just not that important. Sure, they help, but it's possible to succeed as a YouTuber without doing frequent collaborations with other people. However, on Twitch, the number of users is much smaller and much more intense. When viewers like someone as a streamer, they will latch onto them and potentially watch for years. years. That being said, familiarity is equally as important. Why watch some Diarrhea Andy with one viewer when you could watch Asmongold, someone who by then had already been in the game for half a decade and had thousands of viewers? Mizkif recognized this and managed to carve out an audience for himself by doing as many collaborations as possible, essentially leeching a small portion of viewership from all of these established creators for himself. While his gaming streams definitely got some clicks, particularly playing the game Marbles, and of course staring at a wall for 7 hours straight, the thing that really defined Mizkif's career at the time was his collaborations. People like E-Rob, Pokelols, Russell, Lakari, Greek God X, and Mitch Jones became regular collaborators and members of a growing circle of entertainers. In the same way that Ice had pioneered IRL streaming, Miz was spearheading his own growing genre of content, just chatting.
Just shaved my head. Oh my god, you look terrible.
Yeah, we're seeing the pioneers of all genres right now. We are seeing the pioneers, bro. Just chatting. So I'm guessing he was so I'm guessing he made just chatting. Pretty much, he made chill streaming pretty much cool. You know, I'm from the political space, bro. I'm coming over here just doing chill streams here and there. It's not like this is not the full brunt of my content. My content's politics. So I do chill streams here or there. I don't do them as frequently as like my main stuff, my politics. But yeah, I guess this guy is a pretty big name. I didn't know that, actually. You know, I wasn't aware about Mizkif.
That's Lakari, dude. Look at me. Other guy.
Oh, shit. Wait, I thought, okay, wait, you're not black. Right.
Typically, streamers are wary of engaging with their chat too much. There are a lot of issues that can come from too close of a connection to a bunch of people who only know you parasocially. But in the early days of streaming, there was one notable exception to this, Ice Poseidon. Ice would blatantly encourage the chat to break the fourth wall, to make suggestions for what he should do, from where to travel that day, to who to talk to which random person would make a...
It's so weird seeing that, and then you realize today, like, all streamers pretty much do this now. Yeah, so, like, it's weird. Because, like, to see that basically this is kind of like something with say a Neon, Aiden Ross, you know, all these younger chick streamers now. We're not streamers, I would say, because they don't stream exclusively just on Twitch. Neon does, I believe, and I think Aiden Ross like cross streams. But yeah, I mean, like, it's fairly normal now. Like, they go just like this artistic trait where they ask their chat, hey chat, should I do this? Hey chat, should I do that? Hey chat, help me out, chat. Chat. What should I do? Damn, chat. It's like, you know, I see that on clips. Obviously, I don't watch their content fully, but it's like, it's weird seeing like this is this type of like, this was the guy that started all this, pretty much. He normalized IRL streaming. Like, he pretty much paved the way for everyone else to come. And I wonder what happened to Ice Poseidon. You know, I don't know. Did he drop off the face of the earth? Did he stop streaming? You know, I know some guys retire. You know, they went off and do something else. They started families, of course. But it's like, I don't know. You know, it's weird. It's weird. You know, I'm seeing Mizkif, the guy they kind of made just chatting popular. And now I'm seeing Ice Poseidon in the same video who made IRL streaming popping. You know, Mizkif is pretty much, his career is fucked right now. Ever since, because now he's banned from Twitch. Now he's on Kick. But now he's got to gamble. But hey, I would say he's not hurting that bad, because like now he has to take a gambling deal. I'm not taking no gambling deal when I stream on Kick, which is going to be soon. I don't want to take no gambling deal. I don't encourage none of my followers to take a gambling deal. Look, don't gamble. It's wrong. It's bad. Don't do drugs either. Don't do anything. Be sober. Read a book. Get smart. You know, start a family, of course. People are gonna be like, well, you're not started a family yet. My mission's bigger than, my mission's different than yours, buddy. I mean, like, you're not out here dealing with political issues like I am. I would encourage some of my people that probably watch this channel to go out there and just like start a family or whatever. But also, yeah, let's just get back into it.
Funny addition to the streams. Miz had seen this and was aware of the power that comes from talking directly to a chat full of people who are watching your every move. For example, he once gave a viewer mod on his streams because the man actually counted to 10,000 in his chat.
10,000! He counted the whole way! What a god!
He also seemed to show genuine regard for his viewers. When one sent a worrying message in his chat, he paused the regular proceedings to try and talk him out of making a life-ending decision, earning him an article in Dixerto, where they write, Mizkif then continued to support the viewer, inviting them to stay on stream, hang out, and join his Discord. The viewer replied not long after, saying, this is what I needed, and this makes me happy, pointing to the support of Mizkif and his community. On a lighter note, at one point, Miz also shaved his head live, with chat noticing his egg-like appearance, henceforth giving birth to the Eggers emote. Over the latter half of 2018, he went from just a few hundred live viewers to over 1,000. It was also discovered during this time that there was a certain Instagram
what the hell?
model by the name of Emily, who happened to share a last name with Mizkif. This led Miz to troll the audience a bit by...
Bro. She's kind of hot, I'm not gonna lie. Yo, chat, she's kind of hot, right? It's kind of like me if I was talking to my chat. Bro, she's kind of hot, I'm not gonna lie.
Pretending that she was his sister, a game that she was willing to play with the viewers.
You want to see my den?
I try not to interact with people that are watching me live or whatever. I mostly try to focus on what's going on so I can stay locked in. I think interacting with your chat for the most part, I just don't find it interesting enough, quite frankly, yet. Maybe when I grow more subscribers or whatever, I might start doing it more. But right now, I'm kind of doing like what Alex Jones does. I do my live shows. You know, I'm not going to interact with my chat much because, like, I can't even see if someone is even like chatting into the stream right now.
You're done. All right, ready? It's not even bad. It used to be way worse. It's not bad at all.
Fellow streamers Moxie and XQC would also notably stop by.
I'm Felix. Not paying attention whatsoever. I don't know if any of them are talking to me.
The stream took place in December of 2018 and would peak at 6,000 live viewers, rivaling the audiences of those he had never even met just half a year prior. By this point, Mizkif seemed inevitable. While he had already gotten an apartment back in Jersey, so his mom would stop yelling at him while he was live, Miz had seen the power of collaboration. At the same time, Austin, Texas was becoming a hub for various online personalities and had no state income tax. So Miz up and left his home state for New Horizons in January of 2019. But with Mizkif's move came the solidification of an actual community of streamers who all lived within relatively close proximity. Miz would also begin dating Maya Higa, a girl he had met after seeing a clip of her go viral.
E-Rob, get out of my room! You hear K-Bubbles? What? Oh, you have a roommate?
Yeah.
Is it a guy?
No.
Does she pay rent?
Yes.
Wow, she's already better than mine.
Their relationship would be heavily documented throughout their streams together, as Maya went from someone averaging 20 viewers to over 2,000 due to her proximity to Mizkif. An interesting piece of information is that at the time, Miz's own clips channel on YouTube would clip both he and Maya's streams, meaning if you were discovering Maya for the first time on YouTube, it was probably only because of her relation to Miz. Miz would even do IRL streams with people like S-Fan, one of them taking place at PAX East, where they met Instagram model Jenna Meowry, at which point an interaction of pretty friendly banter would take place.
I'm also an asshole. I have to talk myself.
Wait, what the fuck? Yo, I just came back, just get something to drink, and I walk up and I hear him, bro, he's being like forced to call some random redhead chick daddy. Bro. It's pure simp behavior too as well. Like, bro, some of these streamers don't got balls like that, bro.
Say it. Are you
Bruh, what the fuck?
But after she left, Mizkif said this.
Wait, hold on. What did he say? I can't hear what he said. Let me turn on the subtitles. I can't hear.
Said this.
You only lasted like 3 seconds.
While the disrespectful comment was resolved privately, it ultimately resulted in a week-long ban for Mizkif.
I'm confused. Let me see something. Chat, look, bear with me right now. I just walked back up. I don't know what the fuck's going on right now. Let me see.
To Miz. Miz would even do IRL streams with people like S-Fan, one of them taking place at PAX East, where they met Instagram model Jenna Meowry, at which point an interaction of pretty friendly banter would take place.
I'm also an asshole.
But after she left, Mizkif said this. While the disrespectful comment was resolved privately, it ultimately resulted in a week-long ban for Mizkif and his friend S-Fan after Jenna's lawyers contacted the platform, upset about how the interaction had gone. However, Jenna stated that she did not want the ban to take place due to the joke Miz had cracked after she wasn't around. In reality, she wanted the footage to be taken down because she felt that she had looked unprofessional, noting the double standard of how much more backlash she would have.
Bruh, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? She wants the footage taken down, and yet she came off looking like a bruh. What the bro? This is why I say, like, these people on Twitch don't live in reality, bro. Imagine this. You act like that on camera. You act like a promiscuous woman on camera, and you said you hate how you came off on camera, but you chose to act like that in the first place, and then you don't take accountability. You want him to take accountability. And then you had your lawyers contact him and take the video down or whatever, bro. That's crazy. Bro, I'm telling you, like, these people on Twitch do not live in reality. That's why. There's the reason why I don't stream on that fucking bitch ass app. And plus, I probably get banned. If I start streaming on Twitch, I know I would get banned in a day.
Gotten if the genders were reversed. As a result, she wanted the clip to be removed, which is why the lawyers got into contact with Twitch, and ultimately why Miz and S-Fan were banned. But Trainwrecks was not exactly pleased with that.
Wait a minute, hold on. She said he got. Hold on. She filed sexual harassment suit. Let me see. Footage taken down. She said I never filed for
with Twitch.
Oh, she never filed for sexual harassment. Okay.
And ultimately, why Miz and S-Fan were banned. But Trainwrecks was not exactly pleased with that explanation.
So you made a mistake, you acted unprofessionally, you made a bad decision, and in order to fix your error, took away the reputation of S-Fan and Misgift, sexual harassment on their record for the rest of their lives on the internet, and got them 7-day ban, a 90-day probation strike because you made a mistake and you wanted it to be erased.
The Twitch community generally viewed this as an
Misgift. I mean, Trainwreck. I mean, bro. Oh man, Trainwreck. Sorry about that. Yeah, bitch got to be held accountable, bro. Like you're the one being the unprofessional hoe. Why are you coming at Misgift about that? Like really, bro? Like these women never want to take accountability for their own actions, man. They want to always put the blame on the man, never themselves. Can never be held accountable for nothing. It's insane to me.
Fair ban, censoring Miz and S-Fan when they had done much less than Jenna had on camera, and as a result, the audience rallied behind both of them. Ironically, the ban resulted in his return stream peaking at 20,000 live viewers. Misgift now felt like the most exciting.
She's still streaming on Twitch. What's this bitch name again?
Also asshole.
Gallery, at which point an interaction.
What's her name again? Hold on, bear with me right quick. Is this bitch still streaming on Twitch? Take a little detour right quick. Thank you for joining me on this little moment. Bruh. It gets worse right here, man. Bruh. I can't even show you guys right now what I'm looking at right now, bro. It's no wonder this girl tried to get Misgift caught up right there at that moment, bro. That is bro. Let me see, which part were we at? Okay, we were right here.
Had on camera, and as a result, the audience rallied behind both of them. Ironically, the ban resulted in his return stream peaking at 20,000 live viewers. Misgift now felt like the most exciting person on Twitch, collaborating with others, reacting to whatever the latest news was in the Twitch community.
I'm telling you. You don't go viral unless you do something controversial, bro. You do not go viral unless you do something very controversial. Like, you really think just being good at too shorts is gonna get you to go viral? Like, look, don't get me wrong. I despise Jack Doherty, but he understands it better than anybody that to be a dumbass and to go out there and do stupid shit is what got him in the place where he got to. The only reason why he's rich and successful is because he got there's an audience for his type of people that like that stupid content. The same thing with someone like what's his name? Was this a streamer that was going around these countries causing so much trouble? He's in South Korea right now, about to go to jail. Johnny Somali, yeah, Johnny Somali, another one. There's an audience for that type of behavior. People were tuning in to see this type of shit and paid for him to just go out there and basically just do, like, no pun intended, monkey behavior shit on camera, because that gets them views. Vatili, popular YouTube streamer, he just got out of prison in the Philippines. Now he's back in America free. He's been in there for like, what, 8 months? He just got released from the Philippines for committing crime, and they released him and to allow him to be deported back to Russia because he's actually, like, he's a citizen of the Russian government. And then he was allowed to come back because now he has a green card here in America and he's an American citizen now. But there's a culture for that type of degenerate behavior. So that's basically what I'm trying to get at.
And of course, playing games. While Twitch had been steadily growing as a platform during the entirety of its existence, it was arguably during the pandemic that it peaked in terms of viewership and general relevance. At a time when the country was locked inside their homes, many not able to work or hang out with their friends, streaming offered a window into someone else's bedroom to see what they were doing, and Misgift took full advantage of the opportunity for increased viewership. In 2020, he began speedrunning Super Mario 64 with one of his closest friends, Mitch Jones. I must say, these streams feel extremely cozy to watch even in current day. Just a couple of friends hanging out, trying their best to beat a 25-year-old video game as fast as possible.
Yeah! Top 20, baby! It's top 20!
Similar to ICE, Mizkif had an open door policy, although unlike ICE, it only applied to other content creators and not to any homeless schizo that wandered by. Old friends and fan favorites like S-Fan and Train showed up, and even more controversial figures like Alinity, mostly known for chucking the cat into the shadow realm. You also had Call Me Carson, who popped up on Mizkif's stream after his own cancellation. In 2021, Mizkif and Maya also broke up, although it appeared that the relationship had ended amicably. But with one flower fading, another came into his field of view, Emiru. The two had met on stream, and by early 2022, a relationship began, although it was kept behind the scenes for reasons we'll discuss later. But from the interactions they had while live, it was more or less an open secret.
Why are your settings like this? These aren't even the default settings.
Another important thing to note here that's going to come up later is that even during the peak of his popularity, it was widely acknowledged that Mizkif was obsessed with analytics, particularly in comparison to others around him.
My viewers were dropping, Maya's were only going up, and there was a part of me that thought that I was going to be smaller than her, and I don't know if it was my ego or what, but I couldn't take it.
Other streamers like Rekful even acknowledged the fact that Miz would be very unlikely to hang out with him if he wasn't live streaming.
See, I know for a fact that me going live right now raises the chance that Mizkif doesn't ignore my text and hang out with me 69,420%, you know?
Undoubtedly, the peak of his popularity was during early 2022, when he was collaborating with literally everyone. You name any celeb, and they were on his stream. Jenna Meowri even returned to guest spot his show. This collaborative nature was also reflected in his business.
Why would you let the woman back on that tried to get you banned, bro? Bro. You doing for fucking, bro, these bitches that sit there, they're clout demons, man. She tried to get you banned, bro. That's crazy. That he would sit there and try to collab with the same bitch who tried to get him literally canned from the internet and sue him for sexual harassment.
Dealings.
That's why I said most of these streamers are like fake, bro. They're doing anything for the views. They don't really like stand on who they really are.
Most important of all, being one true king.
OTK, the point of it was to basically create an org where we all make content together and then we would one day sell the org.
The organization had been formed back in October of 2020, being a brand built around a number of online personalities. The original lineup consisted of the Egg himself, Asmongold, Rich Campbell, S-Fan, and Tips Out, with others joining over time like Tectone, Jay Schlatt, who had recently moved to Austin, Texas, and NMP Lowell. The most accurate thing I can compare it to would be AMP, which in current day is Kai Cenat's streaming brand. It was essentially a business model meant to take advantage of the large audiences of all of its members. They secured sponsorships with PC builders, they had a professional World of Warcraft roster, and of course they held a number of massive streamer collaborations. Miz was averaging around 40,000 live viewers, making millions of dollars a year from a variety of revenue streams, and without a doubt was one of the most well-connected people, not just on Twitch, but also in the entirety of the content creation world. But a devastating controversy would threaten to rip it all away. While viewers of Miz likely felt like he was the center of their universe, and to an extent he was when it came to that side of Twitch, there was a rift beginning to form. People like Mizkif, Pokimane,
Bruh. There was a recent video of a Mizkif talking shit about Pokemon, and it's funny, like he's talking shit about Pokemon, and the only reason why he's talking shit about her is because he's not on Twitch anymore and he's banned from Twitch. That's the only reason why now he's talking shit about Pokemon. And I don't even like fucking I hate Pokemon's fucking guts. Like the only reason why now he's throwing shade at her now is because he's banned on Twitch. He can't collab with her no more. And she looks at him as a sexual pervert and a degenerate scumbag and like a demon, you know, an abuser. There's all these, like, bro, Twitch is a very progressive app, bro. I'm telling you. If I go on that app and stream, bro, I'm going to get banned. That's the reason why I don't want to do it.
and several others represented the brand-friendly side of Twitch, also known as the Poggers community. But in the background, a select number of streamers had begun to explode from a different kind of content, gambling.
No! Oh my god, that's people. Oh no. Oh my god.
In 2021, streamers like Aiden Rush
and people see why I don't want to gamble, bro. That's just a small example of what I've seen. Hopefully this video is going to show you far more than what I've seen as the reason why I don't want to take a gambling deal and I don't want to gamble on stream.
and Miz's old friends, XQC and Trainwrecks, had begun playing on online casinos like Stake and Roobet. The casinos would eventually take notice, sponsoring these streamers not just with a monthly allowance to gamble with, but also giving them millions to promote the casinos on their streams, driving more and more people off of Twitch and to their funny money games. These streams were extremely degenerate, meaning they were also entertaining as hell. But the popularity of these streams sparked a debate on the ethics of doing this kind of content, especially on a website that had a lot of teenage viewers. Before long, Pokimane, Ethan Klein, and Tassan Piker were all at the forefront of vocal criticism around the topic, with Mizkif also being included in the conversation as he was one of the main figureheads of Twitch at that time, as well as someone who had turned down a $36 million gambling deal of his own.
Oh, where that gets fucked, bro. And now look at Mizkif. Now look at you, Mizkif. You're gambling on stream now too, buddy. You're gambling on stream now too. It's so poetic to see that. He turned down a gambling deal and now he accepted it years later. Bro, you can't make this shit up.
I saw some of my mods gambling off stream. I'm like, man, I started that. They are gambling because of me. And I just felt like crap. And is it really worth the money when I already make so much?
But the debate around the
Did you really just hear him say that on camera? And now look at him now. He's literally gambling right now on stream. Not right now at this moment, but like he's gambling now on the streams on Kick. Bro. It's so fucking poetic to hear him say this shit, and then you realize, like, look at him now. He accepted a gambling deal. Bro, these people, some of these guys are just like, they're two-faced as shit, bro. They're doing anything just to get the bread. And I don't blame them. I can't take a gambling deal because it's principle. I would never promote a casino on the stream. But it's like, this guy, Miskiff, is just like, bruh, how you gonna go on video and say one thing, say this, and then you're on stream gambling? Hold on.
Odds gambling off stream. I'm like, man, I started that. They are gambling because of me. And I just felt like crap. And is it really worth the money when I already make so much?
But the debate around the ethics of
he says that, and then he takes the gambling deal. Yeah, I don't think it was that serious. I don't think he was that serious at all in this moment. He took that gambling deal. Even years later, he took the deal, and now he's gambling on stream.
gambling would really come to a head in 2022. A streamer named Slicker admitted to borrowing upwards of $300,000 from fellow creators and fans. This was done on false pretenses to fund his CSGO gambling habit, effectively
Bro, 300K? You borrow from a multitude of people? Bro, that's how you know you got a fucking problem, bro. And this is why I don't promote. This is why I would never promote gambling, bro. What the fuck, bro?
Scamming them out of their money. One of the people he scammed was Trainwrecks, who, having donated huge sums to streamers in the past, predictably obliged by Slicker's request for help to the tune of $100,000.
He gave me like $150,000. No, sorry, not $150,000, and I know people are going to be like, the people like, oh, you got
150. So this is more than this is over 300K.
A financial scandal of this magnitude had never been seen on Twitch before, and it only contributed to the rising tide of gambling criticism on the platform. With the mounting pressure from streamers and the public, Twitch as a company would end up banning gambling from the platform. But in the midst of the controversy, a lot of different inconsistencies were pointed out, like the fact that Twitch's parent company, Amazon, had a partnership with DraftKings, one of the most popular sports betting sites in the world. It was also pointed out by Asmongold that Slicker, for some reason, was not banned on Twitch in the wake of the controversy, pointing out the double standard of not banning Slicker, who had defrauded dozens of people, but keeping Jadion banned because he had made some jokes about Pokimane. On Twitter, Train responded in a somewhat heated fashion, saying, "Because your pals decided it was in their best interest to use and platform the very person that scammed everyone for his horse racing and tennis bets to somehow twist it and wage their war against me. And we both know deep down why the insecure little man is doing this." Now, I'm not sure who the little man is that Train is referring to here, but this is where our main character re-enters the picture. Mizgif, seeing the drama, decided to chime in, stating this: "If we're going to deplatform people for scamming others, shouldn't we have banned you for Jolt's coin a few years back?" Whether there's any truth to the specific claim being made about Train here is unknown. What is known is that this single tweet may have been one of the worst mistakes of Mizgif's life. Train responded with,
"Are you going to send Maya and Mitch to railroad and blackmail me like you did all those girls to cover up all those sexual assaults? You scumbag."
Oh shit. Oh shit, bro. What the fuck, bro? I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting that at all, bro. Bro, I was not expecting that to come, bro. Pause. What the fuck, bro? That's crazy.
Piece of you want to come at me and make stuff up, then you better be sure you don't live in a glass house, you insecure pussy.
This one tweet was the shot heard around the world, or around Twitter and live stream fails. And this is where things really get convoluted, so I'm going to try to piece together what I can of the story while not going too far into stuff that could get me sued. It all goes back to the night of January 19th, 2020, 2.5 years prior to Train's tweet. Fellow streamer Novaru was having a birthday party where she would invite various other streamers to celebrate. One of these people included her friend Adriana Lee, who was also a streamer. Seeing as it was Nova's 21st
birthday. Bro, who are these women, bro? Who the fuck are these Twitch streamer women, bro? I don't know any of these bitches, bro. Like, who are they? Like, these no-name bitches I've never heard of in my life. Like, this is how much I don't spend time on Twitch, bro. Who the fuck are these people?
Birthday party, and they wanted to celebrate. They all ended up drinking together, and while drinking, Adriana then ended up making out with another friend of hers, which was noticed by someone else at the party, Crazy Slick. Slick was a longtime friend of Mizgif, who would frequently collaborate with others in the Austin scene, and more importantly, he was Mizgif's roommate. Adriana was drinking heavily and went to bed in one of the rooms in the house. From this point on, exactly what happened is honestly hard to discern because of conflicting reports and a lack of one reliable narrator. But first, I'll play what Novaru said on stream about it.
He went into the room and he started, I heard this from 3 people, by the way. He started like touching her and was like, I don't know exactly what his intentions were, but I just know that he was touching her, and everyone was like, dude, stop, like she's trying to fucking relax. She's drunk. Like, it's weird. Like, don't fucking touch somebody when she's drunk, and like, especially when you're just making out with her. Like, I don't know what the intention there was, but everyone that was there, the 3 people told me that they were very uncomfortable by the situation.
This story was told live in a very careless fashion 18 months after it supposedly happened, leading to a lot of conversation in the community. Shortly after, Adriana Lee herself made a response to the situation. She opens by saying that she was very intoxicated and ended up blacking out, so she herself doesn't exactly remember what happened. I was told that I was kissing my best friend, Enna, and another one of my close friends at the time, consensually. Crazy Slick was following us around trying to kiss me, trying to kiss her, and at one point I was told that he and I ended up kissing. Then apparently I was passed out in one of the rooms at the party, and he came into the room while I was unconscious. He came into the room a couple of times after being asked to leave me alone each time. In 2 of those instances, he touched my neck and chest.
It's kind of, look, I'll let it play out, then I'll probably give my take afterwards. Let me see.
Saying he was just making sure I was alive after being assured by my friends that I was okay as they were watching over me. Whether or not his intentions were out of genuine concern or not, I don't know. To be clear, he did not rape or assault me, but his actions did make me uncomfortable. Adriana also included some messages with an anonymous person where they seem to corroborate this story. She ends the tweet longer by criticizing Novaru for airing out her story when she did not want it to be publicized. Slick himself also made a tweet longer, apologizing for what he did, but stating that he entered that room exclusively to make sure that Adriana was okay, stating he was checking her pulse because he was worried about her. And with that, the controversy had been put to bed. But now, because Ms. Giff had fired a shot at Train, the story was being relitigated a year and some change after it initially came out, with some added details. The claim here is that Ms. Giff had sent his ex-girlfriend Maya Higa and fellow streamer Mitch Jones to cover up sexual assaults. This notably changes the story from Slick merely doing something dumb that made Adriana uncomfortable to deliberately touching her without her consent. He elaborated. The people involved know the truth, but for those of you that are drawn...
Oh, shit. Oh, this is a deeper rabbit hole than I thought it was. I thought it was just... I really just, at this point, I just think it's a misunderstanding. I don't think he really did anything. I mean, like, I believe he probably was trying to check on her. Me personally speaking, I mean, like, bro, these chicks, bro, if you look at all the chicks at Twitch, bro, a lot of these chicks are retarded, bro. A lot of these chicks, you look at them right now, they look like a walking sexual assault case, bro. I'm not even joking to you. A lot of these chicks at Twitch will look like they would get you caught up in a sexual assault case. Tell me, am I lying right now? Any of you guys that probably watch the stream or watch the replay or whatever, you can't tell me that I'm lying. A lot of these chicks at Twitch will look like they would get you caught up in the sexual assault case. That's the scary thing about being at Twitch. It's like, it's a scary feeling because, like, bro, it can happen to anyone. Once it happens to you, you're banned permanently. And you can be proven innocent or not, and you can still be banned. Unless you're like a woman and then you get let off a hook. Unless like an Asian woman that talks like a dude and steals from the store and you only get banned for like a couple of days, you get unbanned because Dan Clancy's such a gooner and he has such a hard on for all the women. Unless you're probably like some ugly bitch, baby. But then again, Frogan's not banned either. And she said that she hopes that all the U.S. troops get PTSD. I'm surprised if he doesn't ban Frogan, then Dan Clancy really is just a disgusting pervert.
Farming and coming to split conclusions, let me be even more clear. Ms. Giff did not assault the women. He orchestrated the cover-ups for his friends, exactly how my tweet reads. Crazy Slick was now back in the crosshairs, and by extension, so was Ms. Giff and his entire streaming organization. This story exploded over the following days, with many of the updates being posted onto livestream fails.
What I thought is what we all thought too. Like, he didn't go all the way. He didn't even like, he was just weird. He was just being a creep.
I was like, listen, I'm gonna be true to myself. I'll make Slick look good, like an angel, because I did in the tweet longer.
Okay, there's other stuff that are gonna come out for the next 2 days.
Crazy Slick, he was in my chat and he said, "Hi, nice toe, pay laugh. Want to talk on Discord? No, but I like you, haha. You are hot, lol, haha, lol, LMAO."
You don't have to do that. That's a weird thing to do. Shouldn't touch someone. Slick himself initially made a tweet stating that he never assaulted Adriana and had only been checking her pulse to make sure she was okay, which is consistent with his prior story, but the post would be deleted. According to Ms., Slick sent various farewell messages to friends before disappearing, leading to a scare that he had taken his own life, although he was later found alive. In the meantime, other women made accusations towards Crazy Slick as well, which seemed to show that whether or not what Slick had done that night with Adriana was assault, he had still been somewhat creepy to several girls and was ultimately not a good person to have in social settings. Meanwhile, the same night Train had made his tweet reigniting interest in the story, 2 calls would take place, wherein Ms. Giff, Trainwreck, XQC, Asmongold, another streamer named Barry, and Mitch Jones discussed the claim that Miz covered up the actions of Crazy Slick. Those calls were secretly recorded and then leaked to Destiny, who had been covering the situation. The main crux of these calls regards the twitlonger that Adriana had made in 2021. The idea being that, like Train claimed, Ms. Giff had sent Maya and Mitch Jones to Adriana Lee in person to discuss the allegations. But the breaking point regards whether Miz had sent them to cover up the claims and get Adriana to downplay what supposedly happened in the twitlonger, or simply to figure out what was going on.
My best friend in the whole world, Slick, is getting accused of, people are saying he's about to get canceled. I run in his room, Maya's crying, I'm freaking the f out, I'm hyperventilating. Mitch is there, we're all trying to figure out what the f we can do for my...
The fact that Destiny aired this shit, I'm not even surprised, bro. That's just who he is, bro. Why the fuck would you... There's supposed to be like a private conversation, yet it got leaked to the entire world to hear, bro. It's the reason why you shouldn't do it on Discord. They should have did this on like a I should have did this on a separate like app that's not like Discord, so that way you don't get it leaked to the public.
My best friend, right? I care about Slick. I do. I love the guy. And people were telling us, mainly Barry, that yo, Adriana Lee's about to come out with some shit because Novaru the night before said some shit, right? Novaru was like
shit, yeah.
Right. She went out and tried to say some stupid ass shit and accusations about Slick. I am freaking out, and I'm literally crying because I'm saying to myself, I'm gonna lose my best friend. I'm gonna lose my best friend in the entire world. Maya's upset, but just sitting there, we're all freaking out. So then, what I did is I tried to get answers. I tried to get, what is Adriana Lee thinking? What is going on here? What's happening to my best friend? I wanted to know.
Without playing the entire thing, here's my basic summary. On one team, you have Train, who claims that Maya's role in the situation was to bully Adriana Lee into downplaying the allegations. On the other side, you have Mizkif, who claims that he was simply trying to figure out exactly what was going on and was worried that his friend and roommate was about to have his life ruined over something Mizkif did not know the truth of. Maya did a stream responding to the claims where she said this.
I was fine with her, the tweet longer, fine, right, she was gonna write a tweet longer. And I asked her if she thought that Slick raped her or sexually assaulted her. And at the time, we agreed, or at the time, she said no. So I said, okay, could you include that in your tweet longer then? And she said, okay. Was there a power dynamic in that situation? Because I'm a bigger streamer, yes. And I feel bad about that. It wasn't my intention to introduce that to the situation. I wasn't trying to impose that on her. I wasn't trying to pressure her, you know, or like force her into saying something. But did it naturally exist? Yes.
Meanwhile, Adriana appeared on Hassan Piker's stream to claim that Maya had encouraged her to downplay what went down.
I walked downstairs. They're like, so what happened? Like, let's do something about it. And I was like, well, I was just gonna write the tweet longer with Kyle, the person that was there. Like, I don't really see why you guys need to be here. And then from there, obviously, I was, you know, well, you know, if we say something, we're gonna have to kick Slick out. I was like, okay. And it's like, well, if you do say something, just know, like, people are they're gonna come after you. It's like, okay, well, like, I'm still gonna be true to myself, you know?
Yeah.
And we wrote the thing together, like, she was there while we were writing it, and she proofread it, and we changed some of the vocabulary to make it less harsh on Slick.
At the same time, Mitch Jones claimed the following. And keep in mind, he was one of the people sent to Adriana's house.
Did Miz explicitly give direction to you and Maya to go to Adriana's house and to, quote unquote, downplay the situation or find a way to save Slick's ass? Yes or no?
The answer to that is yes. One particularly bad clip that surfaced online was one where Mizkif had appeared to downplay the claims made about Crazy Slick.
Of what you can deem of it, it's sexual harassment, whatever. At a low scale, it's not really a big deal. I don't think people really gave a shit and really cared.
Now, it is worth noting that this clip is from prior to the more recent reinterpretation that was made public about the event with Slick. Adriana herself had stated that she did not think it was sexual assault until the meeting with Maya and Mitch took place.
That whole time, I was just told he touched my neck and, like, my wrist and tried to check my pulse. And then I found out as we were writing that tweet longer that he touched my chest.
Many would argue that Mizkif was not aware of the severity of what the true allegation was, due to the tweet longer that Adriana had made downplaying it. But of course, that then brings us back to whether or not Mizkif had sent his friends to get Adriana to downplay the allegations in the first place, and his level of awareness on what Slick had done. As you can tell, this entire thing is very messy. And I think in the same vein as Trainwreck's having some clear bias towards hating Mizkif, it was also made clear that Miz had some other enemies waiting in the wings. Ice Poseidon had been banned from the platform years prior after a troll swatted him while he was on a plane, sending him on his own arc having to deal with being censored off of the most valuable platform he had. Simultaneously, the entire internet had become...
So I guess I don't know. What's he streaming on right now? Is he on Kick? So if he's banned from Twitch, I guess he's probably with the quick Kick himself.
Increasingly politically correct, meaning someone like Ice Poseidon was very much not in vogue at that time. Not to mention that Ice had gotten himself into trouble after a series.
Streamer stole 500,000 from fans. The famous live streamer stole. I'm gonna watch that video from CoffeeZilla tonight. We might cover that. We might watch this and react to this on the next chill stream.
Of videos criticizing his handling of a supposed scam. Meanwhile, Mizkif's rise to popularity was symbolic of what is arguably the exact opposite of Ice.
Was I a little edgy? I would say a little bit.
Bruh. Destiny and his wife, bro. Oh man, this is bringing back 2022, 2023 vibes right now, bro. Bro, the amount of jokes about him and his wife, bro. Bruh. You know something funny? I heard this from the grapevine that if you didn't fuck Destiny's wife, he did consider you like a good friend of his. Which is crazy to me.
A little bit? 5 or 6 years ago? Maybe. I mean, a lot of it's Photoshop, but but I've learned and adapted. I've matured over the years. And sure, it also matured as my view count went up, but I did mature a lot.
He had even taken the time to criticize Paul for his actions while on his stream.
All for 300 grand, man. And I know a lot of you guys would be like, yeah, easy clap, you take the bag, right? Of course you would. A lot of you guys would take 300K and just walk away and be like, you know what? But you're not Ice, you know? You didn't build this reputation and work so hard for 4 or 5 years, ruin your mental health, you know, ruin lives around you, make insane content, do all these things, and ruin your reputation from millions of people, all for $300,000 that you could have easily made doing something else.
But in the wake of the controversy, Ice would come back to fire a shot at Miz, posting old messages of him saying the N-word. While many people saw this as petty, and I'd agree.
Wait, hold on. Let me see something. Keep it on the D. What you want? Food wise. There's a blank in the car. Yo, you need back because I paid you. Can you stop being a nigga? Bruh, why'd you blank it out, bro? It's on X. Bruh. I hate some of these Twitch streamers, bro. Like, dude, you can be fucking edgy, bro. Like, these guys are such pussies, man.
To fire a shot at Miz, posting old messages of him saying the N-word. While many people saw this as petty, and I'd agree, Ice did later attempt to justify his actions on stream.
Well, we were friends, and then he got big, and then he basically didn't talk to me anymore. And I was like, okay, that's fine, I understand. And then he just started to give me backhanded fucking comments on his stream. And then he would just like play it off as a joke, and then he would just keep doing it. When I was fucking down, bro, like I was low, like I was in some of the lowest.
Bro, you make all that money. Well, he did scam his fans out of like what, 500K. So, I mean, I'm looking at his place behind him. He should be living in something far better than what he's living in right now. But he is banned from Twitch, so I mean, it makes sense for probably why he's living in probably like a shithole apartment.
Parts of my life, but I still didn't leak anything ever because I'm like, oh, it's kind of lame to leak shit. But then after the whole drama with the sexual assault thing and the fake wokeness and all this bullshit that everyone was peddling, I was like, all right, well, you know what? At this point, everyone. So that was my 2 cents that I just decided to add in.
Ultimately, none of us were present for the meeting with Adriana, Maya, and Mitch, so we can't know exactly how that conversation went down. What we do know is that the consequences for Mizkif and the Austin streaming scene were catastrophic. Firstly, you have the negative publicity. Destiny, Hassan, hundreds of YouTube channels, tweets, Reddit posts, news articles, every format that can possibly contain video or text or convey any sort of information was covering this. I'm sure blind people were reading tweets in Braille about what Mitch Jones said to Asmongold, said to blah, 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 blah. Train's tweet was posted on September 19th of 2022. Within 24 hours, Mizkif was placed on leave from OTK while a third-party investigation took place into whether or not he and the organization had covered up what happened. Adriana Lee would also file suit against Mizkif, Crazy Slick, Maya Higa, and OTK, accusing the defendants of making false statements about her, which led to a loss of reputation, followers, sponsors, and income. Meanwhile, Miz posted a statement apologizing for saying the N-word in ISIS DMs and for downplaying Slick's harassment in the clip that I showed earlier. He lost 50,000 followers on Twitch the following month, and over the next few months, he became increasingly inactive. In December of 2022, the third-party investigation would conclude with no direct evidence that Mizkif had attempted to minimize or cover up the alleged sexual assault, and so he was reinstated as an official member of OTK. But the lawsuit from Adriana was still ongoing behind the scenes. In that same month, another member of OTK, Rich Campbell, was also accused of sexual assault. Both Asmongold and Tectone would talk about the allegations.
And I saw a lot of people that were saying that it wasn't true. That she's making everything up. Please do not do that. You are not our fan. You're not on our side. We are on their side. That's why Rich is gone.
A lot of people want to go online and tell women that their stories are invalid because they want to come to the defense of their content creators.
Look, I don't mean to be that guy right now, to be an asshole, but Osmond going to TikTok like that about to cry right now. I understand it's a tragic event about sexual assault, but like, bro, like, Jesus Christ, man, relax. Yeah, it's a tragic event or whatever. I mean, I don't really know the full lore about this stuff. I'm learning all this just now, just by watching this long documentary. But it's like, damn, bros, I didn't know it was that serious.
It's also worth noting here that one of the few people that defended Miz publicly was actually Emiru, giving a rather emotional appeal to the sincerity of his character.
I mean, you guys know I've lived with Miz for 10 months, and I've hung out with him pretty much every day since I got here. And the Miz that I know would never know the full story and just let that happen. There's just no way that he knew. I'm sorry. That's just not the person that I know.
Maya Higa made a final statement on the 25th of September saying this: I did not go to the house that day with the intention of manipulating Adriana's story. I did not go to cover it up. This would not be possible, as even Adriana did not consider the incident to be SA until this past Monday, as she said on her stream. Adriana's feelings regarding the situation have rightfully changed since that day, and I support her. On that day, I was only able to operate off of the information that was given to me by Adriana and the eyewitnesses at the time. That information was that there was no rape or sexual assault, but the Crazy Slick had made Adriana uncomfortable. I supported Adriana in sharing this. I did ask about her experience, and I did go there with the intention of understanding the truth of the incident that occurred at the party in January of 2020. At the time, I thought this was the right thing to do. I fully understand that it was wrong, given my position, to insert myself into that situation. Following this, she would take a step back from online content creation to focus on her animal sanctuary. Jay Schlatt would ultimately leave OTK the same month that Rich was accused of SA, losing the brand one of their biggest names. And while he never talked about it publicly, it's likely that the constant scandals plaguing the company were just not worth his association. Being seen next to Mizkif in that streaming room now had some strings attached, and thus began a rather dark period for his life. This situation put Mizkif in an awkward position, to say the least. The constant growth he had been experiencing was
Gotta use the bathroom right quick.
But to a halt as a legal battle raged behind the scenes. His company and his own reputation were called into question, and his opportunities became limited. Publicly, he did attempt to keep the streams going, and there were definitely some notable happenings. While his ability to make connections was definitely harmed, he still had a number of people willing to collaborate with him and make content. Alinity, his sister, who is not really his sister, Cinna, Extra Emily, and many others. He was not at his peak, but he was still a formidable force in the streaming space, able to collaborate with some of the biggest names on the platform. Was he going to be Kai Cenat? No. But the network he had built was still valuable and worth pursuing. On top of that, Miz made a wise decision in diversifying his income streams. The best example being Iron Forge, a gym he opened in Austin. Not only would it serve as a fully functioning business in its own right, able to get up to 1,000 members and break even financially, but it also provided a valuable avenue for content. He could invite other sweaty streamers to exercise, which is definitely a pretty funny novelty. He could host events where even legends of the bodybuilding world like Ronnie Coleman would stop by to see what all the fuss was about. While some had made the case that his career was over, in reality, there was a lot of success still happening at this point in time. His monthly viewership had definitely declined, as did his follower growth, but he was still the owner of a 2 million follower channel on Twitch and was seemingly able to average as many as 20,000 live viewers on a regular basis, even with a more inconsistent streaming schedule. But there were a few small notable controversies from this point in time. For example, he got into a beef with Bruce Drop-Em-Off, who ended up having this to say.
Miz can stop texting my phone. You are blocked, bitch ass nigga.
He also got into a few minor spats with people like Tommy Ennett and Bryce Hall, but none of these appeared to be major scandals that affected his reputation. However, one seemingly random tidbit here regards Miz working out. People noticed that Miz's body began to change drastically, and while his physique itself was attainable in a natural way, the speed of his progress was unusual. This led people to speculate that he was on steroids, but Mizkif denied that this was the case. There would also be a few candid moments from Mizkif's streams where he appeared to be having a mental health crisis, feeling that the public backlash he got was undeserved.
Go off your stream and stream, bro. Just get on my chat, man. My mental can't take it anymore. I just can't. I can't do it. Like dying. It's so bad, chat. It's so bad, man.
Publicly, Miz was collaborating with his friends, particularly his girlfriend Emiru, trying to pump out content like usual. He even managed to secure a stream with BB No Money, easily one of the most brand-friendly and progressive rappers out there. It seemed like maybe the supposed setback from a few years prior was finally beginning to lift. But behind the scenes, the court case was ongoing. Just from watching his content over the course of early 2022 until late 2024, you can see that his personality is not what it used to be. The guy is no longer as carefree and definitely had these situations weighing on him. And the emotional outbursts would ramp up in severity. On February 6th of 2024, his former friend, Mitch Jones, released footage where it's implied that Mizkif had basically beat his ass.
I was at his house, we were arguing, and then I asked him for a ride home. Get in his car, we're still arguing, and that's when we drive past this part of the neighborhood where the camera caught the assault, and I have the evidence right here. So that was right before the assault. This is directly after the assault.
Yeah? Huh? You said you can take me 7 times. Dude, this is yourself, you're talking about cocaine. That's talking about the plan, you're shit. You're making to kill myself. And all you can say, fuck you. All you can do is say, fuck you. You make you feel like shit. You said, come on, you pull me out of the car until I go.
In the video, Miz's car comes to a screeching halt, and it's implied that after that point, Mitch pulled him out of the car, wanting to fight him. Miz, being stronger, was able to win the altercation, but Mitch claims that Miz continued to beat him afterwards. Now, we don't know what happened behind the scenes here, as Mitch did not reveal these specific details, and Miz just outright never acknowledged this happening. But given that Miz screams, "You made me want to take my own life," it's clear that his mental state was not very good. Now, in December of 2024, Miz publicly stated that his court case with Adriana Lee was coming to a close.
Fortunately, after 2 years, I'm finally glad to announce that the court has dismissed all allegations against me in relation to those allegations. After months of litigation, those allegations were thrown out of the courtroom, and the plaintiff is required to pay my attorney fees.
Despite his collaborations seemingly continuing to provide content for him, Miz eventually left Austin altogether, saying he was ready for a new chapter in his life. The house responsible for so much of his most popular content was sold as he left for Los Angeles. Despite hardship, he was ready to make a serious comeback to the streaming space. For example, he made one video addressing what had gone down in 2022, throwing some shade at Ludwig for how he had covered the allegations back in the day, while also proclaiming his own innocence regarding the accusations.
I want to show you a quick video.
I made a video, got a fuck ton of views, has 98.7% like ratio, called Twitch is Collapsing. And this was about Train Rex's bombshell tweet, now totally debunked, about Mizkif and I forget whoever else was involved. And I made a video that was like incredibly damaging. It was just not at all based in facts, because you don't have fact when you make a video based off of tweets that are completely made up. These videos have no research to them. These videos are aggregates of what is available to see online.
In September 2022, I was accused of covering up sexual assault by Trainwreck TV. This resulted in the biggest drama that has ever happened in the history of Twitch, where dozens of the top content creators attacked me for weeks, saying that I covered up sexual assault and I deserved to be banned. Ludwig was one of those content creators who made a video titled Twitch is Collapsing with over 3 million views. This video told people that I was the only one involved in this whole thing, and I orchestrated basically a cover-up. This resulted in me losing so many of my fans, torpedoed my career, destroyed my mental health to something that I don't know if ever will come back, and has ruined my life and almost everyone I know around me. I'm not doing this as a hit piece on Ludwig. I really don't care that he apologized or said that he fucked up. I'm making this video because I think a lot of people on Twitch understand that it was false and understand that it's not true. But on other platforms like Instagram and TikTok, a lot of people hate me because of this. I hate that this happened, but I keep moving on. And if you're someone that watched me over the years but thought I did that, give me another chance.
Simultaneously, he appeared on multiple podcasts within a short period of time, clearly preparing for a comeback and a new chapter in his life. But it's still worth noting that even in these podcasts, he still discussed the allegations made in 2022.
I feel like my brain cracked when it happened. I almost feel like there's a before me and after that me. The before me was much more innocent and believed in people. Now I'm very jaded and I don't trust anyone. And that's a very sad life to live when you're trying to be funny and entertaining, because it's almost like you don't want to entertain because you're just like, I don't like these people or they're going to betray me one day.
He makes a clear distinction between him before and him after, and the difference in his mental state since that moment. What's intriguing to me, however, and you guys if you've been paying attention, is that despite what happened, he was still very successful. But for whatever reason, instead of fully putting the situation behind him, or at least not talking about it in the public, it was clearly still a subject he was holding on to. Regardless, with the majority of the legal claims against him being dismissed and Miz relocating to Los Angeles, maybe he could finally build back the momentum that he lost, and perhaps the 2022 drama would end as a minor footnote in an otherwise impressive career. But within days of this podcast being released, it all came crashing down. And this brings us to 2025. In the year of our Lord, a series of events would ultimately lead to more of Ms. Gift's private life becoming a matter of public knowledge. Details he likely never expected to come out. The first domino was Hassan Piker showing the world how much he loves his dog.
Stop.
This controversy, while bad for Hassan himself, was worse for Twitch, leading thousands to call for him to be banned from the platform. That same week, a familiar face also made an appearance, Emiru. While at TwitchCon, she was approached by a stranger and assaulted, while security basically stood there aimlessly before finally someone stepped in to stop the interaction. This sparked a lot of outrage, not only because people understandably felt bad for Emiru, but also because Emiru pointed out the inaction of Twitch staff regarding the issue. With millions rallying to support her in this trying time, on October 25th, she took to her stream for a massive announcement. Many likely thought she would be discussing Twitch at length, and while she did open by discussing their inaction in regards to what happened at TwitchCon, the main subject was something else entirely.
Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kip has done towards me.
Emiru opens by stating that this was not coming out of nowhere. She claims to be bringing this information forward because she was informed by 3 separate people that Ms. Kip had continued this pattern of abuse after their own relationship, and as a result, she feels the need to bring the information to the public to raise awareness and prevent him from doing so in the future. She also claims that Ms. Kip had threatened her indirectly, telling others, including streamers, that if she ever came out about what he had supposedly done to her, he would start a smear campaign against her, even specifically approaching one of her employees at TwitchCon, saying that if she ever came out, he would destroy her. She specifically says that his plan would be to accuse her of neglecting her rabbits, echoing the tone of the recent controversy around Hassan Piker. Perhaps seeing how it went for Hassan, his plan was to more or less jump on the bandwagon against animal cruelty that was happening on Twitch. With that preamble out of the way, she then explains that the relationship was very private, hidden not just from the public, but also from friends and other people who were a part of OTK. This relationship, in her words, was extremely codependent and toxic. She says that from the beginning, Ms. Gift portrayed himself as a nice guy, someone who treated women that he dated very well. And at the same time, he seemed motivated for both of them to succeed as teammates. However, the first issue she alleges is that Ms. was very controlling shortly after getting into a relationship with her, dictating what clothes she could wear, who she could be friends with, and when she could stream, to the detriment of her career. One thing I haven't seen anyone bring up in regards to this comes from something I covered 2 years ago in regards to their relationship. While at the time their dating was kind of speculated on and somewhat of an open secret, Emiru had accidentally tabbed into her Discord on stream, showing some messages with Ms. Gift. One may interpret the following messages as being controlling. In regards to her being on stream, he says, "You literally lift your legs like a cheerleader multiple times, stick a bottle between your legs and play with it, farm those parasocial people by doing this content in the first place, after claiming to me you don't want these weirdos and you hate this community and hate the just chatting community." Emiru responds, "I genuinely don't think of things like that as sexual when I'm doing it, especially since I'm wearing pajama pants, but I will stop." Ms. Gift says, "Okay, lol." Then Emiru responds by saying, "I do dislike having to always make content for those types of viewers, but I thought this was something that would be easy and low effort." Ms. Gift says, "Go to sleep on stream, clearly."
Bro, if this is any indication, this is how all female Twitch streamers are, bro. Like literally, it's just like gooner shit, bro. Literally, I mean, like you can't tell me you can't turn into a Twitch streamers live and realize like it's just all gooner shit, bro. They don't really have any real takes about anything. It's not like entertaining. They can't entertain you in like the traditional sense. They're not funny, they're not witty, they're not smart, they don't really talk about anything noteworthy. They have to do gooner content. That's why they crossplays like anime characters, you know, or badass, you know, action women characters, whatever. And I'm not calling them badass. I'm just using the badass in place of like what I'm trying to describe. Like they have to dress up in like provocative ways to gain viewers. And Twitch's audience is mostly like young teenage boys that tune in and watch this shit, bro. They tune into this crap, and then they wonder why like Twitch has such a bad reputation for like a gooner culture, as I like to call it. I mean, like, this is just evidence, you know, not to make light of this bad situation or whatever, but just like, bro, this is kind of evidence, right? This is more evidence right here of how degenerate most women that stream on Twitch are.
That's not one we've talked about, or you know is bad to do. Emiru says, yes. At the time these messages originally came out, it sparked much debate over how it played into the greater context of their relationship. Now, with Emiru's perspective, it's possible that this is part of the broader image of control that Ms. Gift had over her, but I'm going to come back to these messages later when we get into Ms. Gift's response. Emiru then transitions to talking about the alleged physical abuse that she suffered. She claims it began with him throwing plastic bottles at her, and she asked him to stop. However, things really took a turn for the worse in September of 2022 when the initial cover-up allegations came out, and as we've already seen, Miz's mental state began to unravel. Emiru states that his mind began to deteriorate, and at some point, it seemed like he truly snaps. While viewership was always important to him, now that it was dipping, it became a major source of insecurity. He never wanted to stream at the same time as her for fear that their shared audience would interfere with his own numbers. She claims that during an event where the two were streaming Rust, everything started out fine until he noticed that her viewer count was higher than his. She says that he then messaged her saying he wanted to take his own life before ending his own stream, walking over to a door near her room and slamming it so loud that even her microphone picked it up. This claim would become closer to objective fact once Reddit detectives actually found the incident being referenced here. During this video, you can see that at some point he realizes her viewership is higher than his and his mood quickly changes. He ends his own stream after complaining about being tired, and then by checking Emiru's stream, we can see the moment when the door slams, startling her.
Like we haven't murdered, like we haven't pillaged. She had a one-hit advantage. She was coming.
Well, I have some cloth in my house.
In her allegation video, Emiru states that she eventually left to go check on him, which seems to be true based on the VOD.
So I tell my stream, I'm like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. I get up and I go talk to him. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, I hate all you guys. Like, all you guys do is just take from me. And like, I'm just done. Like, I'm just done. And I was like, this is like really happening because of rush drops. And he was like, I don't know what else to do. He was like going off on me, like basically saying that he hated me. And I was like, well, I don't know what to do now. And he was like, go finish your stream so that people don't know anything's wrong.
She states that from this point onward, things only got worse. He would destroy furniture in front of her, punch holes in walls, and at one point even threw his phone at her, giving her a bruise.
He would throw his phone at me. I would tell him, you know, it scared me, I don't like it. And one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye. But he always, you know, was like, oh, it's an accident. And I was like, oh yeah, it's an accident. Like,
Emiru claims that during these fists, she would lock herself in her room to get away from him, and he would scream and bang on the door while she waited inside for it to be over. And this behavior allegedly also extended outside of the house. Miss Giff is the proud owner of an Audi R8, and according to her, he would drive his supercar extremely fast, including during arguments. She describes one specific scenario in which she and Miz were sitting in a restaurant, and he saw on his phone that Mr. Beast had invited another streamer to be in his video, a streamer that was not Miz Giff. Supposedly, this led to Miz driving 150 miles per hour in his car with Emmy in the passenger seat, saying he wanted to take his own life the entire time. These outbursts would apparently be...
Everybody wants that. Everybody around the world in streaming content wants that Mr. Beast collab, bro. But it's about like, can you really secure the Mr. Beast collab? Because it's not as easy to get the Mr. Beast collab because, like, bro, Jimmy's kind of hard man to reach, and I don't want to collab with the guy. The guy looks like he's a fake guy. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I don't like Mr. Beast. I personally don't. I think the guy's fake as fuck, bro.
Very consistent, with him throwing his phone at some furniture because her YouTube video was doing better than his that week. She states that in October of 2024, they would finally break up, and a week later, he would come over to her house to talk about closure, at which point Emiru claims she was assaulted by him. I'll let her explain it.
He started to try to comfort me by hugging me while I was sitting on the couch and holding me really close to him. And when this was happening, we hadn't talked in quite a while, and I'm usually very uncomfortable with being touched a lot by people that I'm not in a relationship with. But I let him hold me while I was crying. And he started kissing me in my face, and I let him do it. I was still sobbing a lot. And then suddenly he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants. And I screamed. Yeah. And when I screamed, he jumped off me like a cat, like. And instead of apologizing or checking if I was okay, he said, I feel weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go. And he immediately left my house while I was still crying.
In the wake of this video being released, the livestream fails community would once again get to work piecing together the story. As I showed earlier, they had the video of Miz Giff raging once he noticed Emiru's viewership, but there were also plenty of others. One clip features his previous girlfriend, Maya Higa, and while she keeps the subject of it nameless, people speculated that it was Miz Giff.
I did a guy that would go like 100 miles an hour on the, like we would fight in the car, which was never my decision. Like it just always like happened. Like we just would like fight in the car and then he'd go like 100. And I would like literally like beg him to slow down. I'd be so scared and I'd cry, and then he would not slow down, so I apologized. And so then I started driving only. Like I wouldn't let him drive me anywhere. But then if we get in a fight while I was driving, he would like pound my ceiling and like glove box. He would like scream and like hit the ceiling and like hit the glove box and just like scream profanity.
In another clip, he throws some Starbucks bags at Maya. And while obviously throwing a paper bag is not the biggest thing in the world, it does seem to line up with what Emiru claimed. She would also show a series of screenshots of message exchanges which corroborate some of what she says, particularly the idea that he was extremely insecure, mentally unwell, and would take it out on her. She shows that he continued to contact her after the relationship had ended, expressing regret for his behavior towards her, but also wanting to be on decent terms again. Emiru states she would have to stop attending events where he was present because she got the impression that he was basically monitoring her every move. With these claims now being public, Miz Giff would fire up his own stream to respond. I'd like to take an aside here to say that responding to public allegations on a live stream is possibly the worst idea I have ever heard in history of ever. But with that out of the way, let's just get into what Miz Giff actually had to say. Before he gets into the actual content of responding to Emmy, he basically says that he is going to go nuclear on the entire streaming scene.
A lot of you guys know, pretty far away from this stuff at this point, but I am totally okay with exposing a lot of things and saying things. At this point, I think it's pretty obvious I will not be friends with any of these people after this. Ludwig was right. I am going to completely separate myself from these people in this community, which is fine. I've already been doing it, but I have hundreds of messages and DMs from people, things that people probably would never want to get released that are very interesting for everyone, and I will be releasing it as time goes on, because why not?
He also outright states that he did in fact tell her employee at TwitchCon that if she came out about what he did, he would destroy her reputation, specifically regarding the rabbits, which we're going to come back to later. In response to the idea that he had thrown things at her, Miz Giff responds by claiming that he had never thrown water bottles at her out of anger or during their fights. He states that he did once throw his phone onto his bed though while he was brushing his teeth, which inadvertently gave her a bruise. And in fairness to him, she did say that she bruises easily, which he also points out.
It would be me throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth. She did tell me she got a bruise from it, and I stopped. That's all that happened. I will throw you and show you an example, chat. I brushed my teeth. Right here. Look at me. I throw my phone on the bed. I would just lob it over because I was going to bed. I didn't throw it at her. I want to make that very clear. I never threw it at her. I never hit her, and she even said in her situation that she bruises easily.
As for her claim that he was controlling towards her regarding what she would wear, he claims that it was due to him trying to mitigate the stalking that she would get from viewers. For a little bit of added context for the unfamiliar, it's not uncommon for someone in Emiru's position to have stalkers. It's a sad fact that when you're an online content creator, certain people with mental health issues will begin to perceive that they somehow know you. Schizophrenia in particular will often cause delusions where the person afflicted will feel like media personalities are personally talking to them. I personally have been getting emails for around 2 years from someone who believes that I am a part of ISIS. Shout out to you, my go. Now, Mizkif claims that his controlling behaviors were to mitigate the presence of these stalkers, but we don't know exactly what was going on with their in-person interactions. I once again am going to refer to the leaked messages from earlier. If you believe Emiru, then this was yet another instance of him being controlling towards her. If you believe Mizkif, then this interaction was him trying to stop her from encouraging more parasocial behaviors from the audience to mitigate the presence of these stalkers. And the content of the messages from Mizkif do line up with that perspective, although whether that was his true intention is not for me to say. Now, if you'll remember, Emiru had claimed that as a consequence of what happened with the OTK drama, Miz's mind basically snapped. This is something that not only has he talked about before, but he also agrees with it in his response, stating that after this, the only person he really talked to was Emiru, which also aligns with her claim about the relationship being extremely codependent. He admits to being obsessed with viewership, something he didn't really need to admit to because that much was already obvious from the Rust video. And on top of that, he does in fact go down one path that Emiru had predicted, claiming that she neglected her rabbits.
Emiru has a lot of rabbits, but as those rabbits moved out of her room and into the living room, they started to see disgusting neglect. No food, no water, sometimes not having clean bedding for weeks. And my brother once came over and said, and I quote, "If you ever marry this woman, I'll never forgive you." Here is a video up close of Emiru's rabbits. These are small little mites that are inside the rabbit cage, and she didn't care. She completely neglected these animals, and I'm not going to sit around and let people say that she didn't. She left them to die. I would tell her to take care of them all the time, but to no avail. She completely neglected those rabbits, so much that many died just over a year or two of being around in my house. When Maya came over during my cancellation, she actually commented on Emiru's rabbits and said, "These rabbits are completely neglected, and this is disgusting."
Now, I'm no rabbitologist or whatever you call someone who likes rabbits a lot, but with that being said, off rip, looking at Mizkif streams, this definitely looks bad. It sparked a lot of debate on social media, where people have brought up some other clips from her streams where people then play rabbit expert, trying to determine if the living conditions are suitable for these animals. I'm not going to weigh in too heavily here on this particular thing. It's possible that these animals were mistreated, and I just don't know enough about taking care of them to say one way or the other. But as far as Miz's intentions with bringing this up, it's worth saying that he's including this in a response that has nothing to do with what's being discussed. Miz claims that the last 9 months of their relationship got worse and worse, essentially painting a picture that both of them were toxic towards each other. She says that he would threaten to end his own life. He says they both did it. She claims that she had to get her.
That checks out more. I believe that more. Like, they were both toxic idiots for the most part. That typically always happens. It's just like, she's a woman, and obviously speaking, she's not taking her accountability. She wants him to take full-on responsibility where it should be 50-50. But of course, that's not being discussed right here. It's just like more blame on one partner than the other. So that's just basically what I look at it.
Cat out of the house because.
But here's the thing: she made a sexual assault allegations, and now he's banned from Twitch permanently. And she's not gonna get banned from Twitch, especially for animal abuse. I mean, hell, if Hassan Piker's not gonna get banned, well, here's the thing. For Hassan, I mean, like, he's Twitch's golden child. Of course, he's not gonna get banned for like animal abuse, and there's this whole rabbit abuse. I think that's just kind of retarded, and obviously, he's not gonna get her banned at all. So. And then plus Dan Clancy, he's a gooner. So he's not going to ban a Twitch streamer, especially a woman Twitch streamer, who's probably bringing him in so much revenue and so many eyes to the platform from a bunch of gooning young audience. So that only makes sense.
Mizkif was mean to the cat. He claims that he wanted her and her cat to leave because her cat would attack his cat. Now, in response to the claims of going juggernaut mode on the house's walls, this is what Miz has to say.
"I'm ashamed that the situations got so bad, but Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression."
Now, I can see the point he's trying to make here, but ultimately, as the audience pointed out, these two things are not really equal. Miz also responds to her claims of sexual assault. While Emiru claims that she was crying during the interaction and she let him kiss her, he claims that they were kissing outright, which is when he put the moves on her.
"We cuddled for about 30 minutes and started to kiss. She said that she was okay with this on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong. I got scared and left the house. I apologize if that made Emmy uncomfortable for me not saying sorry, and I wish I said sorry back then."
Now, this particular part of his response has caused a lot of debate on Reddit and other sites as to whether or not what she describes is assault, whether his retelling is assault or not, etc. XQC, for example, seemed more understanding towards Mizkif, while other streamers like Dante have heavily disagreed. Mizkif claims that after this interaction, Emiru had told Miz that she wanted to marry him, but he knew that the relationship was too toxic to continue. With that being said, we do know from Emiru's messages from him since then that this wasn't necessarily something he remained consistent on. As of me writing this, Mizkif has not released anything on these other streamers as he initially promised. Instead, he's turned off the comments on his entire channel and gone silent on most of his social media. But that doesn't mean that all of the developments have stopped. As confirmed by both Miz and Emiru, in the wake of the 2022 drama, Mizkif's mental state deteriorated rapidly.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, of course, some of these Twitch streamers, especially the black ones, I'm not going to believe him. Niggas gonna throw him underneath the bus because he's a white dude. Niggas, you want to talk about the biggest simps on the planet is most of these niggas, bro. Biggest simps on the planet.
After his response was posted, he took to his offline chat to speak about this a bit, stating that during that time period, he did in fact take steroids, took shrooms every day, and at one point took acid. He even specifically clarifies that the steroids gave him anger issues. Now, if you've done a little bit of reading online, or you watch Trend Twins videos, you're probably familiar with the term roid rage. Without getting into the science of it, you can become irritable, snapping at things that wouldn't otherwise make you upset, and flying off the handle into physical violence. Given that Mizkif's mental state was already poor, steroid use definitely didn't help, and probably contributed to not only the violent outburst that Emiru described, but also the Mitch Jones incident. As I said earlier, we don't know exactly what led up to this incident, and given what's said, it's possible that Mitch had goaded Miz into beating him up. However, this is just another drop into the bucket of the broader picture that is Mizkif's perpetual crash out after the 2022 drama. And I'm sure doing psychedelic drugs like mushrooms and acid didn't help either. Now, up until this point, I've mostly avoided talking about the reactions of the broader community to Emiru's story, but it hasn't been great for Miz. Another girl accused him of assault, although she says in the post that they had a consensual relationship afterwards. Adriana Lee was obviously happy to see Emiru coming out, considering her story from back in the day. Ethan Klein came out in support of Emiru. Asmongold has been shitting on him relentlessly. Livestream fails made South Park edits where Miz is Cartman, because of course they did, with his, I assume now former friends, NMP Lol, S-Fand, and Asmongold changing their profile pictures to play into it. Trainwreck is seen as a hero, cast out of the Twitch poggers community, only to play a direct hand in orchestrating their downfall, which many see as deserved given recent events. While Train himself more or less declined to comment, Tectone has come out in support of Emiru. Various other content creators have shared that they either didn't like Mizkif or never heard a nice thing about him behind the scenes. Even Ice Poseidon came back to throw a shot across the bow, and Pokimane also made a statement in the most Pokimane way possible, but I'm not reading that. Now, at the same time that all of this was happening, Rich Campbell's accuser announced that she was dismissing her lawsuit against him, and he personally returned to Twitch after 3 years of silence. And Mizkif has officially been dropped from OTK for the final time. The organization he helped found has now cast him into the Shadow Realm. Meanwhile, Asmongold has implied that more stories are soon to come out.
There have been 2 additional people that have alleged that he assaulted them within less than 24 hours of this stuff coming out. And not a single person that is in the space that knew him is really defending him.
And the most recent development in the story is that Mizkif has filed a lawsuit against Emiru, Asmongold, and OTK. Looking at Mizkif's career, it's obvious that he's backed himself into a corner. Whether all of these claims about him are true or not, part of the main issue is that the entire culture of Twitch he succeeded in, at least the Austin scene, relied on likability. Whereas streamers like Ice Poseidon, who pioneered IRL streaming, and Wreckful, who was known for being good at World of Warcraft, and may he rest in peace, had carved out their audiences over the course of years due to slowly building their own communities, Mizkif existed solely as a product of his connections. Once the 2022 drama happened, whether his role in it was as malicious as some people think or not, his ability to network was largely hampered. In early 2022, he thought his success was an inevitability, a trajectory that would just continue forever. Once the drama happened, he hit a major speed bump that called into question if he had been responsible with the connections that he had built. When reality failed to meet expectations, his mental state fractured, leading him to develop toxic habits and relationships with others. This comparison may seem out of left field, but I promise it's worth noting. Many of you in the broader YouTube audience, or those in my audience, probably remember the allegations made against Dr. Disrespect, where he was accused of messaging a minor inappropriately through Twitch Whisper.
Dr. Disrespect. I got a stream on the background right here.
Leading to his ban. While at the time this controversy seemed like it would swallow his entire career, in the aftermath he still has hundreds of thousands of loyal fans and a successful career on YouTube as a result. This is partly because many of his fans believe his side of the story, which is that he was framed, but it's also because Dr. Disrespect is like an island content creator. He can operate completely independent of other streamers collabing with him. Mizkif's success, on the other hand, was built on how he related to others. When that fell apart, so did his reputation and his mind. Despite the fact that the majority of the community had forgiven or just forgotten about the controversy from 2022, he seemed to be the one holding on to it the most. Even when he had collabs with massive names, for some reason he couldn't let go of what happened, leading to what happened with Emiru and the many other misgivings people have had with him over the last few years. When Rich Campbell was sued, he left, waiting until his legal case was concluded before making a return. But Mizkif just kept toiling away, raging at the fact that he was no longer considered the main character. For one reason or another, he managed to turn almost every ally he could possibly have against him. And whoever may be out there and wants to defend him is clearly too scared of the backlash they may get for doing so. Whether he continues to stream or not remains to be seen. But ultimately, he's going to have to deal with being a pariah, not just to fellow streamers, but also to a lot of the online world.
And I realized I need to be alone.
The community that he helped to create has officially left him behind for different pastures, but not without slamming the door on the way out. But ultimately, only time will tell where the story leads next. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, happy Friendsgiving.
Yeah, I can't listen to that. That's music. All right, y'all. So that was a long stream. 5-hour stream. First 5-hour stream I ever did. Clocked it in right there. That's what these chicks say. Clock it, girl. Retard. But anyways, yeah, I'm calling right there. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Tonight in America. Have a good one.